Good afternoon. On November 23, 1842, a young Holy Cross priest from France arrived to a snow-covered landscape in northern Indiana with $300 and a dream in his heart. That dream was to build a Catholic university in America that would someday become one of the most powerful means for doing good. Welcome to The Fight. My name is Pete Byrne. I'm a proud member of Notre Dame's class of 1999, and I'm also the sports director at WSBT Television, the CBS and Fox affiliate right here in South Bend. Over the next 8 hours, we are going to share story after story on how the Notre Dame family is taking the fight to COVID-19 in this country and all over the world. The financial impact of the pandemic on Notre Dame families means that our students will need more financial aid than ever before. Today, we are raising funds for the Student Emergency Relief Fund, which was established to ensure that every student admitted has the opportunity to enroll at Notre Dame and won't have to make a choice based on their ability to pay, and to make sure that all Notre Dame students receive the financial aid they need. That's why the Student Emergency Relief Fund is so crucial. Today, we're asking you to join us in this fight by making a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. It's something you can do right now by clicking the link on this page as you watch the broadcast. Our goal is to raise $7.8 million by the end of this broadcast. This represents fully funding the projected average financial aid package for 178 Notre Dame students in the upcoming academic year. Why the number 178, you ask? Because that's the number of years our university has been in existence. So please, if you can, make a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. A portion of the funds raised today will also go towards COVID-19 research being conducted here at Notre Dame. And now on to the great lineup of Notre Dame stories. Some of our local guests will be live here in the studio, while others will be joining us through video chat from places all over the country and, in fact, the entire world. From alumni on the front lines in emergency rooms and trauma units and survivors who have endured lonely hospital stays, from inspiring stories of our own students helping others to our alumni who have repurposed their businesses to make protective gear, and professors who have pivoted their research to help find a cure for COVID-19. And in the 9 o'clock hour, a celebrity Zoom chat featuring Notre Dame royalty and a very special message from country music legends and friends of Notre Dame, Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. This hour, among many great stories, we will hear from an engineering professor whose research may lead to new technologies in the fight against COVID-19. We'll hear from Coach Brian Kelly, the Dick Corbett head football coach at Notre Dame, and alum who is a CEO of the Cleveland Clinic in London. All of these stories and many more come right after this break.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Pete Byrne, and joining us now is Chia Cheng, the Bayer Professor of Engineering and the Director of the Center for Microfluidics and Medical Diagnostics at the University of Notre Dame. Dr. Cheng, welcome to The Fight. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I would like to begin by asking you to please talk about the research that you and your team have been working on during this pandemic.
So we're trying to develop a technology that can actually increase the sensitivity of COVID-19 screening tests. So as you may know, the viral load of a sample varies by a millionfold. They can go from a few viruses per mil to a million viruses per mil. And with the current PCR-based tests and also the antigen-based tests, they cannot go down to below 100 viruses per mil. So we're trying to come up with technology that will allow them to do that. And if we're successful, what we can do then is do what's called communal screening. So we can screen a lot of people at the same time, much more rapidly, and also with fewer tests.
And certainly that would be very important. Could you tell us, please, how your technology works and ultimately how it would help in this fight against COVID-19?
So it's size-based. So the viruses are about 50 nanometers to about 120 nanometers. That's about 1,000 the size of a strand of hair. So it's tiny. So we would like to strain the virus and let the rest of the proteins and fluids actually go through in the flow-through. But to design such strainers, you have to have pores at precisely size, roughly about 50 nanometers. Too small, and then they get clogged up, and the virus will be trapped in there. And too large, you lose the virus. So we use a special technology. We use energized ions to bombard polymer membranes to etch very regimented, very uniformly sized pores, and we etch them asymmetrically. So instead of straight pores, they actually have a conic geometry. And because of these designs, we can do very high throughput. In less than an hour, we can reduce 1 to 10 mils of sample down to 100 microliters. And by doing that, we increase the sensitivity tremendously.
Okay, so it's obviously very, very precise. How long do you think it'll take for you to realize this technology?
It actually doesn't take long because I've been working on it for some time. Okay. Our goal initially was actually to trap exosomes, vesicles in the blood for cancer screening applications. But it turns out the exosomes are actually the same size as a virus, and there are actually fewer viruses than exosomes. So it's actually a simpler task to actually isolate a virus. So we think it takes about 3 months or so for us to test it. And we intend to test the technology first with lentivirus, harmless virus that we can work on in our lab. And then we'll test it at a clear clinical lab on campus that's actually set up by Mike Frender with the Sullivan Medical Foundation. And we'll test real COVID-19 samples at that time.
So those are the next steps in the process, and then how ultimately do you validate this in the end, do you think?
Well, if everything's successful, we first have to get clinical approval, so that we require much larger scale testing, and we have to have companies that can then manufacture these kits. So I founded a company that will actually manufacture these membranes once they're approved. So we're hoping that by the end of this year, there could be actually products in the market that one could use. It will be used upstream of all the current technology. All the current tests will be done the same way, but this particular technology, with just less than half an hour of time that's invested, could make it much more sensitive. And also you can pool. You can actually take many samples. So you can take 100 samples and test all of them at the same time. So by doing that, obviously, you will reduce the number of tests that's required. You can reduce the time. So pool sampling is not possible currently, and that's what we're aiming for. We think if we can do that, that will reduce the number of infections when the next pandemic arrives.
Well, it's fascinating stuff for sure, and obviously very important work. So we wish you the best moving forward. Dr. Chang, I appreciate you taking the time from your important work to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And coming up next, we're going to speak with the CEO of the Cleveland Clinic in London. That's coming up right after this short break.
It's always been the nature of humankind to seek answers, to solve great mysteries by first finding truths in ourselves. I've always been drawn to fundamental science, to discoveries that help us understand how the world works. We pose questions like, how do animal societies work? How do their social lives help them solve problems? And how can we apply what we learn from the animal kingdom to address our own human health issues and needs? In order to get at these questions, you need long-term research and an incredibly large data set. Since 2009, the University of Notre Dame's Department of Biological Sciences has continued the research begun by Princeton University's Dr. Gene Altman in 1971.
It's so amazing to take part in a study that's been going on for almost 50 years. The data set collected spans over 6 generations and is unlike any other study in this field.
The study has led to some remarkable conclusions. We've discovered that animals with better social connections have better health and longer lifespans.
And not only do richer social lives improve health, but social connectivity can even help overcome early life trauma.
That fundamental biology is clearly paralleled in humankind. Beyond nutrition and medicine, friendship and community are key factors in good health and longevity.
And as a woman in science, I'm so inspired to continue the incredible work of the women who have come before me. Because women scientists tend to succeed when they have a strong community of women to rely upon.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to understand the scientific impact of community.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Pete Byrne. Joining us now is the CEO of the Cleveland Clinic in London, Brian Donnelly. Brian is an orthopedic surgeon. Both he and his wife, Mary, come to us from the Notre Dame class of 1986. Dr. Donnelly, welcome to The Fight. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Pete.
Well, I'd like to start by asking you, please tell me, how are the state of things right now in London at the moment, and what has the impact been on your team currently?
Well, unfortunately, COVID has had a devastating impact in London and the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, the United Kingdom has the second most fatalities of any country in the world next to the U.S. and the most fatalities throughout all of Europe. So it's had a very significant impact, and certainly impact on our team at Cleveland Clinic London as we are building a new hospital in central London. I will tell you, though, I think the one thing that's encouraging news is the spirit, and somewhat the spirit of Notre Dame that we know Notre Dame is, that spirit of generosity, of courage, of compassion. You see that throughout London. You see a tremendous volunteerism with people working in the National Health Service and volunteering their time to help with this fight of COVID. You see it in people helping throughout London and helping others.
Well, Brian, as the CEO of the Cleveland Clinic in London, you're bringing an enhanced new patient-centered culture to your hospital. Could you tell us about why that and why you feel it's so important?
Well, in healthcare, I think, it's really important, and maybe in all things we do, to cut to clarity and simplicity. And the reason we exist is for the patient. And so it's really important that it's always a focus on what's best for the patient. And so having a patient-centered culture allows us in all discussions and all planning and everything we do to always reflect what is the best interest of the patient. And as that guides our decision-making, it can really allow us to make better decisions as we construct a hospital so it truly does serve the best interest of the patient.
Now, I also understand that you taught a course at the Notre Dame London Global Gateway titled Healthcare, the Business of Empathy, in which you provide opportunities for Notre Dame students to intern at the Cleveland Clinic there in London. How impactful do you think this has been for your students and also perhaps for you as well?
Well, I hope it's been impactful for the Notre Dame students. I can tell you it has been significantly impactful for me and for my wife, Mary. To be back around the Notre Dame students and just realize the passion, the quality of the individual of a Notre Dame student, the integrity. It's been a phenomenal experience to get to see that and feel that again. For Mary and me, it reminds us a lot of our time back at Dillon Hall and back at Lewis Hall and the wonderful, wonderful friends that we have from those times. And just to see that spirit and that ethos of Notre Dame is as alive and well as ever. And I'll tell you, that's the reason why Mary and I have committed to donate to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, and we're very proud donors to that fund for that exact reason.
Well, Dr. Donnelly, I appreciate you for doing that, and I also appreciate your taking the time out from your busy work to join us today. So best of luck to you and your wife as you continue to work with students there in London and work on helping your patients there in London. Thank you for joining us today on The Fight.
Thank you very much for having me.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. And coming up, we're going to hear more about Notre Dame's students' need for financial aid right after this brief message.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Byrne. Joining us now is Maria McKenna. Associate Professor of the Practice in the Department of Africana Studies and the Education, Schooling, and Society program, as well as the Faculty Co-Director of the Anne Bryce Scholars Program. Maria, welcome to The Fight. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I would like for you to tell us, please, about the Anne Bryce Scholars Program. Who are these scholars, and how do you serve these students over their 4-year journey at Notre Dame?
Absolutely. The Anne Bryce Scholars Program is a fairly new program, less than a decade old here at Notre Dame. It serves first-generation scholar leaders who come to us with every kind of gift and talent that you can imagine, but also really challenging circumstances, from living circumstances to educational backgrounds and things like that.
There's a line in our Victory March, what though the odds be great or small. It seems like many of the backstories of these students fall into the category of overcoming great odds. What are some of the challenges that they deal with as Notre Dame students, and some that may even surprise our audience watching right now?
You know, as Notre Dame has diversified over the years, we have students who come to us from so many different parts of the world and so many different parts of our country with backgrounds that are really, really different. Everything from the educational opportunities that they've had to the out-of-school opportunities to the way that healthcare or dental care or home life has been different for some students. And so our Anne Bryce students and many of our first-generation students have different ways of coming to us and different ways of backgrounds being really challenging spaces for them.
I'm sorry. Continue. Yeah.
No, please. The things that they really focus in on when they get to Notre Dame are the fact that this is a really stable, beautiful, family-like community that comes to them at a perfect time in their young adult lives.
You guys have been at this for close to a decade now, so no doubt you've had some success stories. What are one or two maybe that stick out to you as some of the more positives?
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be involved with this program since the beginning. I just received a note yesterday telling us that one of our scholars is a finalist for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Fellowship for next year. Another one is doing a Fulbright in Spain. We have students in med school and in classrooms across the country. Some really amazing, amazing students.
That is fantastic. And as you know, we're going to do our best over these next 8 hours to try and put a big dent in the financial aid need for these students for the upcoming academic year. You've seen firsthand how the power of financial aid has given the gift of a Notre Dame education to so many of these kids. So, the floor is yours. What would you like to say to our Notre Dame family watching now who might be thinking about making a donation for these students?
So what I can say to people listening today is that every penny that comes to Notre Dame for financial aid is put to good use. The university is a good steward of those dollars, and they are really making a direct impact on students, from making sure that our students have health insurance to making sure that they have access to the technology needs, to the books and kits and lab materials that they need, to making sure that all of our students have the basic necessities of life, from laundry being done to other activities on campus. So many different ways that financial aid is coming into their lives and making a difference for them.
And certainly I think most of our audience could appreciate the value of the Notre Dame education, and any way to provide that to these students is helpful. Maria, I want to thank you for joining us today on The Fight and for the work that you do every day here.
It's my pleasure and my honor to work in an institution as great as Notre Dame. Thanks.
Thank you again. And now we're going to go to Brian Diss, who can give us an update on the giving to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. Brian?
Thanks, Pete. As you know, and as Dr. McKenna just described, this day is about so much more than the stories that we're sharing of the Notre Dame family taking the fight to COVID around the world. It's really about how much we can raise to impact our students here at Notre Dame to ensure that this pandemic does not affect their ability to attend or graduate the University of Notre Dame. Our goal tonight by 10 o'clock Eastern Time is to raise $7.8 million for the Student Emergency Relief Fund. That will be enough to fund the full financial aid package for 178 students this coming academic year. Why 178? That's the number of years since the university was founded in 1842. Now you can see here, we're going to track our progress throughout the broadcast, and we'll bring you updates throughout to let you know how you can be a part of this special day. And just announced, for anyone who makes a gift of $50 or more today, we will give you an opportunity to purchase this limited edition exclusive sweatshirt to commemorate this important day where we took the fight to COVID-19 among the Notre Dame family. Pete, back to you.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. And joining us now is Dr. J.P. Kress, who works on the front lines of the fight as the ICU director at the University of Chicago Medical Center, conducting COVID-related research. Dr. Kress, thank you for joining us today here on The Fight. We appreciate your time.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm really pleased to be here.
You were recently featured on NBC for the COVID-related research that you are currently doing at the University of Chicago Medical Center. Please, if you would, tell us about this research that you're doing.
Sure. Well, the virus is acquired by inhalation, and it injures the lungs. When the lungs get injured, you can't get oxygen into your bloodstream. And so what the device we use is basically a big hood that goes over your head, and it replaces the conventional tube that goes into your trachea, your windpipe. What it allows is pressurized oxygen to be delivered to the lungs without the breathing tube, because the tube is very uncomfortable. So it allows patients to be more awake, more interactive, and avoid complications of having that breathing tube in place.
So thus far, what would you say has been the biggest effect of this research on the patients you've been able to treat, and has it been successful?
It is successful. This is a very hard virus to treat, so it doesn't work for everyone, but probably about 1/3 of our patients using this device avoid having the breathing tube altogether. And if you avoid having the breathing tube, your chances of getting better and getting out of the intensive care unit without complications are substantially better. So we're seeing some real potential benefit for these patients who avoid getting the breathing tube and hooked up to the ventilator.
So very important stuff. And JP, people say that it may be a year at the earliest before that there's a vaccine that can treat COVID-19. Would you explain the obstacles and the challenges in finding a solution quickly and why they anticipate it's going to take as long as it might?
Yeah, viruses are hard to figure out because you need to tell your immune system what part of the virus it needs to attack. And the viruses are constantly changing or hiding some of those proteins, those indicators. And so developing a vaccine that can target a part of the virus that will prevent it from getting you sick requires us to figure out what part of the virus to target. And that's a real tricky business because viruses are very elusive.
Well, this virus is step number one, but I also want to ask you, how do you hope that your research might impact patient treatment moving forward, perhaps even following this pandemic?
We learned for many, many years that if you could avoid having the breathing tube, you will do better. And there's no question about that. If you have to have a breathing tube, you can still get better, but the road is much more difficult. If we can use this device to prevent people from getting the tube in the trachea and hooked up to a ventilator, we think this can be useful for respiratory failure from COVID-19, but maybe for respiratory failure for other problems as well. So that's what we're hoping.
All right. Well, Dr. Kress, I want to thank you for joining us here on The Fight, and good luck as you continue with your research and your progress. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm really grateful.
We appreciate your time. We do appreciate it. And again, here's a reminder. Please click on the link on this page to make a gift to the Notre Dame Student Emergency Relief Fund. And we will be right back with the Dick Corbett head football coach at Notre Dame. Brian Kelly joins us after this break. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Pete Byrne. College athletics as a whole has been significantly impacted by COVID-19. Instead of gearing up for the fall with spring football practices and summer workouts, Notre Dame football has been experiencing a new normal, and here to talk about it now, we are joined by the Dick Corbett head football coach here at the University of Notre Dame. Coach Brian Kelly joins us. Coach, thank you for being with us, and welcome to the fight. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to help with the fight, and hopefully we'll be able to do good things.
My pleasure, Coach. I want to take you back to March. You guys were one practice into your spring workouts, and then all of a sudden everything gets shut down. I'm curious, what was your initial reaction to all campus athletic activity being immediately halted?
Well, obviously, the first thing is the safety of your student athletes and your staff and all those associated with Notre Dame. And so we had to make a quick decision, one that I thought that was the right one. And I'm proud of our leadership here at Notre Dame. Father Jenkins, Jack Swarbrick, our entire administration making a quick decision to shut down operations and keep our people safe and healthy. And again, those are difficult decisions, but we didn't have a game plan, nothing that we could rely on that happened in the past. But we did it in the best interest of our student athletes and our staff, and safety being the most important thing.
And they didn't just shut down football, they shut down the school, so all your guys get sent home. So I ask you now, how are your guys able to keep up both with their training and their academics remotely? And then what type of communication have you and your staff been able to have with them over the last 2 months?
Well, first of all, I'm very proud of my student athletes. This is uncharted territory. They didn't come to Notre Dame to be online students. They came to be directly involved on a day-to-day basis with the greatest faculty in the world. And everybody had to improvise and adapt. Our faculty did an incredible job in less than ideal circumstances, and our players did as well. And we've had a great semester, and I think a lot of the credit goes to them, but our academic support staff is outstanding, led by Adam Sargent, and certainly our coaches. They had to put on a different hat. It wasn't football. It was about academics and supporting our student athletes, and that constant communication where we were meeting with these type of online meetings, they went a long way in developing a very good routine for our student athletes on a weekly basis.
Brian, I'm curious, aside from the Zoom call becoming the norm, what are some of the other adjustments you and your staff have had to make as coaches? And are any of these adjustments that you might see carrying forward once we return back to a new normal?
Well, certainly not being in the office, you concern yourself with not being able to be as efficient, but I think we've been extremely efficient through the use of whether it be a Zoom call or certainly FaceTime, the correspondence, the communication, the texting. I think it's been one where we've learned a lot that I think you can be effective from distance as long as you're communicating effectively on a day-to-day basis. I think recruiting has taken a bit of a change. We had to bring our campus to the student athletes that we're recruiting. And we found ways to do that and be creative. So I think it gets you to think outside the box a little bit in these very difficult times. It forces you to look at things a little bit differently. And I think we're better because of it.
Now, for the sake of this discussion, let's assume that the college football season does go on as scheduled and that on August 29th, you guys are playing in Ireland. What time do you feel like you need to get your guys back here on campus and back to normal in order for that to be realistic?
Well, I would say that, if you talk to strength and conditioning coaches, they would like it right now. Football coaches would like a few months. I think what's most important right now is probably 6 to 8 weeks. So I think we're looking at early July to get back and get our student athletes in a position where physically, from a cardiovascular standpoint, muscular, in other words, soft tissue, so we're not having injuries there, that they're ready to go back into football-related activities and prepare for the start of the football season.
I know a lot of the people watching this broadcast now are Notre Dame alums, and they're curious to hear you talk about your football team. Coming into the season, you're going to have a very talented squad, possibly ranked in the top 10, and there's a lot of excitement. I want to ask you about your team on the offensive side of the ball with so many starters returning, including a talented quarterback who's back for his third year as a starter. What excites you about your offensive group right now?
I just think that they take control of the situations that are confronted with. In other words, they've seen a lot. They've experienced a lot. They've played a lot of football. Nothing will rattle this group led by Ian Book, a veteran offensive line. Certainly, they're very, very talented, but they're also experienced, and they're going to be able to handle all that is thrown in front of them, including a pandemic. They've been able to work out, find ways to stay sharp, and I expect them to come back and really have an outstanding football season.
And I know a few of your freshmen were able to get here on campus, but a lot of them may or may not be able to show up as soon as you would have liked. But assuming there's football this fall, who are some of the newcomers that might excite the fans when they do get a chance to see them for the first time?
Oh, I mean, we've already had a couple of young guys come in as mid-year enrollees, and certainly they're gonna have a little bit of a leg up on everybody because we brought in almost 10 mid-year enrollees that got the chance to work out and condition and be ready. But I don't know if there's one particular one, other than I will say this. For our Notre Dame fans, a true freshman will emerge and play significant time on both sides of the ball. We saw that last year with Kyle Hamilton and the impact that he made as a freshman All-American. You're going to see that again this year in 2020.
You just started 3 months of online debate right there, right?
Yeah, well, I left it open for that, so everybody can throw a name in the hat.
There you go. I'm pretty sure that'll be the first question you're asked the next time we get together, and hopefully it's soon. It is good to chat with you now, Coach. We hope to see you back on the practice field soon, and we do thank you for joining us today on The Fight.
Thank you. Thank you for the support and being part of this. It's very important, and I'm just happy that I could be a small part of it.
We appreciate it, Coach. Thank you very much. Again, that's Brian Kelly. And now we will go to the Notre Dame Folk Choir for a video of their socially distanced performance of Day is Done. And welcome back to the studio. Joining us now, all the way from California, is Ben Finley. He's a proud member of the Notre Dame class of 1960, and he recently recovered from the coronavirus. So welcome to the fight, Ben, and let me say it's good to see you and have you on with us today.
It's good to be here, Pete. Believe me, it's very good to be here.
It's very good to have you. I'd like, if you would, to have you start by telling us about your battle with COVID-19. When were you aware of what was going on and that you had contracted this?
Sure, I'd be more than happy to. First of all, let me say that, let me identify myself. I'm 81 years old. I have COPD. Excuse me. And the combination says that I am definitely in the high-risk category. So in late February, early March, my wife and I traveled to Sun Valley, Idaho, to the Black Summit, where we joined 600 other folks skiing and partying for a week. We returned from Sun Valley around on March 7th, and we definitely came home with all the symptoms of COVID. We had the dry cough, we had low-grade fever, we had no appetite and absolutely zero energy. So starting on March 7th, we spent the next 3 days in bed, unable to eat, unable to move. It was bad. It was really bad. After that period, about 3 days later, we began to improve. But then on March 22nd, my breathing deteriorated. And my family insisted that I go to the UCLA ER, where I was diagnosed with both pneumonia and COVID-19. UCLA locked me in a room for 3 days. I had a beautiful view of Catalina Island and a magnificent TV set. They would come in 4 times a day to check my vitals and suck my blood. And then on the 3rd day, they said, okay, Ben, you can go home and self-quarantine at home away from your family for another 3 days, after which you will be COVID-free. So at this point, I am COVID-free, at least they tell me I am, still trying to get an antibody test. But yeah, I would say based, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm back to about a 9. I am very, very blessed in that my situation was diagnosed early. I never had to stand in line at an ER. And of the group that joined us in Sun Valley, unfortunately, I have to say that 5 of them have passed away to date.
Well, I'm certainly sorry to hear that, but Ben, also glad to see that you've recovered. And I also know that you're one of the original co-founders of the Black Alumni of Notre Dame, and I was wondering if you could take a minute to tell us about the mission of BA of ND.
Sure, be more than happy to. Before I give you a mission statement, let me give you a little bit of history. Prior to 1985, the Alumni Association had determined that most Black alumni had endured their time on campus, graduated, and disappeared. And then in 1985, Father Ted Hesburgh directed Chuck Lennon, then the director of the Alumni Association, to invite a group of Black alumni back to campus. I happened to be one of that group. For 3 days, we were briefed by various staff people and students. And at the end of that, Father Ted said, gee, guys, would you please go out and help me recruit African-American students? The alumni said, sure, subject to the university making certain changes, which were defined in a document called Imperatives and Recommendations. I'm very pleased to say that under Father Ted's direction, 1 year later, the university had made all of the changes that we had suggested. And also, one of the recommendations was that the Alumni Association form a group of Black alumni. So 1989 comes around, And now the Black alumni have their first meeting / reunion on campus. And in that reunion, the BA of ND was formed. The mission statement of BA of ND is fairly simple. Our mission is to enhance the experiences of African Americans across the Notre Dame family, faculty, staff, students, and alumni. And I'm pleased to say that we've done a great job in doing that.
Well, Ben, it certainly is a wonderful thing that you did. I want to thank you for joining us on The Fight and let you know that you've got the prayers of the Notre Dame family for your continued recovery. So best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, right after this short break, we're going to be back with Notre Dame alum and Major League Baseball All-Star Trey Mancini. Don't go away.
Notre Dame Game Day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Pete Byrne, and joining us now is Trey Mancini, Notre Dame class of 2016, all-star first baseman and outfielder with the Baltimore Orioles of Major League Baseball. Trey, welcome to The Fight. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on, Pete. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Now, this spring, you're coming off your best pro season ever, and unfortunately, you got some surprising news coming right out of your medical checkup in spring training. Please tell us about that.
Yeah, I did. So I went to spring training and had been feeling a little tired, but that was kind of the only side effect I'd say I had been feeling. And then we do a physical when we get to spring training, and the blood test results showed really low iron levels. So we thought I had celiac disease or stomach ulcer or something like that. And then I got a endoscopy and colonoscopy scheduled, and sure enough, they found a tumor in my colon. So I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. So I had surgery in March to remove the tumor, and I'm undergoing chemotherapy treatment right now.
I mean, talk about a range of emotions. You show up for spring training coming off a 30 home run season. You've got a new deal, and then you get this news. What's going through your mind when the doctor gives you this diagnosis?
It was bizarre, and I did not expect it at all. But I accepted it pretty quickly. I woke up, and my girlfriend was right by my side, and the doctor was just kind of listing everything that it wasn't. And in my head, the only thing that he had left to say that it could have been was cancer. So it hit me right before he told me that was it. But I accepted it pretty quickly. And I've said this before, baseball's such a mentally taxing and tough game, and you go through so many hard times and frustrations in baseball. And obviously cancer is a lot different than going through baseball struggles, but I think it's really helped me with my mentality and my spirits throughout all this. I think it's really prepared me well, and that started at Notre Dame when I was playing there. I think I grew up a lot and learned how to handle situations like this much better.
Sure. Now, as you mentioned, you had surgery quickly back up in Baltimore, but you also did it right as this COVID-19 pandemic was starting. So what was that experience like, being hospitalized and undergoing a surgery in the midst of all this?
It was strange. So they actually had canceled spring training and sent everybody home in the middle of my surgery. So I went into the surgery, everything was normal. And then I woke up, and after my family and girlfriend were in there and asked if I was okay, they told me that spring training had been temporarily canceled. And sure enough, now we're in limbo with the season. So it's really weird to see the world kind of stop when your own world stops a little bit. And I really wish that sports were still on and everybody was still playing. And I think everybody else does too. But obviously there's much more important things going on right now, and they'll come back whenever it's safe. But I think all the leagues are doing great with precautions right now and not really doing much.
Oh, we certainly miss it. As far as you're concerned, I know you're undergoing chemotherapy treatments right now. And again, doing this and being hospitalized in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. So how are you getting through that whole process and the danger associated with it?
Yeah, it's a little strange. I always have to make sure I have my mask on whenever I leave the house. I try not to leave the house at all. But you go to your chemotherapy treatments by yourself. Nobody's allowed in with you, and that's how it should be. Obviously, hospitals are a high-risk spot to be, and you don't want to bring any more people in and put them at risk, and everybody in the hospital at risk too. So, I think everybody's doing such a good job with that and taking precautions of limiting the amount of people in there. So I just pass the time. The Last Dance has been airing every week, so I watch that on Monday during my treatments, and it makes it go by pretty quickly. So I've been watching that and just kind of entertaining myself in there whenever I'm getting the infusion.
Yeah, you and the rest of America right now. Thank goodness for the 90s Bulls. How have the Orioles and your teammates rallied around you during this experience?
They've been incredible. I had to break the news to them right before I flew up to Baltimore to get the surgery, and that was really tough. It was really unexpected, and at that point, all of our biggest worry and worry in the world was facing Gerrit Cole on opening day. I've said that a couple times, and then whenever you get news that you have cancer, that all kind of goes out the window. So my teammates have rallied around me, and from the second that I told them what was going on, and they've been incredible throughout all this, and I can't wait to see them all again. Even though I'm probably not going to be playing this year, I'm excited if baseball does come back to see all of them and go visit them in the clubhouse and be at some games.
Yeah, for the Notre Dame family watching today that doesn't know your story, maybe all the way through, Trey homered in his first big league game. He homered in his second big league start. He then homered in his third big league start. I don't want to put 3 homers in 3 days on you, but when we do see you back on the diamond, hopefully sooner than later, can we get a home run for the Notre Dame family, Trey?
Oh, yeah, that would be really nice. I think it would maybe be more special than even homering in my first game was. So, fingers crossed. Just getting a hit would be nice, though, too. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm excited to be back whenever that is.
We look forward to seeing you back, but we also wish you the best of luck and Godspeed as you continue to fight the cancer here and with your treatment. So thank you for taking some time today to join us on The Fight.
Oh, yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on.
All right, again, that's Trey Mancini of the Baltimore Orioles, and we will be right back with a recent alum working in the emergency room front lines in the Seattle area. And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Pete Byrne. Joining us now is Charlie Rutherford. He's a 2018 Notre Dame alum from the Seattle area and a pre-med emergency room technician in one of the earliest coronavirus hotspots in the United States. Charlie, welcome to The Fight today.
Thanks, Pete. I'm really excited to be here.
We're certainly excited to have you. I understand you started working in the emergency room at the beginning of this year, and then Washington State just weeks afterwards becomes probably the earliest coronavirus hotspot in this country. So you really had to hit the ground running. I'm curious if you would share that experience with us.
Yeah, so it was actually really interesting. Coronavirus really hit us like late February, early March, and I started working in the ER in late December. I was actually, in my opinion, really fortunate because the winter tends to be a really busy time in the emergency room. So I got exposed to a lot of stuff really quickly in a lot of my shifts. And the people I work with are amazing, like the best team I could work with. So every time I had a problem, they would just, step up and help me out. Any question I had, they would be happy to answer. So by the time March came around, I was fully up and running, luckily. And then March 10th, we had a choir meeting in our community where 45 of the 60 people who attended got coronavirus, and it was mostly an older population. So I was very, very lucky that by that time I was up and running and ready to work.
So what are some of the adaptations that you've had to make in your ER to deal with the onslaught of patients you have?
Yeah, what was really interesting is because Washington was hit faster and earlier than most of the other places in the United States, we didn't really know what we needed to do. So every shift we were changing, but it all ended up, we were working to conserve PPE and reduce the amount of people exposed. So I would change out of my scrubs in the driveway before I got home to prevent getting my family and the people I live with sick. We would avoid going in and out of rooms frequently, and we split the ER in half, kind of like a COVID side over on one side and then like the non-COVID side on the other side. The biggest change we had was the way we run what's called a coding patient, like a patient who's deteriorating really rapidly. Previously, we'd have 10 or 15 people in those rooms, but now we run that as a skeleton crew, just maybe 5 or 10 people. And it means that everyone in that room really needs to know what they're doing and be really on their game.
Charlie, how would you say your Notre Dame experience has informed the way you're working now in the medical environment?
I think I was an RA in St. Edward's Hall, and being an RA, you really need to learn how to communicate and adapt. And those lessons are just, incredibly crucial right now. I learned so much being an RA about that, and I'm just so happy that I learned it at the time. I also took quite a few classes with Dr. Vachon in the pre-med department about compassionate care in medicine, and it's really helped me focus on helping the whole person.
And I know that people are scared right now, and they're scared to get sick. What's something that you think people need to understand about going to the emergency room right now?
I think the most crucial thing is the ER is still open and really willing and ready to help people who need medical care. So if you're sick, go into the emergency room if you need it. Avoiding and delaying medical care has been a huge problem during all of this, especially in the places that are harder hit, where people they're waiting to go get care for like a heart attack that really they can't afford to wait for. So the ERs are all split up so you stay separate from COVID and patients. And if you're feeling really sick, go in and get that help that you need.
All right. Well, Charlie, I want to thank you for joining us today on The Fight, and we certainly wish you the best of luck out there in Washington and working on the front lines. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and go Irish.
Go Irish. And right now, let's go to Kim Borza for an update on gifts so far to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. Kim?
Awesome. Thanks so much, Pete. It's awesome to be here with everybody today. We've had an incredible start to the broadcast, and I just want to make sure you are up to date on how we are tracking towards our goal of raising $7.8 million today. And as a reminder, we are trying to raise funding for projected financial aid packages for 178 students here at Notre Dame. So let's take a look at how much we've raised so far. So far, our total is at $51,737,000. That's incredible. Thank you all so much for your contributions. This is a great start towards our goal of $7.8 million. Earlier today, we heard from the director of the Ann Bryce Scholars Program. The Ann Bryce Scholars Program does incredible work for our students here at Notre Dame. And we actually just received a note from one of our Ann Bryce scholars expressing some of his thanks. This comes from Hilton Rodriguez from Alumni Hall. Hilton says, "Thank you to the Ann Bryce Scholars Program. I was not only able to be flown back home after spring break, but I was able to get groceries delivered to my house, which has really helped me and my family. The first week back home was by far the hardest, as I found myself with all this new free time I wasn't able to spend in La Fun, running by the grotto, or doing any of the other Notre Dame things I've always taken for granted. Since that first week, I've been really focusing on acing my classes because I have had more time than ever to dedicate to class. I'm just taking everything day by day and waiting until I can hug my friends again and never let go." That last line really hit me hard because it shows what this broadcast is all about. It's about raising funds for 178 students to come and experience the Notre Dame that Hilton knows. Now, let's watch this virtual performance of Lead Me, Guide Me by the Notre Dame Folk Choir.
in the paths of righteousness. Be my aid when Satan and sin they oppress. I am putting all my trust in thee. Lead me, oh Lord, lead me. Oh, lead me, yeah, and guide me along the way. For if you lead me, Lord, I will stray. So let me each and every day. Lead me. Guide my hand, Lord, along the way. Oh, Lord, lead me. Don't let me go.
Guide my feet, show me the way. Lead me.
Nobody can do it but you, Lord. So take my hand. One more time, lead me. For you are the one who lights my pathway.
Notre Dame Game Day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to The Fight, a day dedicated to showing how the Notre Dame family is fighting on in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. I'm Tricia Sloma, and to those local to South Bend, you just might recognize me as the co-anchor of WNDU's 16 Morning News. Though I didn't go to Notre Dame, I have felt at home at the university community ever since I arrived at WNDU in 1993. It's truly inspiring to be a part of a local community so committed to helping and serving others, which is what Notre Dame is all about. And that's what today's broadcast, The Fight, is all about. During the next 7 hours, you'll meet Notre Dame graduates who are fighting in hospitals on the front lines of this pandemic, as well as faculty researchers working to understand the virus and its effects. You'll hear from university leaders about how campus is working to serve students miles and miles away, and you'll learn about how the needs of Notre Dame students have increased in this uncertain time. The Student Emergency Relief Fund was created to address these needs, to give enhanced aid to families suffering unexpected financial strain due to COVID-19. As we witness Notre Dame's impact throughout the day, we are raising money that will help these students remain at Notre Dame. Our goal is a big one, to raise $7.8 million, a total which would fund the average financial aid package for 178 Notre Dame students for the next academic year. Why 178? Well, it represents the number of years the university has been in existence. If you are able, please join us by scrolling down on the screen that you're watching right now. Below the video, you're going to see a link that allows you to give to students in need as well as to fund COVID-related research happening here at the university. Now, all day, we have story after story for you to look forward to, from Fighting Irish coaches Mike Bray and Niall Ivey to COVID-19 survivors, to Notre Dame alums Ann Thompson and Terry Hanratty. There's no shortage of perspective and insight. And in the 9 o'clock hour, we are going to experience a Notre Dame celebrity Zoom chat for the ages and even get a special message from country music superstars Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. But let's talk about this hour, shall we? Coming up, we are going to get a campus update from University President John Jenkins. We'll see Notre Dame's worldwide impact as we travel to speak with a doctor serving in Ireland and the head of Notre Dame's Global Gateway in Rome. And right after this break, we are going to meet a faculty member doing research about COVID-19. Don't go anywhere because you won't want to miss a minute.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and convictions can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Tricia Sloma. Joining us now is Paul Bohn, the Arthur J. Schmidt Professor of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering, a professor of chemistry and biochemistry, and director of Notre Dame's Advanced Diagnostics and Therapeutics Research Initiative, or AD&T. Professor, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Paul, tell us a little bit about what AD&T is.
Well, the D is diagnostics, and we all go to the CNN website or wherever we get our news, and we read about the test, we read about the problems that we have with getting adequate testing, with developing appropriate drugs and vaccines even to help fight this pandemic. So diagnostics and therapeutics live right in the testing, vaccines, and drug world that are so important right now.
So very important.
We are roughly 200 researchers who have gathered together on campus, and what we try to do is to develop tools that will allow researchers to bring new ideas to address these diseases that are so ravaging our population today.
Well, Paul, with everything that's been going on lately, we're sure glad to have teams like AD&T at work combating the disease. So what is AD&T and Notre Dame's unique role in the pandemic?
Well, normally we really focus on three things. Number one, we try to identify the researchers who have the best new ideas and give them the tools that they need in order to put their ideas into practice. Number two, we try to identify the best new researchers, that is the students who are coming up through our programs, and by developing fellowships and internships, give them the capacity to go out and pursue their ideas free of constraints. And then finally, it's very important for us not to just be academics in the laboratory, but to take our successes in the laboratory and move them out into the broader world. So we work really hard with our students and faculty to facilitate the translation of ideas from the laboratory out into the hospitals, the pharmaceutical companies, even into the homes for point of care and point of use testing and therapies.
Well, how is diagnostics and therapeutics research different at a place like Notre Dame? Notre Dame doesn't have its own medical school.
You know, you're right about that, and there's tremendous advantages to having a medical school, of course. But not having a medical school actually frees us up to do some things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So, for example, we're able to form partnerships with medical communities across the country, even across the world, free of on-campus associations. And we also are able to develop our own identity. And this has been important, for example, in our pivot to respond to COVID-19, because we've been able to take researchers like, for example, Kyle Bibby and Alex Perkins, who are doing surveillance type assays to look at the entire response of the entire community to the virus, and then to give them the tools that they need, as well as people like Matt Champion, who work on the detailed chemistry of the testing that's being done, and even our new colleague, No Sang Myung, who's coming in and he's developing self-disinfecting masks. So you don't have to actually go and clean your mask. It will actually clean itself as it's being used. So the fact that we're not associated with the medical schools means that we can pursue ideas across a broad spectrum, and we can be very nimble in changing our research priorities in order to address the problems of the day, such as the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes the COVID-19 disease.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Professor, and for your dedicated research. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right, don't go anywhere, because after this quick break, we're going to take a trip to Ireland to speak with a doctor who's making a difference.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Tricia Sloma. Now with us live, all the way from Dublin, Ireland, is Dr. Sam Gray, a Naughton Fellow in the Esteem program at Notre Dame. Sam, welcome to The Fight.
Hi, Tricia. Thanks very much for having me.
Okay, what time is it there?
At the moment here, it is 8:10.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I understand you changed your post-graduation plans to go home to Ireland and volunteer in the local hospitals there. Talk about a sacrifice. Can you share a little bit more about your plans and why you decided to change them?
Yeah, well, I returned home to my former employees at University Hospital Limerick and joined the intensive care team as part of the Department of Anaesthesia and Critical Care. So I'm a senior house officer. It basically means like a junior resident. And I had previously practiced in the hospital, so it was an easy enough environment to come back to, and it was familiar. When the crisis started to hit Italy, I think I was in California with my peers on the Esteem program of Notre Dame, and then I suppose it became kind of profoundly clear to me that I wanted to return and to help out in any way that I could on the ground. I think like Ireland before the crisis had one of the lowest ICU beds per population in Western Europe. And so they've incredibly expanded capacity since this began, but it really seemed like something important to me to do. So.
Oh, I bet. Well, what has the environment been like serving on the front lines there in Ireland?
Yeah, look, I've been very lucky, and I think a lot of my colleagues would feel the same way. We've got a huge amount to thank the Irish public for, to be honest. Like the government acted fast, and the Irish public really embraced the lockdown measures and the social distancing measures and endeavoured to flatten the curve wherever possible, which allowed us to, I suppose, to keep things at a just about manageable level. And I've been very lucky personally as well, because as I said, I came back to this team of really, really passionate and dedicated anaesthetists who made my learning curve, which genuinely now my learning curve was very steep because I am very junior in the hospital. So it really made it that bit less steep. And as a result, it's been challenging and the system is stretched, of course it is, but we've been lucky because the whole Irish community has banded in. It's not just, hospitals, it's the public as well. And everybody from keeping supply chains open to groceries, rock stars and the public have all been banding together to help the effort. So it's really been quite something to see.
Well, Dr. Gray, can we get personal now? How has this impacted you? Is there a most memorable moment so far?
Yeah. I mean, look, I've had good days and I've had bad days, and I've had to learn a lot in a really small period of time, and that learning curve has been steep. But I suppose as to how it's impacted me, I mean, like jeepers, like I've looked around and I mean, I see peers here in Ireland who are collaborating with senior clinician leaders in London, in New York, in Rome on a nightly basis. Like some of the leaders in my hospital are working 24/7 and with no real thought for time or burnout or overcommitment. And I know that the situation is absolutely the same across the world. So in terms of a personal impact, I suppose it's quite profound seeing communities banding together, not just in the hospital, but across the country and indeed across the world. Like my peers in the Esteem program have now gone home to their respective homes across the US and across the world indeed. And since I've left and since they've left, they've set up initiatives to raise money. They've set up initiatives to have young and less vulnerable members of the community support elderly, more vulnerable members. So there's been an absolute extraordinary effort across the board for people to really just chip in as part of a big community. I mean, no more than this initiative. I must say, it's a pleasure to be on, and the significance of this cause is just something that strikes me as really profound and really important. A number of my peers have experienced increased financial aid needs as a result of this, and of course, I think we should all spare a massive thought for the increased mental health needs that are arising over the course of this crisis and the lockdown. And so I would absolutely urge anybody listening who's in a position to help out with this cause to do so. I certainly will be counting it a privilege to do so.
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Gray, thank you so much for joining us today. You have our prayers as well. Thank you for all that you're doing to serve your community over there in Ireland. We appreciate you.
Not at all. Thank you very much for having me. Take care,
Thank you. Take care. And staying with that Irish theme, let's go to a special performance from Chloe Agnew.
Ever since I was young, I've been told never forget where you come from. But ever since I've grown older, I've realized that I found myself moving on. But there's still one thing I know. There's only one place that I can call home. Ireland, where my heart will always be. When life gets busy, I sometimes forget the beauty of all that you are. When I return, I realize what I've missed, 'cause it's the one place on earth that heaven has kissed. And there's still one thing I know. There's only one place that I can call home. Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. But I reminisce on your emerald green. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Oh, Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. Whether I stay or whether I leave, it's Ireland, where my heart will always be. La di da da di da da di da da, la da di da da di da, la di da da di da da di da da, la da di da da di da da. And there's still one thing I know. There's only one place that I can call home. Oh, Ireland, there's no one like you. on your emerald green. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Oh, Ireland, there's no one like you. Ireland, I love you, I do. Whether I stay or whether I leave, it's Ireland. It's in Ireland. It's in Ireland where my heart will always be. La da dee da da dee da. La dee da da dee da da dee da da. La da dee da da dee da. Sing with me. La dee da da dee da da dee da da. La da dee da da dee da. La dee da da dee da da dee da da. La da dee da da dee da da.
Oh, what a beautiful performance, and thank you to Chloe for always keeping Notre Dame in her heart. Joining us now on set today, Jonathan Ratartha, the Director of Residential Life and Housing Operations. Good to see you, Jonathan.
Hi, Tricia. Always good to see you.
Well, I know that you pulled off something unbelievable. You led a team of volunteers who did something rather remarkable just a few weeks ago. Why don't you explain?
Well, we shut down our residence halls while the students were on spring break, which was a pretty remarkable decision, unprecedented in university history. And we quickly knew that the students were going to have to move to an online learning component for at least the next several weeks after spring break ended. Problem with that is that they're halfway through the semester already. They have textbooks and notebooks that, let's assume they did not bring with them on spring break, that they would need to complete those courses effectively. And so there was an immediate recognition that we would have to figure out some way in residential life to allow students to request those textbooks, those notebooks, those binders that they needed to be successful in their courses.
So what did you do next? Because this had to be a Herculean effort.
It was a little terrifying at first, but there was no hesitation. Our Vice President of Student Affairs, Aaron Hoffman Harding, our Associate Vice President for Residential Life, Heather Riccozzi Russell, did not hesitate in coming to our team and saying, guys, I don't know how we're going to do this, but we got to figure it out. So I went to two outstanding folks on my team, Kim Kolk, who's been with us for a number of years, and Leah Kaczynski, who actually had only been with us for a few weeks. And I said, I don't know how we're going to do this, but figure it out. And overnight, we had an intake form out to all students. We gave them about a week to let us know what they needed and to describe as best as they could, where is it in your room?
Second shelf, third book to the left.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
That's exactly right. And we figured out a plan to recruit a number of volunteers to actually go in and fetch those materials. And
how many students are we talking about here? How many filled out a form?
Yes, we had 1,700 students fill out a form.
Oh, my goodness.
We had, and that for multiple items. So it could be, we had about 1,300 textbooks. We had another 1,000 binders, 250 laptops and calculators, 15 retainers. Someday there'll be
I was going to say some unusual requests too, I'm sure.
Someday there'll be a top 10 list of strangest things that we got. Pictures, photos of students' dogs that they really needed us to put in the box for them. So we did our best. We couldn't send everything, but we definitely tried our best to get as many of those essential materials to them as possible.
Okay, so we're talking 31 residence halls, right?
Yep.
How can you make this happen? You have to have the volunteers, so you put teams in each dorm? What are you talking about here?
Yeah, so it was a team effort from across the university. Everybody moved immediately to knew that we had to do this in just a matter of days. And so so Carol Mullaney and her planning and logistics team with the Emergency Operations Center worked to get thousands of boxes, thousands of rolls of tape, bubble wrap into each of the residence halls so that those are ready to go. Our housing operations team printed out packing slips for each box in duplicate that were distributed to all the residence halls. Wow. We sent in teams of 2 from volunteers from all over campus, and we had our rectors obviously played such a huge part, unlocking the doors, helping to organize some of these teams in each of the buildings. It was a remarkable effort, one of those special Notre Dame moments.
Okay, how long did it take to complete the task, and are you done yet?
Well, that was the fear. Was we gave people a week to fill out the form,
right?
Which then gave us about 5 days to actually do the work and get it in 2-day mail in time for classes to start the following week. And so I said to all of our rectors and our residential life team, I said, guys, if we can get this done somehow by Friday afternoon, I'll buy everyone in the sound of my voice a steak dinner. And they got it done in 6 hours.
You're kidding
Yep,
me.
we had over 100 volunteers from around campus, many who were in the buildings every day, maintenance, building services staff, but others too that some had never even been in a residence hall, residential life staff, university relations staff. Dolly Duffy was in there packing boxes, which we're so
Dolly.
grateful for. It was amazing.
Okay, that's huge because I can't even, no one can pay me to go into my daughter's room when it's an absolute mess, so I can't imagine. Jonathan, thank you. Thank you to the volunteers for all that they've done to help keep the students learning here at Notre Dame and beyond.
Thank you, Tricia. Thanks for helping us with the fight.
All right, and now let's go to Ellen Roof for a quick update on how much we've raised so far. How's it looking out there, Ellen?
Thanks, Tricia. It's looking pretty great so far. We continue to be humbled and inspired by the generosity of the ND family. A quick look at our giving totals shows that the total right now is an incredible $133,000. This translates to 3 students' financial aid packages, a great start, but as we know, we are just at the beginning of our goal to fund 178 student financial aid packages. Thank you to everyone who is contributing what they can. I wanted to give a few shout outs to just a few people who have been giving in the hour. Chris, a 95 alum, Peter, an ND parent, and Laura, another ND parent. Thank you so much. Remember, every single gift matters. 1% of doctors in the country are Notre Dame alumni. What a powerful thing that you can give back today and help fund this next generation of doctors. And remember, with a gift of $50 or more, you can have the chance to purchase this sweatshirt, which Garth Brooks himself debuted last night on social media. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll have another update towards the end of the hour. Now back to Tricia with our next guest. Tricia?
Thank you, Ellen. And right now, let's take a trip to Rome, where we are joined now by the Executive Director of Notre Dame's Rome Global Gateway, Sylvia Dall'Olio. Hi, Sylvia. Welcome to The Fight.
Hello, Tricia. Thank you.
You know, Rome was the first study abroad program at the university to witness and respond to what's become a global pandemic. So what was it like watching this unfold firsthand?
Yeah, so in the north of Italy, the situation was already quite concerning in mid-February, but Rome is in the central part of Italy. And back then, we were not hit as hard. However, we were monitoring the situation in the north very closely. And, as travel through Italy was still possible and wasn't clear, there was a lot of uncertainty as to if and how and with what impact the emergency will reach the rest of Italy, including Rome.
Well, as the first study abroad program to shut down, Rome served as an example for other Notre Dame locations around the world. So tell us about the process of bringing those students home safely.
Yes, the process was very fast and remarkably effective if you consider that it all happened in a little over a week. So I called together the Rome Incident Response Team and started having meetings twice a day with the campus already activated Emergency Operations Center. So a group of people from all divisions, essentially, that were concerned and involved in this crisis. And so over the course of the week, as we were monitoring the spread of the number of cases through Italy, we're also building various scenarios of possible responses and identify thresholds, essentially, that would trigger the decision to pull the students out. So by the end of the week, when the Center for Disease Control raised the travel health notice level to level 3 for Italy, which means avoid the necessary travel, the decision had to be made. At that point, however, over the course of the week, we had already had 2 meetings with staff, faculty, and students. And so when this decision was made, it came to no surprise. Still, it was a difficult decision to make and probably a difficult decision to accept, but it was not unexpected. By that point, all hands were on deck, both here in Rome and with the Emergency Operations Center on campus. We repatriated 106 students in less than 36 hours.
Wow.
This would have not been possible, I know, without the extraordinary dedication preparedness, intelligence, and goodwill, certainly of excellent colleagues both here and on campus.
Such a huge responsibility, Sylvia. What was the next step for you after the students returned home?
Well, students return home on March 1st. In the next 2 weeks, all schools and universities were closed across Italy, and the whole country went into lockdown. So one first responsibility was certainly that of ensuring the safety of our personnel at the gateway. So we essentially moved into initially a rotation system, and then we had to transition to working from home. Then a second large concern I had to do with academic continuity for students, because when they left Rome, they were just in the middle of the academic semester. So departments and colleges on campus were, of course, of great support, but here in Rome, we also had to transition all the courses that were taught at the Gateway into online teaching and to work with 7 other institutions, both Italian and Pontifical, so Vatican institutions where our students were taking classes to make sure that they could continue doing so once they return. I think I'm very happy to say that we were successful in doing this in the large majority of cases, which I think is a great witness to the strong and trustful relationship that we built here in Rome over the years.
Oh, it's an incredible relationship. Sylvia, thank you so much for being with us today and for working so hard to keep our students safe. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, and after this break, we're going to hear from Notre Dame's Director of Admissions about the ways this pandemic is impacting incoming students. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Tricia Sloma. The current crisis is having an impact on all Notre Dame students, including those who haven't even arrived yet. To give us some insight about what those prospective students and their families are facing, we're joined now by Notre Dame's Director of Admissions, Christy Pratt. Good to see you, Christy.
Good to see you.
What does your team look for when they're looking for a student admitting them to Notre Dame?
So it's a balance of looking for those students that have high ability, but also have that desire to make the world a better place and really be a force for that social justice.
Well, their learning environments, though, in high school have changed significantly, and that has created another set of problems. How do you evaluate their applications?
So even though the students have been thrust into a completely new environment with having all of their classes be online, they are still obtaining grades with pass and fail. So we're still going to be evaluating those, even with our students that are continuing to come in as first years, but also those that are going to be coming in for the future year. So we'll still be using those same evaluations.
Give us a snapshot of the freshman class. What's the makeup?
So we are going to have another outstanding class. We continue to have a great national presence that's represented in our class, also along with international students. And we are continuing to enroll even more high ability, low income students and meeting 100% of their demonstrated need, and also have a great representation of our middle class students as well.
SATs, ACTs, boy, some schools are saying don't even need them. What does Notre Dame say?
So we're continuing to evaluate that, where it is in our process. And that's actually a question that we've been having prior to the pandemic. pandemic, because each year, and including this year, we are relying on it less and less, and allowing the students' work in the classroom and what they're doing outside of the classroom to really show what they're going to be doing here and utilizing the opportunities that we offer here at Notre Dame.
You're still getting incredible kids for sure. All right, what concerns do you have about the impact of the pandemic and the economic impact and what that's doing for the families of those students?
You know, the thing that we are most saddened about is that this incoming class was really robbed of so many opportunities for the spring. They lost out on the ability to come to Notre Dame, for a majority of them to visit. They lost out on their high school proms, their senior sports, their high school musicals, all of that, and including their high school graduation. But what we're really excited about is to help them continue to be excited about coming to Notre Dame and starting their journey with us. And we're going to be here to support them and really welcome them.
And make it an incredible journey. They're in for something special.
Absolutely.
Christy, thank you again for all that you do for these students as they come into Notre Dame. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, after this quick break, we'll be back with a doctor who's serving on the front line, so don't go anywhere.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Tricia Sloma. Joining us now from Vienna, Virginia is Dr. Richard Neville, the Associate Director of the Inova Heart and Vascular Institute and Vice Chair in the Department of Surgery. A graduate of Notre Dame's class of 1979, Dr. Neville is an international and international lecturer who has published over 100 manuscripts. Dr. Neville, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you, Tricia. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. What has your work looked like during this pandemic, and are you still performing surgeries?
We are, Tricia, but I tell you, I've not come across anything like this in 30 years practicing medicine. It's really quite unique and quite different. So, you know, our healthcare system has really revamped and retooled itself to be ready for the crisis, and it's affected what we do in the operating room. But, you know, one thing we really couldn't allow to happen would be to forget the care of our patients who needed cardiovascular care as well. So we've tried to maintain the care of the patients that need this urgent cardiovascular care, as well as getting ready for the patients to address this crisis.
What have been some sources of comfort for you?
That's a good question. Well, of course, you have to start off with family. So my family still does let me come home. I've been going into the hospital every day, but my wife makes sure that I change my scrubs and wash my hands and jump in the shower as soon as I get home. Because we do have grandchildren. Actually, we've had 2 daughters that went to Notre Dame and a son. And of course, the 2 daughters that went to Notre Dame won't let me touch the grandchildren until I'm appropriately sterilized. But so obviously family is a source of comfort. You know, Tricia, colleagues have been a source of comfort, you know, as we banded together to address the crisis. And the nursing staff, I got to tell you, you know, my wife is a nurse, and there's nothing better in the world than nurses. They have just stepped up. They are taking care of these patients. They volunteer. They're on the front lines. The nursing staff has just been an inspiration. And the community's been an inspiration. You know, the community has really rallied around the hospital and around the effort. We had one of the baseball players of the Nationals donate quite a bit of money to the effort. And the community's really stepped up. And then I got to tell you, Tricia, that, you know, Notre Dame has been a source of comfort. So
and that's what I wanted to know, is the Notre Dame family pitched in, done anything special to help you during these unprecedented times?
They have. I really enjoyed the Faith ND website. So we do read that, my wife and I, and try to get the kids to read it. But it has been a source of comfort. That's really been a nice thing. We try to tune into Mass on Sundays to maintain that connection. So, yeah, I think, you know, a spiritual base and a spiritual approach as you address crises like this have been important, because you can get bogged up in the anxiety, and people can get anxious, and they're working so hard, and it's such a source of tension and such stress that, you know, a spiritual approach to the whole thing is very important. And then finally, I can't forget that my escape is to read about the football team and the recruiting efforts and the football news. I also read the basketball, so don't let Coach Bray get too upset that I'm just reading about football. But football is my first love, so I read all the things I can get. That's my escape at night. I come home and read as much about the ND football program as I can.
Well, Dr. Neville, thank you for being with us. Thank you for what you're doing every single day, and thanks for sharing your insights with us.
Tricia, one more quick thing. In regards to the effort today, I just would like to say that support and philanthropic support is
absolutely
critical right now. And I'll tell you why, because so many of our resources are being reallocated to the crisis and to areas where we haven't reallocated them before. So research and education are just so critically dependent now on philanthropy, and we can't let the research and the education go. That's the legacy to our trainees. So it's such an important thing now more than ever. And that's, one of the points I make to some of our donors. Now, if you ever were going to, now's the time. Now is when we need your help.
Dr. Neville, thank you so much. An impassioned plea. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, now get ready to enjoy this virtual performance from the Notre Dame Children's Choir. Take it away. What a beautiful performance. Well, we are so pleased to be joined now in the studio by the university's president, Father John Jenkins. Father Jenkins, thank you so much for being here today, and welcome to The Fight.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here with you, Tricia, and thank you for doing this for us. We really appreciate your presence and helping us with this important endeavor.
So happy to be here. Now, you have served as president of the University of Notre Dame for 38 years now, 15 years now.
Yeah.
I've got to imagine, though, the past few months have felt like all of those years and maybe more. What's it been like for you and your leadership team?
Well, it's certainly challenging. There's no doubt about that. But we have a great team, and no one works to 9 to 5. Everyone does what's necessary, and it's great to be on a team like that. And they'll just go and do what's necessary. So that's been great. And whenever things get tough, and I worry about everything, I remember that Father Soren had to go through a cholera epidemic. The university burnt down.
Yeah.
He had constant financial problems. So I think I have it pretty easy by comparison.
Taking a moment to think about the past does help a bit here, doesn't it? Okay, with difficult decision after difficult decision that had to be made in the past couple of months, what's given you comfort? What's given you guidance?
Well, I'd have to say that Notre Dame's a wonderful place to be at, to find spiritual sustenance. And the grotto and St. Mary's Lake there, what a peaceful place. And I've gone down there, said a prayer, and, you know, it's just so rejuvenating, so strengthening, and it brings you back to the center. So that's been a tremendous strength. And my colleagues have been great, and everyone in the Notre Dame family has just pitched in and done what's necessary.
There's so many kids we got to worry about,
Well,
and
that's
their
right.
families, and so
Yes.
much to go on.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it's been a couple of months now since the decision was made to send those students home.
Mhm.
This place is pretty quiet around here, Father. In the midst of so much change, what have you learned? What have you learned about your team? What have you learned about those resilient students and the university?
Well, the whole university, and I will say this is wonderful. Everybody has done what's needed to be done. Our faculty, our students, my leadership team, everybody just pitches in and has done what needs to be done. So that's great. It's great to see, and it's a great learning. I think the second thing I say is online learning is wonderful. It's tremendous. Our students miss this campus. I mean, I hear from them all the time that they would so rather be back here, so rather be back with their teachers and their classmates. And so that's what I've learned. And thirdly, we miss them. This is not a beautiful campus, but it just doesn't have the excitement without those
There's
students.
a lot of spirit here, but there's a whole lot more when the kids are
Oh,
here.
you're not kidding. I mean, it is so, and again, it's lovely, but you miss those kids.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
looking ahead, what is needed to open the campus in the fall? And do you believe that you'll be in the position to make a decision soon?
Well, you're in the news industry, so you're trying to get an answer out of me, and I'm gonna fudge
right
a bit.
here, put it right here.
I think we'll be able to say something in the next few days. I
Okay,
think we'll have a
yeah.
communication about the fall. We can't be sure. You know, there could be an outbreak. There could be some other changes, but I feel we're going to work hard to get Notre Dame back to work as it should be, to educate those students, to continue the research of our faculty. So we're going to work very hard, and we're going to be intent on that. So people will hear something in the next few days, but I'm hopeful. I really am hopeful that we're going to get back to work.
And we can do it. Look what was
Yes.
done in a matter of just a few short weeks, how much was adjusted and
Yeah,
moved and
yeah.
changed.
Yeah.
It can happen. Notre Dame is just one of a small number of colleges and universities that are committed to meeting the full financial need of the students. So we know that Notre Dame, students and their families have been caught up in a horrible economic downturn. So how important is this, what we're doing today, and what can be done in the future?
You know, our number one priority is to make sure that no student is unable to complete their education because of this economic downturn. It is the worst in a century, I think it's fair to say, with unemployment, many of the indicators, maybe even worse than the Depression. But nevertheless, we are going to do everything we can to help our students complete their degree and to help our incoming students complete their degree, because there's one thing we can't afford: not to have educated leaders for the future.
Absolutely.
And so now more than ever, we need to educate these young people so they can lead us through the challenges of the current and the present. And the
This
future.
is their moment.
It is.
This is their moment. And you have that unique opportunity to prepare them
Yeah.
for this uncertain future. But my goodness, there's no better place than right here at Notre Dame.
Absolutely.
Father, before you go, can I ask for a blessing for this project, for the fight, for all the Notre Dame family that's watching here today?
I will be happy to
Wonderful.
bless you and to bless all our audience here. So let's pray. Lord God, in this time of uncertainty, give us faith. In this time of fear, give us courage. In this time when we're separated from one another, help us to feel the presence of this community and our solidarity with one another. May Our Lady of Notre Dame bless us all, protect us all, and pray for us all. And may Almighty God bless you. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And may God bless you, Father.
Thank you very much.
For your
And
time
again,
today.
thank
It's
you
been
for
such a
helping
treat.
us. It's great talking to you.
Good to see you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks very
And
much.
in the tough decisions you've got to make here in the few weeks ahead. Fall will be here before you know it.
Keep me in your prayers, everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Father. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, after this break, we're going to speak with the Dean of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business, so stick around. We'll be right back.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Tricia Sloma, and we are now joined by Martin Kremers, the Martin J. Gillen Dean of the Mendoza College of Business, to get some insight on the changing needs of Notre Dame's business students. So, Dean Kremers, welcome to The Fight.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Good to see you. So, Dean Kremers, what kind of increased needs do Mendoza undergrads have, and how can the Student Emergency Relief Fund help them?
Well, many families of Notre Dame students will need increased financial aid, including many business majors. At Mendoza, we are now serving more students from across campus than ever through increased access to business courses and through starting a number of minors open to non-business majors. Financial aid is critical, both for the Mendoza College of Business and for the university more broadly, to make our education available and to attract highly talented students.
Well, can you also talk a moment about those graduate business students? How are their needs different from those of the undergraduates? And what kind of fellowship needs does Mendoza have?
Sure. We're hearing the same from our graduate business students, including MBAs and many other programs like our Masters of Business Analytics, of Management, of Nonprofit Administration, and of Accountancy. Their families also have greatly increased financial aid needs. We try to meet those needs, and the quickest way to help us meet that increasing need is through support of the John Cardinal O'Hara Society. My top 3 priorities for the John Cardinal O'Hara Society for next year are financial aid, and financial aid.
Can you share any stories or maybe insight about how Mendoza students have been coping with the new learning reality?
Yeah, so our students have shown remarkable resilience during these challenging times, where their lives has been so very much disrupted. I think that in general, our students have remained quite engaged and with a very positive attitude. Maybe can share one particular story of a faculty going the extra mile. This is management professor Chet Harms. He actually built an Hawaiian-style tiki hut in his basement to teach his course Foresight in Business Society. It's incredible. He wore a different Hawaiian shirt each episode. And with his tiki hut, he used a talk show type format to interview different guests each session. And this very creative approach has made learning at a difficult time more fun and engaging for the students. It's very well received. And it's just one example of how our faculty have really stepped up to deliver a positive educational experience.
I want to be in his class. I really do. All right. What kinds of interactions have you had that give you hope during this time?
Well, we have, as a university community, we've really pulled together over the last few months. Also at Mendoza, we've done an amazing job, I think. Congratulate our faculty and staff of responding to our circumstances. It's been very difficult and challenging. But nonetheless, I cannot say enough about how resilient and supportive the faculty and staff and the students have been. We are a strong community, and this adversity has brought out the best out of our strong community. People have been very willing to help each other and be connected, even if from a physical distance.
Well, incredible. And Dean Kremers, after hearing about the tiki hut, I'm a little disappointed that you kind of have a boring background there behind you. But anyway, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, let's send it over to Brian Diss for a quick update on our giving. Brian, how's it looking?
All right, Tricia, thanks so much. Let's put the totals up right now and see where we are. Check the numbers. $297,581. We have doubled how much we have raised in the last 30 minutes. That's incredible. That will fund the financial aid package for 6 students. Truly incredible. Thank you all who have given. I understand, based on the calls and emails that we've been getting, that the sweatshirt I am wearing is trending, and lots of questions about how can you get your hands on one of these limited edition Fight sweatshirts. All you have to do is make a gift of $50 or more to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, utilizing the gift right below, utilizing the form right below, and we'll get to that order information soon. Back to you, Tricia.
Incredible. All right, keep those numbers going, guys. Thank you, and thank you to everyone for your gifts so far. With us now, Notre Dame's Vice President and Associate Provost for Internationalization, Michael Pippinger. He has been leading an unprecedented transition for all of the university's international programs in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. So, Michael, welcome to The Fight.
Tricia, thanks so much for having me.
This has been incredible. I got to imagine your job has been pretty complex, to say the least, over the past few months. What was your initial reaction to what was happening abroad? I imagine your heart just sunk into your stomach. You had to bring back those students who were studying internationally. What was that like?
You do. It's a very hard decision to bring people back who have been studying and have been dreaming for a long time about being abroad and studying abroad and learning about other cultures and countries. So the decision was a difficult one, but we've been monitoring the health situation of the virus spreading around the world. And when it came time to act, we acted.
Oh, you would have to. How did the university coordinate this huge, massive project, basically bringing all these students home?
Well, when we realized that the virus was spreading to a point where we didn't feel it was sustainable to have our students remain abroad, we launched our entire global network into action. So we had people working from Israel to Italy to Ireland
calling
to China.
in favors right and left, right?
To Chile, everywhere calling in. We had great partners with Anthony Travel. Our colleagues here on campus through Student Affairs and through Health and Safety, we all worked together in the Emergency Operations Center to figure out how to bring our students home, and we brought over 476 students home within 4 days.
Really? That's huge.
A lot of late nights, early mornings, not a lot of sleep, and a lot of really flexible students and parents and
You would have
administrators.
to be. All right, what kind of challenges are these international students facing right now?
Well, right now, when students came back, we worked hard with their faculty and the colleges and schools around campus to make sure they could complete their semester. That was the most important thing. We also had to deal with all of our international students who were coming back from studying abroad or who were here who didn't have a place to go home to. So we worked to house them in the Morris Inn for the remainder of the semester and make sure that they were also safe and well.
I've got to ask you, pardon me, and this may be a little early to ask you this question, but what about study abroad this fall? Can we even talk about this yet?
We get asked this question all the time, and we're monitoring the situation. It's very challenging because the virus keeps changing in different ways, and different governments and different countries have different restrictions on self-quarantining and banning of travel. So we're monitoring all of that closely, and we hope to have a decision by the first week in June. That's our goal.
How does this change study abroad for the future? Because I got to imagine, after this crisis passes, you've already learned something from this, right?
We have. I think we have learned that we need to be flexible. We need to understand how complicated a global landscape is. We need to be agile about how we respond to crises, and we need to prepare our students and our faculty and staff so that we can all work together as the Notre Dame family to keep our students safe, but keep them pursuing their dreams.
Yeah, and keep those friends all around the world that you can call in an instant, right?
That's right.
Oh, Michael, thank you so much for what you're doing to keep those kids safe and getting them home and working in the future, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia.
All right, to close out this hour, let's listen in on a call that took place between a Notre Dame alum and a current Notre Dame student at Indy Listens. It's quite remarkable. And stay with us because there's so much more in store.
Hi, we're ND Listens. We're a group of students at Notre Dame, and we just wanted to, we heard you're in quite the battle right now, and we wanted to extend you some Notre Dame spirit.
Oh, thank you so much. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send a volley cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win over all, while her loyal sons are marching onward to victory.
Go Irish!
Go Irish!
We're thinking of you here on campus.
Absolutely. Sending prayers your way, sir.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So happy to do it. We'll be sure to light a candle for you at the grotto as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. We're so happy to do this. We really, our prayers are with you, and you really, you're an inspiration to us.
Oh, thank you so much. That means there's one other thing we could do. Standards like Bloomberg can fund a
Excuse me?
Can we do the alma mater?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Notre Dame, our mother, tender, strong, and true, proudly in the heavens gleams thy golden blue. Glory's mantle cloaks thee, golden is thy fame, and our hearts forever praise thee, Notre Dame, and our hearts forever love thee, Notre Dame. Well, thank you. That is glorious.
Absolutely. So happy to do it. And once again, we want to just say keep fighting and know that all the students in Notre Dame are thinking about you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, sir.
Wonderful surprise for him.
Excuse me?
This is a wonderful surprise for him.
Absolutely.
Very, very touched. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. We're so happy to do it.
I believe it.
Absolutely. Well, you have a great evening, ma'am. Go Irish.
Thank you. We already have. You've made it stupendous.
Absolutely. So happy to hear that.
Thank you to all of you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you won't hear me say this very much, but go Notre Dame.
Absolutely. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good evening.
You as well. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to The Fight, a show demonstrating how the Notre Dame family is fighting back against the effects of COVID-19 all over the country and around the world. I'm Alex Wilcox and I'm a member of the Notre Dame's class of 2016. After graduation, I spent 3 years at WNDU here in South Bend, most recently as sports director, and have since relocated to Ohio, covering local sports for BCSN in Toledo. Of course, I'll always consider Notre Dame home. Throughout the next 6 hours, you'll see how members of the Notre Dame community have stepped up to help fight COVID-19, whether they're doctors working on the front lines, volunteers serving their communities, or researchers looking for answers. The far-reaching consequences of the pandemic have affected every family and every institution, including the University of Notre Dame. We anticipate the financial aid needs of our students will be much greater than ever before. To help these students in need, we're raising money for the Student Emergency Relief Fund, created to give resources to students with unexpected financial hardship. We've set a bold goal. During this broadcast, we aim to raise enough money to fund the average financial aid package for 178 Notre Dame students for the next academic year. That total comes to $7.8 million, and we can do it if we all join the fight together. If you're watching right now, that means the link to give is right at your fingertips. Just scroll down on the website page and you can give to help students in need and to fund COVID-19 research that's happening right here at the university. There are many great stories to come in our broadcast, from the newest Fighting Irish coach Niall Ivey to NBC's Ann Thompson, and from the greatest Notre Dame celebrity Zoom chat of all time to a message from country music stars Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood in the show's 9 p.m. hour. You certainly won't want to miss a minute. In this hour, we'll head to Ecuador and to France and to see the international reach of the Notre Dame family. We'll hear from Jack Swarbrick about how new realities have affected Fighting Irish athletics. We'll check in with Mike Bray and get his thoughts on the current college basketball scene. And we'll head out to California to speak with the doctor who specializes in emergency medicine. But first, we'll hear from a Notre Dame business alum whose company has pivoted to manufacture protective equipment for frontlines workers. That and so much more is coming up after this quick break, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Alex Wilcox. When a New Jersey health executive needed help acquiring masks, our next guest immediately rose to the challenge, even though his company primarily manufactures patio furniture. 1989 Notre Dame grad Bill Wenzel's company, North Cape, has now transitioned to produce personal protective equipment for frontlines workers. Bill, welcome to The Fight.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having me. And I just want to give a quick shout out to the class of 2020. We're all thinking of them and proud of them.
Absolutely, Bill. Now, Bill, I got to ask you, what inspired you to answer this call for help protecting frontline workers?
Well, it was March 17th, and I had a Board of Trustees meeting down here in Cape May County, New Jersey with Cape Regional Medical Center, and we were actually going through financial concerns, as you can imagine, for an independent hospital in this situation. And at the end of the call, Joanne Caracino, our CEO, expressed a dire need for PPE, masks in particular, but also gowns. And by the time the phone call ended, I realized that we were in a situation where we were looking to keep our workers going, and we're normally sewing cushions and things like that. So we decided to quickly switch over and transition to try and make masks. We were able to find some mock-ups of patterns and strategies to do that. And within 2 hours, we had samples. Within 6 hours, we had computer designs that we could repeat rapidly and start serving the community.
Now, how quickly were you able to start making the personal protective equipment, and how was your company able to adjust the current practices and materials to making this PPE?
So once we got the samples set up and running, we were able to use surplus fabric, and by the next morning, we were shipping. We were able to start ramping up to 2,000 masks a day and a few hundred gowns a day. And by Friday, March 20th, we had sent hundreds of masks and gowns to several facilities, including Cape Regional and a few nursing homes, and ramped up from there.
Wow. So how many masks and gowns has your company been able to make so far?
To date, we're approaching 25,000 masks and maybe 5,000 or 6,000 gowns.
That's incredible. Now, listen, we've seen so many stories, especially when this was first beginning, about the shortage of personal protective equipment, the shortage of masks, the shortage of gowns. So when you hear about those stories and then obviously what you're doing, what kind of impact has this production had? And then, of course, how long do you think North Cape will continue making this PPE?
Well, one of my favorite side effects was the morale boost we got from our staff. We have a cut and sew facility in Alsip, Illinois. And it's been a challenging year because of various circumstances, and we were afraid we were going to be shut down or face a layoff because business obviously was going to come to nearly a stop. And to be able to transition to this, you could see the excitement of the team members that they could A, keep their job, and B, serve the community. That was exciting. And then obviously at this point, we've come in contact with a lot of nursing homes, public transportation companies. A lot of different people have to be on the field, EMTs and things like that, where they've had a shortage of masks, and we've been able to serve all of them. and at the same time keep our people working. So it's been exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you anticipate continuing making PPE?
Well, when we initially started, we were doing simple kind of home sewn masks. And about halfway through this process, a friend of mine, Steve Dempsey, class of '89, who's a cardiologist, kind of reached out to me through social media and challenged us to make a better mask and gown. So we developed a Halyard 600 or H600 medical grade mask that's N95 fit and performance, just not certified for N95, that also allows it to be sterilized in a hospital using a hydrogen mist or an autoclave. There's still great demand for that because medical centers and nursing homes really don't have access to N95 quality and the price exorbitant. But I'm happy to say for the first time in my life that I'm losing market share overall on masks to the big boys, 3M and some other folks. They're coming back online and filling the gaps in the supply chain, which is actually good news for me.
Absolutely. Bill, thank you so much for joining us today and, of course, for showing us what it means to be a force for good in the world.
Thank you very much.
Now, don't go anywhere because after this break, we'll be back to talk with Notre Dame Athletics Director Jack Swarbrick.
My husband, Paul, loved being a firefighter. When he had to retire, it was heartbreaking. I knew cancer was common among firefighters, but I couldn't accept Paul's diagnosis without knowing why. I started to do research and make calls, and I eventually discovered that PFAS, man-made chemicals known to cause cancer, were used in the gear that firefighters were wearing. And that was shocking. I tried to get answers from gear manufacturers. I tried to get people in power to listen, but I was just a woman without a college degree. And then I reached out to Graham Peasley. That literally changed everything.
Graham Peasley is a nuclear physicist at the University of Notre Dame, whose cutting-edge research on PFAS has helped lead to industry and government regulations for drinking water and food packaging.
When I first heard from Diane, I was really moved by her story, and so I offered to test some unused gear for her. Almost instantly, we got a signal there was a very high amount of PFAS. Then we tested used and unused gear from around the country, and the results were very similar. This really began to concern me.
Some people are afraid to speak the truth. Some people don't want to know the truth. Graham's been as straightforward as can be. His science, his findings, that's the truth.
These firefighters are putting their lives on the line for us. And if there's any way to make the gear safer, then I'd like to try and help find that solution.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to protect the brave.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Alex Wilcox, and joining us now in studio is Notre Dame Vice President and James E. Roy Director of Athletics, Jack Swarbrick. Jack, welcome to The Fight. We're so thrilled to have you here.
Great to be here. Thanks for doing this.
Absolutely. Now, Jack, obviously this has been an unprecedented couple of months for the entire world, and especially for college athletics as well. I want to start just by asking you, what has this been like for you, and what have you learned about your coaches and your student athletes as well?
Well, for me, it's been so unusual because while I've faced a number of sort of major things in my career, there's always been some precedent for it, something you could lean on, some experience in the past or somebody else's experience that could help you. There's none of that here. And so I've learned a lot about something I didn't know and how to be very flexible. Our students and our coaches and the staff have just been remarkable. They've been so resilient, so focused and determined, all the characteristics that make them successful on the field of play or on the court or in the pool, wherever it may be, have really shown themselves here.
Yeah. Now, the big date that everyone is looking forward to, especially Notre Dame fans, is August 29th. It's been on our calendars for a while now. Notre Dame football kicking off the season, week 1, I should say week 0, against Navy, of course, in Dublin, Ireland. I know you've gotten this question tons over the past few weeks, but as we stand today, where do we stand with that game? Is it going to be played? Is it going to be played on that date? And is it going to be played in Dublin?
Well, all great questions, and I certainly understand the interest in this, of course. It was such a great experience when we went last time, and everybody enjoyed it so thoroughly, including our students. but it's really derivative of other things. It starts with what's the plan for the campus in the fall. Really important that we don't address these athletic issues separate from the larger university issues of what's the plan, when will we return to school. So that's the first piece of this. And then the second piece is, what's college athletics doing? I mean, is college football going to start on time? Forget Notre Dame Navy. When we get better information about those two things, then we can answer the specific Ireland question.
Fair enough, fair enough. Now, 2 weeks later, of course, we've got our first home game here at Notre Dame Stadium. SEC game against Arkansas should be very exciting. At this point, we're just going to assume that that game does get played and that the college football season goes on as scheduled. My question, though, is will there be fans in the stands?
Yes. Yeah, we're committed to having fans in the stands. And we'll start with the other students. My view throughout has been, if we think it's safe for students to be on the field playing football, it should be safe for the students to be in the stands watching football.
Right.
So we'll build off that base of the other students. Faculty and staff will be a priority for us to give them an opportunity. And then our fans. We haven't yet gotten to the question of how big that audience is. We won't be at capacity. We'll do something less than that. And we'll be very careful about maintaining social distance, how the facility works, how you enter it, how you exit it, all things to be determined, but we're working hard on them.
Well, that leads into my next question. Are there steps that you're taking within Notre Dame Stadium? You mentioned that it won't be at capacity, but within the stadium, things that you can do, whether that's spreading people out a couple of seats. And besides from the actual in-stadium experience itself, also, how do you do something about tailgating in the parking lots, which is such a huge part of Notre Dame football? Yeah,
what we're focused on right now is gathering all the best practices and ideas we can. Some of the NFL teams are a little further down the road, so we're looking at what they're doing. But all the things you mentioned are part of it. It won't be a normal tailgating environment.
Sure.
We need to create distance in that tailgating and make sure people are safe. I think you'll enter the stadium a little bit differently. I think what we'll ask you to do when you enter will be a little differently. I think the concessions opportunities will be different. And I think in the stadium, we're going to work real hard to create some space among our fans.
This is obviously a situation that no one wants to be in right now. No athletic director, no doctor, no one in the world is happy that we're dealing with this right now. But I'm curious if there's anything that you've dealt with or some best practices that you've come across during this time that you've actually seen as a positive, and maybe some things that you've learned about yourself in the athletic department that you want to see continue going forward.
Well, if learning Zoom is a positive, I can.
We've all gotten very good at Zoom.
We've all gotten great at that. You know, I do think we've learned some really important things about two things I'd put in there. One is sort of just disease prevention generally. I mean, as you think about the issue in the context of COVID, it's all things that are going to benefit us, whether it's MRSA or whatever else it might be down the road. And so I'm really pleased with sort of the permanent changes we're making in things from what the training room is like to what the strength conditioning activities are that'll help promote greater safety. And of course, the other thing is we're learning we can be pretty efficient on a remote basis.
Yeah.
It's still important for us to gather and be part of the community physically, but we can get a lot done remotely.
Jack, I want to ask you a question about Notre Dame's independence when it comes to the football team. Obviously, you and I both know that Notre Dame's independence is something that the university and the football program treasures. Now, you've said in the past that really the only way you thought that could change is if that affected Notre Dame's ability to compete for national championships, whether that's through the college football playoff and automatic conference tie-ins or what have you. I'm curious, there's been talks of if there's a shortened college football season, if teams only play conference schedules, that would obviously be pretty difficult for Notre Dame since Notre Dame isn't in a conference. So I'm curious, has the coronavirus and has this pandemic changed your views on independence at all?
Not yet. You know, there's a lot to learn and a lot to see, but I remain confident that especially with our great partners at the ACC, we'll be able to still maintain a full, and by full I mean the same number of games as other people are playing, a full schedule. But you're right. I mean, this is one more piece of data that'll help us think about it. Our clear goal is to remain independent. We think it has great value for the university, and so it's a goal. But The championship format is part of it. Our broadcast partner being committed to our relationship is part of it. And what we'll learn this year all goes into the equation.
Now, Jack, last question from me. We've seen, obviously, March Madness and the spring sports season get canceled. We don't know if there's going to be fans in the stands, although you certainly think that there will be, and hopefully there will be. Athletic departments, though, all across the country are hurting right now, especially budget-wise. So I'm curious, what effect has this had so far on Notre Dame's athletic budget? And then what does that mean for, the actual teams and the coaches and most of all the student athletes?
Yeah, because of when this hit, the impacts in the current year were somewhat limited. We don't produce a lot of revenue out of our spring sports,
right.
So it didn't have a big consequence. Going forward, however, the consequences can be anywhere from severe to difficult. And what we're focused on is looking at every possible expense and how to take care and how we use the resources that the Notre Dame community helps us earn. Right. And so it's things like more regional scheduling, where we're not flying to an opponent, but we're busing to them. Mm-hmm. It may even be some shortened seasons. We'll look hard at that. We've been really pleased to join in with others in the university on the salary reduction program, where a lot of our employees are reducing their compensation and using that to make a contribution to the university.
Jack, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. Always good talking with you. And of course, good luck to you as you've got some very important decisions to make in the near future.
Well, thank you. And to everybody, be safe and be Irish.
Absolutely. Now, after this break, we'll go live to South America to speak with a doctor on the front lines of the pandemic in Ecuador. We'll be right back.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Alex Wilcox. We are joined now by Dr. David Gauss, a 1984 graduate of the university who works with Father Hesburgh to establish Andean health and development in Ecuador. Dr. Gauss, welcome to The Fight.
Thanks very much, Alex. Happy to be here.
Well, now, Dr. Gauss, tell us a little bit about your journey from Notre Dame to Ecuador and what role Father Hesburgh played in that journey.
Alex, it's a great story. It's a great Father Hesburgh story, actually. It started when I was an accounting major in undergrad at Notre Dame, decided I didn't want to go into accounting, kind of went through my midlife crisis at the right young age of 21, went to visit Father Ted, and wanted to do volunteer work in Ecuador and asked Father Ted if he could help me out. That didn't really bear a lot of fruit initially, but it opened up a friendship and a relationship with him that would continue while I was in Ecuador for the next 2 years working in a family development project. And while I was there, I decided I wanted to go into medicine. Wrote Father Ted a very long letter explaining that, and he said, come back to Notre Dame, do your post-baccalaureate pre-med classes here, and we'll take it from there. And did that, and then when it came time to go to medical school, he recruited the help of Ann Landers to not only pay for my post-baccalaureate pre-med at Notre Dame, but also find someone to help pay for medical school. So Ann Landers was able to arrange a scholarship through Bristol Myers Squibb so I could go to Tulane Medical School so I could get back to Ecuador as soon as possible. That was the school I wanted to go to because it had tropical medicine that you could do in addition to medicine. So long story short, all that happened about 11 years after I started the journey. I ended up back in Ecuador, started our foundation. Father Ted was the chair of our board. And we spent the next 20 years building hospitals and clinics in rural Ecuador.
Wow, I love hearing Father Hesburgh stories, and that's a great one for sure. Now, listen, we've seen just how devastating COVID-19 has been all around the world. Can you give us a brief overview of just how COVID-19 has impacted Ecuador?
Yeah, Alex, for those of you that read the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times, there have been articles in both of those papers over the last week or two that really bring to light the problems that we faced in our biggest city on the coast called Guayaquil, which is arguably the epicenter of COVID in all of South America. No one knows exactly how it started. There were some theories, but in short order, the city of 3 million people with lots of shanty towns and difficult living situations was in the throes of rapidly transmitting coronavirus throughout the city. Poor testing abilities, very limited healthcare infrastructure, saturated the system immediately, and literally there were hundreds of bodies that were being removed each night by the police department just to take bodies off of the streets. Family members couldn't find funeral homes because most of them were closed out of fear of infecting their workers. And so it was this perfect storm of poor healthcare infrastructure, of no funeral services, and a virus that was raging through the city that resulted in probably 10,000 deaths, we calculate, during the month of April. So that is where it really started significantly in Ecuador. And since then, it's begun to push its way peripherally out of Guayaquil into the rest of the country. And fortunately for provincial roadblocks and some of the lockdown things that Ecuador has done since then, it's been contained a little bit better. We live in our two hospitals and clinics are in the countryside. One of them is a very remote rural area. The other one is in a town of several 100,000 people, but it's still largely a rural area. And we have not been hit super hard yet. We're collaborating with the Ministry of Health and the Social Security system to take care of any patients that they send our way. We've got triage tents set up outside, and we're triaging all these patients, and most of them end up going home, but some of them need admission, some of them need to be transferred to the capital. So we're doing what we can, and we're also supplying food for families that are unable to acquire food now, and we're doing teleconference consults for our patients that are chronic disease patients that still need help.
Dr. Gauss, thank you so much for joining us, and of course for all you're doing to fight COVID-19 down there in Ecuador.
Thanks, Alex.
Now let's check in with Kim Borza for an update on what's been raised so far for students and COVID research. Kim?
Thanks so much, Alex. I am here to provide an update on how we are tracking towards our goal of funding the projected financial aid cost for 178 Notre Dame students. So let's take it to the board. So far, we have raised over $577,000, which will provide 13 financial aid packages. That is just amazing what the Notre Dame family has done in such a short amount of time. Thank you so much. And as a reminder to anyone who makes a gift of $50 or more to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, you'll be eligible to purchase one of these awesome limited edition Fight hoodies. You may have seen these hoodies last night as Garth Brooks actually debuted them on his social media. Pretty cool. So gifts of any size really matter, and they will have an incredible impact on our students here at the University of Notre Dame. Join the fight today. We'll have another update towards the end of this hour. Now back to Alex with our next guest. Alex?
Thank you, Kim. I got to get my hands on one of those hoodies. Those look sharp. And of course, thank you to all of you watching for your gifts. Now, our next guest, Liz Schweffler, is a 1991 Notre Dame grad who is battling the COVID-19 crisis overseas, serving and protecting Americans in France through her work for the U.S. Embassy. Liz, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So, Liz, I want to start off by asking you, just when did you know in France the seriousness of this crisis and, of course, start making plans for helping all of the American citizens that are overseas there?
So in a consular section, part of our mandate at the U.S. Embassy is to always plan for the worst-case scenario, whether that's an earthquake, a terrorist attack, or in this case, a pandemic. So once we saw what was happening in Italy in February, those numbers, we knew it was only a matter of time before it was coming our way. Because we're always continuously training, because we have a lot of cross-training in our section, when it did kick in, that helped us pretty smoothly rotate to completely working remotely. And getting our messaging out to the U.S. citizen public here when confinement went into place on March 16th. So the serious planning for this particular crisis was underway in early March and continues to this day.
Now, what has life been like for France and for the people of France since the pandemic hit?
So once this started, we had to start pushing out information right away to the people in the public, and also answering the phones because those first couple of weeks there was a lot of confusion about travel in France and in and out of France. So in a crisis, it sounds simple, but it's critical really to be answering the phone and answering the inquiries. So we've had thousands of those since then, where Americans who were here suddenly had no place to stay, or their flights were canceled, and they needed to know should they leave or should they stay. And so by contacting us, we were able to give them the ground truth information that they can trust, and so that they could make an informed decision about what they were going to do. That became a lot clearer by the end of March when the CDC's level of threat was raised, as well as the U.S. Department of State to the global health advisory level 4, which means the U.S. government is advising you not to travel internationally. So then it became quite clear that people needed to go. We were very lucky that Air France maintained one flight a day, alternating between New York and Los Angeles. So that helped French citizens get back here. For example, some students probably at Notre Dame were able to come home, and as well it helped U.S. citizens go home without too much hassle from here. And since then, that was the first couple of weeks. Since then, what we've really been focused on is helping people who stayed and who are struggling with confinement. People are continuing to have problems. If there's a death, even if not COVID-19 related, but that's a very difficult situation for a family to deal with internationally, even more so now. So our support is vital there, going between the family in the United States and the officials here. And also people struggling just with confinement in general. One of the doctors earlier mentioned mental health issues, unfortunately domestic violence issues. Those types of things do go up now, and it's critical that we're there. We have a vast network of contacts throughout France that we can call on at the airports, at the hospitals, law enforcement, social services, to get people safety, to get them the resources they need. And sometimes it's just dealing with the folks, their family back home, who need a little help getting them support, or maybe getting them home. So that's how it's been now. And yesterday, May 11th, in France, the déconfinement began. We're starting to come out of confinement very slowly, but it's still very serious here. Most things are not open. Our movement is very limited, and it's going to be a while before before Paris looks like people expect Paris to look like. Right. The tourist attractions, the museums, the cafes and restaurants all remain closed. And I think after this first phase, after a few weeks, the government will look at this and make decisions about whether to open up further, or if it turns in the other direction, to return back to the strictest situation that we had here earlier.
Absolutely. It's certainly a very difficult situation for sure. Liz, thank you so much for being with us, and of course for all of your help and all of your hard work to help Americans abroad.
Thank you for including me. I hope your fundraiser is a big success.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now, after this break, we'll hear from a faculty member tracking the spread of COVID-19. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Alex Wilcox. We're joined now by a Notre Dame professor conducting research with implications right here in South Bend. Along with a team of faculty, Kyle Bibby is working on an unconventional way to track the spread of COVID-19 through the sewage system. Professor, thank you for joining us here in The Fight.
Yeah, thank you for having me and for everything you're doing today with this project.
Of course. Now, my first question for you, how did you and your fellow researchers come up with this project? I mean, where did the idea come from to look at the sewage system?
Yeah, so not something most people would probably think of.
No.
So first I need to give credit to my collaborators here at Notre Dame, so Matt Champion and Norm DeVicki in chemistry and biochemistry, and Dr. Alex Perkins in biology department, who are all contributing to this project, as well as numerous students and postdocs as well. And so really, our group studies water quality, and so we're used to measuring contaminants, including things like viruses in water all the time. And sort of alongside that, there's been a lot of work done on tracking disease spread, most notably polio, in using sewage as a marker. And so put those two together, when an infected individual excretes this virus in feces, which most of them do, that ends up in the sewage system, and we can use that to track the virus then in the community.
I really hesitate to ask this question, and I'm nervous for your answer. But can you tell us exactly how you conduct this research? I mean, what's the process here?
Yeah, so we collect exactly what it sounds like, sewage samples, and we process those. And what we're actually looking for is the virus RNA, so the virus genome. And so we use a lot of extra safety precautions, but we don't expect that the infectious virus is there in those samples. It's really the virus RNA that we're looking for. And then we process those here at Notre Dame and use a couple of different techniques to look for that viral RNA.
So then what information can tracking through the sewage system tell us about a virus's spread?
Yeah, so I'm sure most of the viewers here are familiar with this idea that at least a significant fraction of those that might be infected have no or very low-level symptoms.
Right.
And it's also difficult for many individuals, especially if they have low-level symptoms, to get a test. And so there's been questions how many people in the community actually have this virus, and that might inform when it's safe to open things up or whether the trajectory is going up or down. And so this information, monitoring this virus in the sewage, is just another way to look at the whole situation. And the lead time on this is probably much shorter than you would expect from clinical tests. So we can determine that information much more quickly.
Now, right now, COVID-19 testing is done on an individual basis, case by case, as you said. Could the research that you're doing, though, have the potential to possibly make testing done on a more widespread scale, testing possibly whole communities at once?
Yeah, I think it could do a couple of important things in the near term. So one, I think it's really powerful to tell the trend of infections, so whether more people are carrying this virus or less. And hopefully, once we get this virus under control, we can use it as a surveillance system to watch for reemergence of this virus.
Right.
So if you're testing the sewage system, you could see if even if there's no clinical cases, maybe it's still out there somewhere in the community.
Yeah. And going forward, do you think that your research has the ability to possibly affect how we understand viruses in the future?
There's certainly that hope, right? So there's all sorts of diseases beyond this current pandemic that we could use this type of approach to monitor for, whether that's other viruses of high consequence or things like antibiotic resistance. And so looking past this current project, we would certainly hope to develop these methods to look at all of these other diseases as well.
Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great having you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And of course, thanks for all the fight you're doing against COVID-19. Now we're going to head into the Notre Dame Day Vault to take a look back at a special performance by a brother and sister duo of Notre Dame students. Take it away, guys.
I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hill, but the landslide brought me down. Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Oh, oh. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Well, time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in a snow-covered hill, and the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Oh, 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 maybe. Maybe. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Well, time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. Well, I've been afraid of changing.
Wow, what a performance. We're lucky to have such talent come through Notre Dame. Well, we are joined now by Notre Dame's all-time winningest men's basketball coach, the Glenn and Stacey Murphy head coach, Mike Brey. Coach, welcome to the show.
Man, how good was that last performance?
Incredible.
Can you, on my behalf, invite her to sing the national anthem at our home opener next year?
Wow.
Can you do that for me?
Absolutely,
I mean,
Coach. I will make that happen.
Gee, they were great. And then I was on for about 15 minutes waiting to bat. And do we have some amazing young people around the world? We really do. By the way, we have a doctor. That doctor was in Ecuador, I believe, right?
Yes.
And then we had someone in Paris. Could you also get a message to them? If they see any 7-foot 16-year-olds walking around, to email me directly. But no, very, very good to be with you. I tip my cap to what you're doing. It sounds like we're having a good day as far as raising funds in the midst of all this, and it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
Absolutely. Now, Coach, if I remember correctly, you had just won your first ACC tournament game when you received word that the tournament was being canceled, and of course then that your season was over. So I got to ask you, what was that moment like for you, for your team, and especially, of course, for your seniors?
You know, it was a very interesting day. We were on the bus to the shoot-around around noon the day we played Virginia. We beat Boston College on a Wednesday. We were supposed to play Virginia that evening. We were 5 minutes from the gym to go in and stretch and shoot and go through our walkthrough. And my assistant athletic director said they just pulled Clemson and Florida State off the court. So I yelled up to the bus driver, take us back to the hotel. And I got back and spoke to the team. And it was really tough because I was basically telling them the season was over. And I'll never forget the body language of Rex Pfluger, Johnny Mooney, and TJ Gibbs, our three seniors, really shrugged because it was over. And I tried to, it was almost like the banquet speech in the back of the bus on the way back to the hotel. And so, I can't say all of our guys, it came out of complete left field, because certainly there were a lot of things happening that night before and throughout the day. But the reality of it ending, and we were not going to be able to have a chance to play and earn an NCAA tournament spot, which would have been difficult for us, but we would have at least been an NIT team, which was also canceled the following week. We kind of were all in shock a little bit, but I've never given a speech on the back of the bus like that. That was new territory.
Absolutely. You mentioned your 3 seniors. Obviously, they've played a lot of minutes for you over the years. What are you going to miss about that group?
What I love about coaching at Notre Dame is we always have young men going through the program and being 4-year guys. And we've had a really neat track record of seniors having great years. And the 3 seniors this year for us really had very good years. And you remember when you recruit them, and you remember when they're freshmen and they have a hard time looking you in the eye and maybe communicating with you. 2, as seniors, the men that they become, and I think very prepared to get on in life. Johnny Mooney just had an unbelievable year for us, and will have a chance to be an NBA player. This virus has kind of jammed all of that up, but just a great ambassador for our program. TJ Gibbs, another 4-year man for us who had a very good senior year, will graduate, get his degree. And then Rex Pfluger I had over the house on Monday for Mother's Day. Rex, as we know his story, lost his mother to cancer. This was the first Mother's Day that he had without her, so he was over the house with me, and he's going to be a double domer. He's getting his MBA. I'm so proud of him and how he handled everything, especially this last year, coming back from a knee injury. And I've used him as an example with our younger players. He's a great example of a young man who got everything out of his Notre Dame experience. He made sure he met people in the Notre Dame network. As I mentioned, he got 2 degrees. He was a heck of a player. He really took advantage of the Notre Dame experience. And all 3 of them want to play professionally at some level. That's all kind of on hold right now through this stuff. But, when they do take the ball from them and ask them what else they can do, they have their Notre Dame degree, and that's pretty darn powerful.
Absolutely, Coach. Well said. Now, next year's team, obviously, they've been home for a couple of months now. So how are you and your staff staying engaged with them? And, of course, for you, how has life changed for you as a head coach?
Well, I have become a Zoom ninja in the last 2 months. I knew nothing about Zoom, but it's the way we communicate as a coaching staff. I just had my team on once a week. I Zoom with my current players. And you know what? They need it. They're struggling. Let's be honest. I mean, everybody is, but they missed 2 months of spring workouts and certainly finishing up academically on campus and weightlifting and us working with them and talking about next season. And I'm pretty sure they're going to miss the whole summer as well. And so I'm trying to keep them upbeat and engaged and talk about the fall and talk about our schedule and all of those things. We're recruiting by way of Zoom. Last month, we could not go on the road to recruit given the virus. We were not allowed out on the road. And it was so interesting. We've got we signed 2 players by way of Zoom visiting and Zoom interaction. Tony Sanders, a senior from Gulliver Prep in Miami, and Trey Wirtz, transfer from Santa Clara University, who I had to watch on tape. I really couldn't meet them face to face. They could not come to our campus. Yet we were fortunate enough to add them to our roster along with the 9 returning guys coming back. So we're all adjusted. Interesting times. I miss my guys. I'm looking at them last night. They're all up there on the screen. I miss interacting with them. It keeps me going. It keeps our staff going. It certainly has kept me young, being around young people.
Coach, lastly from me, and real quickly, I wanted to ask you, there's been a lot of changes going around in the college basketball world. Of course, the NCAA recently recommended that for the first time, they want to allow athletes to profit off of name, image, and likeness. There's so much going on with the transfer portal. There may even be rule changes to the NBA draft. I'm curious just where you think the future of college basketball is headed.
Well, this has really thrown us for a loop, the virus situation. Name, image, and likeness. I think it's great that a young man could benefit, but what are you really going to, what in this economy slap in the face that we're going through? I'm not sure what a young man is going to be able to get unless he is a phenomenal talent and off the charts talent. So that all still has to be shaped. Down the road, I think it's great that they are going to be able to benefit, from some of that. You talk about the transfer situation. I mean, it's almost a rite of spring now, a rite of passage. We picked one off here late in Trey Wertz. Juwan Durham is a transfer who is in the midst of a very good career for us. So it's another pool of players to pick from. I go back, I live by this theme. There was a coach at Duke by the name of Vic Bubas in the 60s, and he used to say, you got to get them, you got to keep them, you got to coach them. And so I think it's on me to retain my group. Overall, we've not lost a lot of guys by way of the transfer, and I'm proud of that. Yeah. I think it's up to the coach, and you can't have a rule for everything to stop guys from transferring. Of course, I just don't see it changing. I see it being even more aggressive. I look at it as an advantage because it's another pool of players for us to recruit out of.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Always good talking with you. And of course, basketball season will be here before we know it.
Be here before you know it. You stay safe, and thanks for all you're doing. Go Irish.
Go Irish, Coach. Thanks a lot. Well, after this break, we'll chat with a Notre Dame professor who is volunteering to go to the front lines. Hear his story when we come back.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
Welcome back. I'm Alex Wilcox. It takes a lot to put yourself at risk to serve others, and our next guest is doing just that. Joe Holtz, a professor in the Mendoza College of Business, serves twice weekly as a volunteer nurse's aide in the intensive care unit of the Franciscan Health Olympia Fields Hospital, located just south of Chicago. Professor, welcome to the fight.
Thanks, Alex. Great to be part of an otherwise impressive lineup. Tough to follow up Coach Bray.
Well, now, you've said that your Jesuit training inspired your desire to help in any way possible. Can you tell us a little bit about this training?
Sure, I'll be glad to. So Jesuits seek the greater glory of God. So Jesuit training equips you not to ask the question, is this a good thing to do with my God-given time and talent? You ask the question, is this the best possible thing I could be doing? So on the one hand, given my knowledge, experience, training, skills. On the other hand, given the most pressing needs of the world in which I live in, am I doing the best possible thing I could be doing at the moment? So some neighbors were forming a team to volunteer at a local food bank, for example, and that would have been a very good thing to do. But given my previous training as a Jesuit working with terminal cancer patients as a nurse's aide, I thought that would be an even better thing for me to do, and there are fewer people who could do that. The second part of Jesuit training is you're encouraged to seek what's called the meanest thing in the house. So the idea is that in a world that encourages you to seek the finer things in life, it can be spiritually beneficial to seek the meanest or lowest things in life. So, to choose the most cramped room with the worst view in the community, for instance, or on Saturdays when we clean the novitiate building, more spiritually beneficial to clean the toilets than to vacuum the hallways and all of that. So that's why, as much as it's a tremendous privilege for me to be a Notre Dame professor, I find it good every now and then to be just some guy in scrubs who makes beds and empties the bedpans. And it does my Bronx Irish soul good.
Now, you've defined your volunteer role as a NAPLAN, and that's a part nurse and part chaplain. I'm going to let you take the reins on that one. Tell us a little bit about what that means and, what exactly you do in this very unique NAPLAN role.
Well, I can give you a concrete example. There was a patient who was close to death, and the family asked that prayers could be said. And normally you would call a chaplain for doing that. But hospitals in hot zones across the nation are reluctant to bring chaplains into the ICU for fear of exposing them to a devious, determined, and potentially deadly virus. So the nurse, knowing my background, asked me if I would say some prayers over the patient, and the nurse and I did just that. Later on, when that patient died, the nurse and I went into the room and treated the body and put the body lovingly in a bag as if the patient were one of our parents or a brother and sister, and then I escorted the body to the morgue. So there you see both sides of the NAPLIN position,
Wow.
the chaplain part and the nurse's aide part. So.
Now, here at Notre Dame, you teach ethics in the Mendoza College of Business. Do you think that what we're all seeing now will play a part in your teaching in the future?
I think it will. I mean, I think for one thing, I would say that what I've been doing this spring made a much greater impression on my students than anything I said. So maybe I need to work on what I'm saying in the classroom there. The other thing I would say is at Mendoza, we encourage students to reflect on, what are the values and beliefs that define you as a person, and to live and exercise leadership consistently with those values and beliefs. I think I wouldn't have much credibility encouraging students to do that if I weren't doing it myself. Now, doing it the way I'm doing it, I realize there's some risk involved of sickness. There's even a remote possibility of death. But I'm at peace with that because I'd rather kind of risk dying doing what I think I should be doing in life to help other people desperately in need in a time of crisis than live otherwise. Because I'm not living consistently with the values and beliefs that define me. Is it really me living, or just kind of the fading shadow of my moral and spiritual self? And that's not somebody I'd be proud to see in the mirror in the morning.
Well, Professor, thank you for all the work that you're doing to be a force for good in the community. And thank you so much for taking the time to come on with us.
You're very welcome. God bless.
Well, after this break, we'll hear from the Chair of Emergency Medicine at UCLA. Don't go anywhere.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Alex Wilcox. Dr. Greg Hendy is a 1985 Notre Dame grad who currently serves as the chair of emergency medicine at UCLA. In the week of the COVID crisis, he's been working around the clock to plan and implement UCLA's hospital's response. Dr. Hendy, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Alex. Thank you.
Now, being in emergency medicine obviously puts you right on the front lines. So tell us, what does this crisis look like from your perspective?
Well, we started with a lot of uncertainty about just how big this pandemic would become. But one thing we knew for sure was that the emergency department would be the tip of the spear. So we spent hundreds of hours planning on how to keep our patients and our staff safe. So fortunately, UCLA was pretty well prepared. We had lots of supplies and we had a disaster plan all ready to activate. So we mobilized quickly and we created a lot of capacity to handle a huge surge of patients, which fortunately did not happen. From the moment a patient arrives in the ED, even before entering the building, we do a COVID risk assessment and we mask everybody. And we separate those with COVID-like symptoms, fever and cough and so on, so that we can safely care for them in one part of the ED while not exposing our other patients, many of whom are immunocompromised. And we wear PPE, or personal protective equipment, mask, face shield, gown and gloves throughout the ED at all times.
Right.
We basically changed and retooled everything that we did, from registration to where we see patients, to how we do x-rays and ultrasound, to the discharge process, all in an effort to reduce exposures and keep our patients and staff safe.
Now, how many COVID-19 patients have you seen come through your doors?
Well, I can't give you the exact number, but we've seen a lot of patients with COVID, and even more that were worried that they had COVID. Half of the COVID cases in California are in LA County. So we see COVID patients every day in the ED. And while some are very sick and require oxygen and even need ICU care, most of them don't need to be hospitalized and can actually be discharged to recover at home, just like other viral illnesses. We've had to make changes in pretty much everything we do in the ED in order to minimize exposures for the staff and the other patients. But at the same time, we still need to take care of all of our usual patients with a broken arm or a heart attack or abdominal pain. So I would say our biggest operational change has been to require PPE in the ED for every single patient interaction and to cohort or group the high suspicion COVID patients into one area, separating them from the rest. So that includes doing an initial triage assessment outside in a tent before they come in, and then seeing those patients in a series of cubicles with strict infection control and full PPE. And again, most of those patients can be tested and reassured and released.
Doctor, we've seen so much negative news about this coronavirus, tens of thousands of deaths, millions infected. But I'm curious, can you share with us some encouraging moments or interactions that have given you hope during these obviously very difficult times?
Yeah, one of the really great things that happened to us was a local group of business people and restaurant owners in LA came together in a campaign that they called Feed the ER. And they're basically bringing lunch and dinner for the entire emergency department staff to 2 of our UCLA hospitals in Westwood and Santa Monica for 2 solid months. So that's pretty amazing. Also, I got to do a couple of really neat things at the end of April. Like Coach Bray said, we've all become Zoom ninjas, and I've spent way too many hours on Zoom in the past 2 months. But on my birthday, which was April 29th, 29 years old again, right? We had a Zoom birthday party with family all over the country, which was really cool. The cake doesn't taste quite as good, but at least it has no calories. Also, when I was at Notre Dame, I was a bartender at Senior Bar, and that was back when it was run by students. And then on April 30th, we had a Zoom reunion for all the bartenders, some of whom I have not seen for 35 years, but it was actually really great. And interestingly, you'll be happy to know we all look exactly the same. None of us have gained any weight or lost any hair. But that was a really special time at Notre Dame and with a really great group of people.
Dr. Hendy, thank you so much for joining us and, of course, for all you're doing during this pandemic. And a belated happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Alex, and go Irish.
Go Irish. Now let's check in with Ellen Roof for a quick giving update. Ellen?
Thanks, Alex, and thank you to Dr. Hendy for all the work he is doing. Again, did you know that 1% of the doctors in the country are Notre Dame alumni? That stat always blows my mind. Let's take a quick look at our numbers. Drum roll, please, at home. And look at that. We have surpassed the $1 million mark. Absolutely incredible. This translates to financial aid packages for 24 students. That is essentially my freshman year philosophy class if you're looking for a way to visualize this incredible impact. I wanted to give a few special shout outs to Evelyn, a Notre Dame fan, Colleen, a 2001 alumna, and everyone else who's choosing to make gifts. Remember, with an online gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, today you can get an exclusive The Fight 2020 sweatshirt. Thank you again so much. Now let's watch this recent campus performance of a choir made up of ND students, sacred music faculty, and some local singers from area churches.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
Hello and welcome to The Fight, a broadcast dedicated to stories of how the Notre Dame family is taking the fight to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Maureen McFadden, a proud graduate of St. Mary's College and a former anchor at WNDU TV here in South Bend. Today we're raising money for the Notre Dame Student Emergency Relief Fund, a fund created specifically to give enhanced aid to Notre Dame students facing unexpected financial strain due to the pandemic. We already know that the financial aid needs will be great, and that's why we're asking you to join us in this fundraising effort if you're able. Throughout this broadcast, we seek to raise enough money to fund the expected average financial aid packages for 178 students at the university. Our bold goal is to raise $7.8 million by 10 p.m. tonight And we can't do it without you. So please click on the blue button on your screen to donate, and we thank you. All day, we're sharing stories of how the Notre Dame family is fighting against COVID-19. And there are many great and inspiring stories coming up. We'll hear from Notre Dame executives on how the university is responding to the crisis. We'll also hear from COVID-19 survivors and doctors on the front lines fighting this pandemic. And you'll want to stay until the end because in the 9 o'clock hour, we have a celebrity Zoom chat for the ages featuring Notre Dame royalty. And also, we'll have a special message from country music legends and friends of Notre Dame, Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. During this hour, we'll hear about COVID-related research currently being conducted at the University of Notre Dame. We'll hear from leaders in enrollment and admissions, and you won't want to miss the story of an 85-year-old nun who is still working and doing her part to help fight coronavirus. So please, make a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund and stay tuned for this hour of Notre Dame stories taking the fight to COVID-19. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Maureen McFadden, and joining us now is Aaron Hoffman-Harding, Vice President for Student Affairs at the University of Notre Dame. Aaron, welcome to The Fight. We're really glad to have you here. Walk us through some of the first things you realized you had to do when we realized the coronavirus was not going to be short-term, it was going to be a long-term factor. So what were some of the biggest challenges from a student life perspective?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Maureen. I remember the dates my life changed.
Yeah,
it was sure. February 28th, and that was the day we decided to bring our students back from Rome. And then March 11th is when Father John announced we were going to remote instruction. And from a student life standpoint, the first thing we needed to do was get our students home safely.
Of course.
And really think about those who needed to stay on campus and how we could care for them. And then secondly, it was all the transition to thinking about how they could study well and still engage with our faculty and all of our staff remotely.
I can't imagine what they are going through, but talk to us about how the students have handled this.
Oh, I'm so proud always of our students, and especially now. They have, without exception, been so understanding. And so every time I call a student on Zoom now, they ask how we're doing and how campus is doing, which has been terrific. They've also been really creative, and they've persevered through the semester in amazing ways, very different circumstances depending on their students. And the creativity has come in how they've stayed connected with one another and with us despite the distance.
That's just fabulous. Talk to us about opening the campus again and welcoming students back. So what's that going to look like? What's it going to entail?
We're still working on it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But it is most of our planning right now. We miss our students, and we know how important it is to have them be here with us, but to do so safely. So Father John has actually put together a couple of committees that are working on the medical and the safety protocols, what we might have to ask of our students. And this, again, is where I have confidence in them, that they will do everything they can to keep their fellow classmates safe who might be vulnerable, our faculty and our staff. And over the next month or so, I think we'll have some more guidance for them on what some of those changes might be.
Right, and walking here today, the campus seems so empty. Why is the residential aspect of Notre Dame so important to the experience?
Oh, it goes back to Father Moreau and his founding of the Congregation of Holy Cross, an education of mind and heart. Yeah. And that means living in community with one another, connecting with one another, living with somebody who is different from you, but connected by this bond and this place. And so in many ways, I think our mission is stronger residentially than ever because we have all missed it so and look forward to its return.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for everything you're doing. Good to see you again. Thanks for being with us today during this especially unprecedented time. And next, we'll hear from Laura Carlson, Dean of the Graduate School. But first, we'll head to a quick break.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Maureen McFadden, and joining us now is Laura Carlson, Vice President, Associate Provost, and Dean of the Graduate School. Dean Carlson, welcome to The Fight. We're glad to have you with us today.
Oh, I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
So can you tell us, as your position of head administrator in the graduate school, what does that entail?
I basically oversee the doctoral and master's programs that report to the graduate school. So there's over 70 of those. We serve about 2,500 or so graduate students. So all the students except for professional schools like law or business or architecture.
Okay, what are the key challenges for the graduate students with all the disruptions this spring?
Oh, we have to be so proud of our graduate students. They have been really, really amazing. So not only are they students and have had to convert to learning online like the undergraduates, but many of them also serve as teaching assistants and instructors of record, which means they have had to figure out how to provide the content and teach online as well. And then, like faculty, they've had their research labs go into hibernation and not have access to their resources that they need to continue on their work. So they've really had to confront a number of obstacles this semester.
A learning curve that deserves extra credit for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so what is the biggest need now for the graduate students?
Well, it's support. I mean, our students receive financial aid in the form of fellowships or stipends, and so that helps provide their room and board and living so they can really focus on becoming experts in their field. But as you can imagine, if their research is disruptive, it's going to be harder for them to hit some of their key milestones and finish their degrees on track and on time. So they're really worried right now about what does it mean if they need to take extra time? Will they have financial support for that? What will academic accommodations be like for them and so on? So we're working through all of those issues.
Okay, what can the Notre Dame family do to help?
Oh, the two big things are the Student Emergency Relief Fund is really just tremendous. You can dedicate that to undergraduates, graduate students. All of our students have need to coming out of this semester. And then also on my mind are our graduates in May and in August who are facing really uncertain job prospects.
Yeah.
And so anything that we can do with the fabulous Notre Dame Alumni Network to help find them opportunities would be just tremendously appreciated.
All right. Thank you, Dean Carlson, for being with us today. Very important things. And we'll be joined next by Scott Clyde, Notre Dame's Director of Financial Aid. We'll be back soon.
Notre Dame Game Day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Maureen McFadden. With us now in the studio is Scott Clyde, the Executive Director of Enrollment at Notre Dame. And Scott, welcome to The Fight. We're glad to have you here. And I understand this is kind of new to you. What attracted you to Notre Dame?
A bit new to me. Yeah, thanks and good afternoon, Maureen.
I think the first thing that attracts people to Notre Dame is it has a very strong brand. The job opportunity was amazing, and I knew Notre Dame, and I knew its name, and I knew it stood for excellence. But what was really impressive when I started talking to Don Bishop about what the mission was and what the goals were that the university had set in front of them, and it was something I got on board with immediately.
Okay, and I understand you were a first-generation full college studentship on full financial aid, so you certainly know how all of this works, and it's not always easy for kids. So tell us how important the financial aid is to children, students, changing their lives.
So I can speak from firsthand experience here, right? First-generation families oftentimes don't understand the inner workings of, one, what affording a college education entails, what resources are available to them, and there's just so many things that they need a little bit of help with. So financial aid is critical to thousands of students, not only here at the University of Notre Dame, but tens of thousands across the nation. And it's one of those things that we really couldn't have the on-campus experience with the breadth of students looking to better themselves and be part of that force for good without it.
Okay, and to put it in perspective for people, what percentage of Notre Dame students would have been on financial aid for this academic year?
It's a little less than half. We had about 4,000 students receiving some sort of assistance from the university. So it's a significant number of our students that need help.
Okay. So what was the average gift size? Can you tell us that? And also, how much did we extend in total?
I think it's easiest to say in total. In total, it's a large number. We're talking upwards of $155 million in our annual budget for financial aid for our students at the university. And I think what's important is not so much the averages, it's that every student's situation needs to be handled individually. We've got students and families that range from needing just a little bit of help to those that need full support to attain an education here at the University of Notre Dame. So our student financial services team that's headed by Mary Nucciaroni is in financial aid, and Gene Pulowski in student accounts, they do a wonderful job getting right down to the individual student and family level to help understand what it's going to take with their individual circumstances to afford an education at Notre Dame.
Okay, and now we've got the economic downturn with 30 million Americans filing for unemployment. That's impacted families of our students and is one of the few colleges and universities in the country that still meets the full financial need of its students. How much more are you forecasting we'll need in the financial aid for our students this upcoming academic year?
That's a great question, Maureen. When we say forecasting this, the models are kind of all over the place. You've seen all different types of models, financial models being one of them. This has been one of the starkest economic downturns in a while. I used to look forward to Thursdays, or at least I didn't hold anything against them, but that weekly jobs report that comes out Thursday morning, it's been really hard to pay attention to. So, those are the things that when we're looking at what it's going to take for Notre Dame, we're talking about adding millions, if not tens of millions of dollars in need. We've got the average student. Again, it's hard to talk averages because these are individual students and families, but
of course
we know that there's going to be some percentage increase in individual students that are currently on aid, and we're going to have students that have never needed assistance to pay for a Notre Dame education that are going to need help this coming year. Absolutely.
Okay. So what resources does Notre Dame have to fund financial aid?
Well, the budget comes from operating revenues. There's also some responsible lending that goes into that, whether that be individual loans or through the government. But the vast majority of help that our students receive in financial aid comes from gifts from benefactors to the University of Notre Dame, like are watching right now. And without that, we really would not be able to be one of those few schools that we talked about earlier that meets the full demonstrated financial need of students and families. There's, let's call it 4,000 colleges and universities in the United States, and less than 100, it's closer to 70, actually meet the need of students like Notre Dame does. It's unique.
So what we're doing here today for the Relief Fund is very important.
It's critical. I mean, to follow through on Father John's promise that no student will abandon their educational endeavors at Notre Dame because of financial hardship, this is critical. I know it's at $7.8 million is the goal, and I think that's a great start to getting there. But again, those models show us it could be well in excess of that.
Okay. How soon will the money raised here today be used for our students?
We're already, so before the money comes in, again, we've committed to meeting the need of students, so we're not waiting for money necessarily to come in. Those students that have needs that began in March that were related to this, whether they were increases in transportation, some students were food or housing insecure, and they've already been receiving some assistance. Some were technology needs, so the university's already meeting that commitment. It's certainly not waiting, but there's a lot of initiatives and efforts in place to continue to meet what our students have.
Certainly good to hear. Thanks a lot, Scott. We appreciate it.
Marie.
And now let's go to Brian Diss for an update on giving. Brian?
Thanks, Maureen. That's a great segue to talk about how our progress is towards our $7.8 million goal. As Scott said, financial aid is always our top fundraising priority here at the university, but never has been more important than it is right now. So let's take a look at the totals to see where we are at 3 hours in. Wow, $1.8 million, nearly $1.9 million, and 43 students impacted by the Student Emergency Relief Fund today. Thanks to your donations, we truly could not do this without you, and as you just heard, this funding is critical towards our students and their ability to come back to campus this fall and make good on Father Jenkins' promise that they can finish their degree. Now, just a reminder, for those of you who are calling and writing in asking about this sweatshirt that we're wearing, these are limited edition sweatshirts. You'll be seeing Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood wearing them later this evening. For gifts of $50 or more made to the Student Emergency Relief Fund today, online, you'll be given the opportunity to purchase this sweatshirt. So if you make your gift online today before 10 o'clock at night, to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, we'll send you ordering information later this week. Please know how grateful we are for gifts of any size. $8, a gift of just over $8, underwrites a student's class for a day here at the university and going up from there. Our students need this support more than ever, and we are so committed to making sure that they come to Notre Dame and finish their degrees. So without your support, we really, truly would not be able to do this. And we thank you all so much for all that you've donated, and we can't wait to see these giving totals go up in the hours to come. We have just under 5 hours left, and we know we have big things to come, and the Notre Dame family will deliver on it. Back to you, Maureen.
Thank you, Brian. And a portion of the money we raise today will also go toward COVID-19 research being conducted at Notre Dame. And joining us now is Dr. Merlin Bruning, the Donald and Susan Rice Professor of Engineering and Chemistry and Biochemistry at the University of Notre Dame. So welcome to the show, Merlin.
Thanks for having me.
We're anxious to hear, what type of research during this pandemic are you and your team doing?
So we're trying to develop new filters, you might say. They capture antibodies. So we could take a small amount of serum from a patient's blood and then pass it through the membrane and hopefully capture all of those antibodies. And then we can label them with something that we can see on an instrument, fluorescence. And from that, we would hopefully be able to tell you how many antibodies to COVID-19 a person has. So unlike a company that might say, well, yeah, you had an infection, you have antibodies. Our goal is to say, yes, you had an infection, but you have lots of antibodies. So your plasma would be useful for maybe a therapeutic purpose. Or 6 months from now, we'd examine you again and say, your immunity is going down. So tracking that immunity is going to be a big deal in the
That is very interesting. So could you explain for us that, we don't have PhDs, what exactly a point of use assay is?
Yeah, so we want to develop filters that you could use where you go right into the doctor's office and 20 minutes later they say, here's your antibody level. So you don't have to wait, you have the information immediately. Okay. So right at the point of use.
That's wonderful. So what's different about your research that companies are not already pursuing? And we talked a little bit about that.
Yeah, so certainly the companies are doing a great job and they have far more resources than we do in most things. So they can tell you if you've been infected or not. But most of their tests are not looking quantitatively at how much antibody you have. So they wouldn't be able to tell you, yeah, is immunity fading? Does it fade in 6 months or 8 months or something of that nature? And they wouldn't be able to tell if this is a good person to donate plasma for therapy.
That's great. So companies are not already pursuing, what they aren't pursuing is a large-scale manufacturing. What's the potential next step?
So we definitely would need help with that as we get our apparatus going. We have collaborated before with companies because they have the ability to manufacture things on large scale, and we don't. So we would collaborate with them, license technology to make new devices that maybe would need to be on the millions of devices scale.
It's very interesting that those of us who live around Notre Dame, we know how great a research facility it has become, but to think that you could have that type of part in finding out how our antibodies are and whether we could actually be donating our plasma and making a difference. Thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate it, Merlin.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
And next, we will hear from the director of the Eck Institute for Global Health right here at Notre Dame after this short break. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Maureen McFadden, and joining us now is Dr. Bernard Nolan, an expert on communicable diseases and the director of Notre Dame's Institute for Global Health, which conducts health-related research and services with an impact all over the world. And Dr. Nolan, welcome to The Fight. We're glad to have you here.
Happy to be here.
Now, as the director of Notre Dame's Institute, what does the Institute do?
Well, you know, global health is an area of study, research, and practice, which has a priority of improving health and achieving health equity for all people worldwide. It's a discipline that we work across different disciplines, you know, everything from biology to economics to sociology. We also work across borders and across socioeconomic divides. So in the EC Institute, we have a training program. We have a Master's of Science in Global Health. We also have some courses for undergraduates. We support some doctoral students. And we also support faculty in their research related to issues that impact on global health.
Okay, so what kind of research are you conducting that could be relevant to COVID-19?
Sure. Well, Notre Dame, I mean, the faculty here has a long and illustrious history, everything from laboratory science, trying to understand the basic biology of viruses and bacteria and parasites that negatively impact the health of people around the world. That's more on the sort of upstream side, but downstream, they also have people who are epidemiologists and do epidemiologic modeling. So some of these disciplines are not specific to any one particular disease, so they've been able to sort of quickly, in the midst of this COVID-19 epidemic, to make contributions. So for example, Dr. Alex Perkins, who's in our institute, who's an epidemiologic modeler, has been looking nationally at the data, but also locally here in St. Joe County to try to provide some insights into what might happen, and has indicated that we probably don't want to open too soon in order to avoid a worse situation down the line here. Another one of our faculty, Dr. Jeffrey Siwo, is just working with some other colleagues, has just set up a new website. You know, we're all eager for a vaccine, and there's like over 100 vaccines in development now. Right. So he's actually set up a website where you can go on and look at different vaccines, where they are, what stage they're in, et cetera, et cetera. And that's been a real resource for people globally. We look forward to continuing to work on those issues.
Okay, very good. How do you expect this pandemic to affect global health training and research programs?
Well, I expect there to be a tremendous, I mean, there's already a lot of interest in global health, both among undergrads and grad students. I suspect that this is going to create even a greater demand for that. You know, this pandemic, it's the first one of the 21st century, but it won't be the last one. It was somewhat predictable. No one knew exactly when or exactly what it would look like. We sort of suspected it might be a respiratory-borne virus. But we're going to need to be prepared going forward. And this is a wake-up call. It's a reminder of the importance of investing in research and training and infrastructure for being able to deliver diagnostics and drugs and hopefully vaccines for a disease like COVID-19. So I have no doubt there's going to be tremendous amount of interest, even more so than we already have. Okay.
Where is the EC Institute headed from here?
Well, we're going to continue to double down on what we're already doing. I personally, and again, this gets into the importance of being able to allow opportunities for qualified students to come to Notre Dame and get the sort of training and research methods and public health that is going to make a difference. And a lot of these students are both students from other countries, lower income countries, but also in our own country, students from lower income families who are very talented. But we're going to need to figure out how to be able to make sure that we have enough support for these students so they're able to come and do their training here and then go out in the world and help prevent the next pandemic.
Okay, Dr. Nolan, thank you very much. Or Nolan, did I pronounce it correctly that time?
Yes.
Thank you for being with us. Okay. And we'll be back after this short break with a member of the Notre Dame women's golf team.
Hayot Koth, restore all my relations to the natural world and universe. Here in the Nepekeya, the Navajo homeland, we continue to teach and live by these values, to stay in balance with the world that we live in, to stay rooted in our traditions, and to evolve those traditions to meet our modern needs.
In the fall of 2018, the University of Notre Dame's undergraduate architecture program was approached by the St. Michael Indian School in Arizona's Navajo Nation to develop a campus plan that would honor its history and Navajo tradition.
We haven't always had that opportunity as Diné people to give shape to the spaces that we build. And so to be able to create that architecturally, it was transformative for the students and the community.
We've learned that a building can be much more than 4 walls. It should incorporate colors, beliefs, and symbols that are meaningful. We've also learned to consider things that we wouldn't have to think about elsewhere, like positioning the building to the east to welcome the new day and the community.
This kind of experience is important for Notre Dame students because we ground our curriculum in Greco-Roman classicism. Then it's very important for our students to take those fundamental lessons and then reinterpret them in other contexts.
To be able to be involved in this project as a student has really shown me the power of architecture and what we create and how it will impact not only this generation, but also many future generations to come.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to build on tradition.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Maureen McFadden. Joining us now is Abby Hack, a Notre Dame junior and member of the women's golf team, who is coming to us from her home in Memphis, Tennessee. So, Abby, welcome to The Fight.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you. And COVID-19 has impacted everyone in strange ways, but especially collegiate athletes whose seasons were ended prematurely. Can you take us through what that was like for you?
Yeah, that came as quite a shock to us. I know our team was in Arizona playing a practice round for a tournament we host every year when we got the news. We were on hole 17 and they pulled us off the course. We didn't even get to finish the round. I don't think we expected the pandemic to become this bad. And as sad as we are to miss the end of our season, I think most of us are mostly sad at the time lost with our senior. I feel really blessed to have had her leadership, but the lost time is certainly a disappointment.
I can't imagine. So your season's cut short and you're forced to head back home to Memphis and finish out the school year online. And I understand you've been putting your time at home to good use. Can you tell us about how you've personally joined the fight against COVID-19?
Yeah. So since I've gotten home to Memphis, I've spent my time volunteering in a cancer clinic. I've helped screen patients and visitors, really anyone who walks through the door. I ask about symptoms, whether or not they've been in a hospital, whether they've been tested for the virus or been around anyone who could possibly have exposed them to the virus. If they do seem to be at risk, they are seen in an isolation room we set up. We never turn anyone away. I think some people are afraid of that when they hear my questions. It's just about preventing the spread of the virus because all of our patients already have a compromised immune system. So we just want to do the best we can to protect everyone in our building.
Now, a lot of people are afraid of this disease for good reason, but you don't seem to have any qualms about putting yourself out there to help those around you. Where does this courage and inspiration come from?
My dad is an orthopedic oncologist, so I've been exposed to medicine since I was little. I've known I wanted to be a doctor, and although I've not yet attained that role, I'm really excited to be helping in the small way that I can.
So how has this experience affected you as a person? Do you feel like it's shaping you in any special way?
It has. I've been really moved by the interactions I've had with our patients. I've learned a lot of their stories, seeing the same people day after day. I've celebrated with patients after receiving their last treatment. I've also empathized with families grieving the loss of a loved one. Regardless of the specifics, these patients are going through a really scary and uncertain time in their lives, and that fear is amplified by this pandemic. And their courage is inspiring. It makes me want to be better. It makes me excited about my career as a physician, and I'm really excited about being able to participate in the medical field.
Well, you've inspired us all. Thank you very much for joining us today, Abby. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now let's go to Kim Borza for a quick update on giving to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. Kim.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Maureen. And wow, that was an inspiring story from Abby Heck, who is a women's golf student athlete here at Notre Dame. And I know I speak for the entire Notre Dame family when I say how proud we are of our student athletes and our students who are doing so much in their communities during this time. That's what it means to be a member of the Notre Dame family. Here we're champions in the classroom, champions in the community, and for our student athletes, champions in competition as well. So very, very proud of Abby. And we're also so thankful for all of you who have made gifts to students like Abby today during the Fight broadcast. Let's take a look at how we're tracking so far towards our number goal. That is unbelievable. What a jump we've just taken. We are now at $2.6 million, over $2.6 million, which will fund 59 student financial aid packages this coming year. That is absolutely incredible. Just let that sink in. And just a reminder, anyone who makes a gift of $50 or more online tonight will have the opportunity to purchase one of these very stylish Fight hoodies, limited edition. And again, you're going to see Garth Brooks wearing one this evening. He debuted it last night. You're not going to want to miss out. And just to again talk about the incredible impact of the gifts that you are giving here tonight, we just received a note from a student named Katie Lewis. Let's hear what Katie had to say. My name is Katie, and I am finishing up my junior year. I live in Welsh Family Hall, and I have loved every minute of my time at Notre Dame. So I just wanted to thank everyone giving to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. As a student whose Notre Dame experience is only possible through the help of financial aid and kind people like you, I cannot emphasize enough how much of a difference you make. Incredible experiences with clubs, on game days, and in my dorm community have made me who I am, and none of that would be possible without the support of the Notre Dame family. Katie, thank you so much for writing that note and for sharing it with us today. She is absolutely right. Financial aid matters. Financial aid provides the gift of Notre Dame to deserving students. So please join the fight today. A gift of any size truly makes a difference. Now back to Maureen with our next guest. Maureen?
All right, Kim, thanks a lot. Those numbers are looking pretty good, but keep on going and clicking on that blue button we really need. And coming up, you're going to listen to the Notre Dame Student Choir.
1, 2, 3, everybody clap. Everybody say, seek ye. Let's sing that again. Seek ye. What you gotta do, submit. Give it to God. Leave it alone. it up right here. We got one more in us. Let's take it out right here. See?
Wow, do they have some pipes. And we should mention that the Sacred Music Community Choir is not just Notre Dame students. It is a true community choir that includes people from the Michiana area along with the students. So beautiful, and gosh, that was wonderful to hear. Well, joining us now, we have a remarkable guest, a nun and doctor who, at 85 years young, is still seeing patients amid this crisis through telemedicine. Sister Catherine Siebert, welcome to The Fight. We're glad to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. Here I am at Double Domer. I got my master's there and doctorate at Notre Dame.
Go Irish. Well, you've talked about medicine as a calling. What is it that makes you feel called to it?
Well, it's a gift. God gives us all gifts, and you respond. You sort of harvest the gift and respond and bring it back to God. You harvest it. And it's tough times, though, to use your gifts, in this pandemic. It is tough.
Sister, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You have to, share your hope and really share the suffering of others. But you have to give them hope and share their suffering as if it's your own suffering, And,
how does your role as a nun impact your practice as a doctor and vice versa?
Well, I guess it's all part of the same call, that call to religious life, that you try to live the gospel seriously. And I often think of Matthew 10:8, the gift you have received, give it back as a gift. So all the gifts that I've received, like from my Notre Dame education to the gift of being called to be a physician, and the gift to be alive at 85 and, still trying to help people is a great gift. So you take the gifts and you try to bring a peace and hope and comfort and healing to the people that you're with, both the staff. It's tough. It's tough doing what we're doing right now, and to see people who've come in for the tests and a few days later are dead. It's tough, and to help them. And so at this point, there's so much risk that they actually close the office. I'm working in an outpatient office, and we're calling the patients to take care of their diabetes and other problems and just seeing the ones that need to be seen.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing.
Since we're talking about the pandemic, tell us about more of the effects of COVID-19 in the community that you serve.
People are very frightened, and I work with on the whole, I work with poor people, and some are undocumented, and so they have no insurance, and so when they have no job, they have no money, and they have no food. And others are poor and have lost their job, and but they can file for unemployment. But people are frightened. They're doing the best they can. They're dependent, very dependent on the church and other groups for food. And some of them have moved in with relatives, so the family structure is very chaotic. And what's very frightening, we've seen a number of people who had the virus with all the symptoms of fever and shortness of breath in late March. and they just came back like this week to have a test because their employer said, now that you're feeling better, if your test is negative, you can come back to work. And their test is still positive, and yet they're feeling better. So I'm also a microbiologist. I got my doctorate at Notre Dame, and I actually work with Tony Fauci for part of my education at NIH. But I think there's a lot about this virus we don't know. So now we have people who have survived the acute symptoms, but they still have the virus. And so that's a problem. They want to go to work, they can't work, and also social distancing is hard to practice for months, especially in a family situation.
It is. So how has the telehealth model, Sister, impacted the way you practice medicine?
I'm sorry, how is what matter?
How has the telemedicine affected the way you practice medicine?
To tell you the truth, it's better than nothing. But, I guess I'm old school. I like to see the patient and examine the patient and listen to their heart. But I'm surprised at how happy people are to hear your voice. We can call them or we can video. Most of them just want the call. And they're happy to hear from you because they're frightened, But I think it's quite limited. You don't know even their vital signs, and we can't do labs as often because they have to go out to a lab, and they don't want to go out, and they don't have the money. And, it's better than nothing, But there's a lot to be desired, I think.
I'm sure.
But people are frightened, and so you can, give them some hope, and comfort, and try to be as healing and supportive as you can.
All right. Thank you, Sister Catherine, for all you are doing to serve those in need. I know they appreciate it, and we appreciate hearing about it. Thanks again.
Okay, God bless. But I'm not on the front line, but I appreciate all they're doing.
I'd say you're doing your part. Thank you, Sister.
Yeah, God bless. Bye.
Okay. And we'll head now to the Notre Dame Day Vault for a recorded special performance from the cast of Hamilton the Musical. And after that, we'll end the hour with a virtual performance from the Notre Dame Folk Choir. Stick around for so much more to come.
Virginians and an immigrant walk into a room diametrically opposed foes. They emerge with a compromise, having opened doors that were previously closed. The immigrant emerges with unprecedented financial power, a system he can shape however he wants. The Virginians emerge with the nation's capital. And here's the pièce de résistance. No one else was in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. No one else was in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. No one really knows how the game is played, the art of the trade, how the sausage gets made. We just assume that it happens, but no one else was in the room where it happens. The room where it happens. No one else was in the room where it happens. The room where it happens. No one else was in the room where it happens. Thomas claimed
Alexander was on Washington's doorstep one day in distress and disarray.
Thomas claimed
Alexander said nowhere else to turn and basically begged me to join the fray.
Thomas claimed
I approached Madison and said, I know you hate him, but let's see what he has to say.
Thomas claimed
Well, I arranged the meeting, I arranged the menu, the venue, the seating, and no one else was in the room where it happened.
The room where it happened, the room where it happened.
No one else was in the
room where it happens, the room where it happens, the room where it happens.
No one really knows how the parties get to yes. The pieces that are sacrificed in
every game of chess.
We just
Assume that it happens.
no one else was in the room
Where it happens, the room where it happens.
No one else was in the
room where it happens, the room where it happens.
No one else was in the room
Where it happens.
Why did they say to you to get you to sail New York City down the river?
Alexander Hamilton.
Did Washington know about the dinner? Was the presidential pressure to deliver? Or did you know even then it doesn't matter where you put the U.S. Capitol?
Put the U.S. Capitol, cause we'll have the banks. We're in the same spot.
And I wanted what I got. When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game. But you don't get a win unless you're playing the game. Oh, you get love for it, you get hate for it. You get nothing if you wait for it, wait for it, wait. God help and forgive me. I wanna build something that's gonna outlive me. What do you want,
What do you want,
What do you want,
What do you
If you
want,
stand for nothing,
What do you want,
what do you
What do you
for? I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. Hit the road,
And don't you
wanna
come back
be in
no
the
more,
room where it happens,
no more,
where it happens.
hit the road.
And
don't you come back
in the
no
room
more.
where it happens, the room where it happens.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back, no, don't you come back, no, don't you come back no more.
I wanna be,
Don't you come back no more.
I wanna be,
Don't you come back no more.
I wanna be in the room where it happens.
Don't you come back no more.
Don't you come back no more.
No
Don't you come back no more.
atenderezebwe omukama atenderezebwe omukama katonda w'amagye atenderezebwe omukama agulumizibwe omutonzi w'eggulu n'ensi
atenderezebwe omukama atenderezebwe omukama katonda w'amagye atenderezebwe omukama agulumizibwe omutonzi w'eggulu n'ensi atenderezebwe omukama atenderezebwe omukama katonda w'amagye atenderezebwe omukama agulumizibwe
ngeri mugendeza buli ngeri ekirabo kyebako tulo mu mirimu egya buli ngeri mugendeza buli ngeri mungomezo ne mu nnyimba mungomevu zina majinja mukitambira ekitukuvu musaeza buli ngeri musanyu nga tusagamisa enaku nga tunakuwala nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima nga bukedde netunulira ekiseto n'obuyambi bwo nefukamira okukwebaza olabirungi byo nga bulira nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza ekyosinga nekulakulakyako nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima 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 bwe buziba netunulira ekisato n'obuyambi bwo nefukamira okukwebaza olw'ebirungi byo nga bulira nekowolo ntunulire ebikisaho biwugule nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza nga bukedde netunulira ekisato n'obuyambi bwo nefukamira okukwebaza okume mu kutegana nenkowolo ntunulire nenekwasa obuyambi bwo nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza ekyo singa nekulatirako nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima 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 nsala nnyimba obuteebaza ntendereze nnyo obuyambi bwo ebirungi ebitakoma n'obulungi bw'obutakoma olw'emikwano egitakoma nenekomba obuyambi bwo nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza ekyo simale mukama wange nsiima nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima nze nyiza ntya obuteebaza byompadde mukama wange nsiima
trace it backwards, I get here, to this place, to this moment. I was 10 years old.
Good evening. A killer earthquake hit Mexico City this morning, and they're still counting the dead tonight.
The earth shook, buildings crumbled, people screamed.
Thousands more have been injured. The effect was devastating.
A city became rubble. I saw chaos. I saw fear. I vowed then that I would become an engineer so I could protect those families.
Notre Dame professor of engineering and global affairs, Tracy Kajewski-Correa, has studied the impact of natural disasters around the globe, from earthquakes and tsunamis to hurricanes.
So when we travel to these devastated places, as engineers, we're hoping to understand how our math and models truly have performed under real-world conditions. But when you get there, you have to have a certain sense of awe at what Mother Nature can do. In that moment, when your breath has been taken away, the next thought in your mind is, well, how can we do better? We've got evacuation routes up here at Notre Dame. We built a platform called NJ Coast that brings all the critical information that first responders and urban planners need to protect their communities into one location.
Here in Keansburg, Superstorm Sandy definitely had an impact. 75% of the town had water in it. Definitely a wake-up call. New Jersey Coast allows us to see how the storm is going to have a direct impact on our residents and how to better protect them.
I arrived on this planet with a real hunger to fix things. And when we were able to do this NJ Coast project, it was an opportunity for dreams to come true.
Hello and welcome to The Fight, a broadcast that features stories of the Notre Dame family taking the fight to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Gary Sieber. I co-anchor Saturday Morning News on WNDU, the local NBC affiliate here in South Bend. I also teach broadcast journalism and ethics in journalism at the University of Notre Dame, and it is great to be here to share stories of how the Notre Dame family is responding to COVID-19 and those serving in need. Today, we're raising money for the Notre Dame Student Emergency Relief Fund. That's a fund created specifically to give enhanced aid to Notre Dame students facing unexpected financial strain due to the pandemic. Now, we already know that the financial aid needs will be great, and that's why we're asking you to join us in this fundraising effort if you can. Throughout the broadcast, we seek to raise enough money to fund the expected average financial aid packages for 178 students at the university. Our bold goal is to raise $7.8 million by 10 o'clock tonight. We can do it, but we can't do it without you. So please click on the blue button on your screen, and we thank you so much in advance for your support. A special message from country music legend Garth Brooks will be coming up a little bit later, so you definitely want to stay tuned for that. That'll be in our 9 o'clock hour. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back after this short timeout.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
as a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Gary Sieber, and joining us in the studio right now is Tom Burrish. He is the university's Charles and Jill Fisher Provost. And Tom, thank you very much for joining us in The Fight.
My pleasure.
What an unusual semester. This is your kind of outgoing semester, right? You and Father John will be essentially hosting a conferral of degrees that will be virtual coming up here very shortly. And in fact, from this same studio where we're originating this, in all of this craziness, what are some of the memories that stand out for you?
You know, Gary, universities are designed for closeness. You go to class together, you cheer together, you pray together, you live in dormitories together. And as one of my colleagues, president of another university, said, closeness has become pathological. We're not doing things together anymore. We're doing them virtually. And he asked the question, if the virtual is the same as reality and has the same value as reality, what's the value of reality? Mm-hmm. And what I've learned, maybe the most memorable thing, is that the virtual isn't the same as reality. I think that our faculty and students and staff have done an extraordinary job at continuing online education with our students, but they yearn for all the things that are missing, the social closeness, the things that happen in a dormitory, the things that happen on a playing field, the things that happen in a laboratory that they can't do anymore. I will remember the extraordinary efforts people went through. You are one of the faculty members who taught this semester online. Our faculty had 10, 11 days to learn how to teach online, and they devoted everything they had to doing that. Most of them had never taught online before. Most students had never learned online before. But they did everything they can to make this semester successful. I know many faculty, in addition to teaching, also tried to make sure their students still felt connected to the university. One professor started every class, I'm told, lip-syncing a song that had a theme that was the same as the theme of that class. In another class, the students, without the professor, would agree to coordinate their dress, and they would show up in some new dress that the professor see. One professor on Fridays had a happy hour. I'm sure all of his students were over 21 or they were drinking ginger ale, but he just wanted to get together to have a good time with the students and talk about whatever they wanted to talk about. We had some students who were under very difficult circumstances. They didn't have a laptop computer. They didn't have broadband at home and internet. They had to watch their siblings because their single parent worked and the classes, the schools, K-12 were out, so the kids were home and someone had to watch them. People at Notre Dame and student affairs and the academy staff, they found computers for them. There were people who donated the conference room of their company. He can come in and use our internet and study here. And it was just marvelous. The other thing I remembered is the extremes our faculty and staff and students went to make the best of this last semester. It was quite extraordinary. You really see what people are made of in hard times, not in the easy times. And I've said over and over, we have the best faculty and students and staff I can imagine, and that was brought home during these last months. It was definitely an intriguing semester, I will say, for me in a teaching role, because I never knew that Notre Dame students owned so many dogs and cats. They made appearances on Zoom almost every class. So, your successor is Marie-Lynn Miranda. We're going to be talking with her in a little bit. But what have you seen as she's come in and had to really dive in head first into this COVID crisis? I've known Marie-Lynn for several years. She was the provost at Rice. I met her in that context. In fact, every semester, almost every semester, I invite a sitting president or provost or dean who's known to be an extraordinary leader to come to Notre Dame and meet with the deans and the associate provost and me so that we can learn from them. A few years ago, I invited Marie-Lynn to come to Notre Dame. Little did I know she would come and stay and take my job while she was here. I've spent a lot of time with her recently, online and in person. She's brilliant. She can make hard decisions based on the highest standards. She is ambitious for the university. She has won awards as a teacher, as a scholar. She's still active as a scholar and will bring her research team with her. She's very committed to the Catholic mission of Notre Dame. And yet, in spite of all of this, she's wonderfully warm and centered as an individual. I think she'll be a terrific provost, and people here will fall in love with her very quickly.
Well, we're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to talking with her in a little bit. It's been at least 15 years since you've done a job interview, but let me ask you the standard job interview question. After this time, and looking back on your career, what would you say are your greatest strengths, and what would you say were the challenges, the things that you always hoped that you might get done but didn't quite?
Well, looking at strengths and weaknesses, I have so many weaknesses it would be unfair to single out any one over the other. So I won't go there. And in terms of strengths, I'm caught between my mother on one side and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Golda Meir, on the other. My mother used to say, never brag, never talk about what you're good at or you think you're good at. It's just not right to do that. Mm-hmm. And I remember there was an individual who was being very modest in front of a microphone, and Golda Meir said to him, don't be so humble, you're not that great. So I'm caught on the one hand between not wanting to talk about strengths and on the other not talking about weaknesses. So I don't mean to defer your question, but others probably are better equipped to answer that question than I am.
Yeah. Is there any one thing that you say, well, I wish I had been able to get this done? It's not so much a weakness, but we all, anytime we leave a job, you say, I wish I'd been able to finish that one thing.
There's not only one thing. There's a lot of things. If I were provost for the next 5 or 10 years, there's a lot of things you would continue to do. Mm-hmm. You would try to make it an even better university in every respect, as a great Catholic university, as a great research university. You'd continue to get stronger faculty and stronger students, or help the strong faculty and students we have be even more productive with resources. So you'd continue to do a lot of the things one is doing right now. It's truly been a privilege to be here, in part because of people like those who are watching this, who support Notre Dame so much. At Notre Dame, you can, as a provost, as a faculty member, you can dream about things because your dreams will come true. People will support you. They will help you. They will make the things that make Notre Dame a better university happen. And it's really been a privilege to be a provost in that environment.
Well, it's been a privilege to have you. And so are you going to fish now, or what are you going to do here?
Well, I've loved being provost, and I will miss that a lot. I will miss the people. But I've got a lot of things I want to do. I've agreed to be on a few not-for-profit boards. I want to spend more time with my wife, Pam, and our children and grandchildren. I want to do more reading for pleasure and not just the academic things. I want to spend more time exercising and trying to maintain my health. I want to spend more time in prayer. I want to spend more time volunteering and giving back. I suspect that at the end of the days in the future, I will say the same thing I say now. I needed 2 more hours today to get everything done. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to the next
Just like this program. We just need a few more hours, right? Tom, thank you so much for your service to Notre Dame. Thank you for joining us on the program here in The Fight. We appreciate it.
Gary, thank you, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be here on my birthday. Couldn't think of a better gift. And on that note, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking with a student who immigrated here from Italy and has really done remarkable things in the fight against COVID-19. Stay tuned.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Gary Sieber. It's nice to have you here. And joining us right now is Notre Dame rising sophomore Paolo Mazzara, who is a native of Monza, Italy. He recently immigrated to the United States with his family, and Paolo is still in close contact with friends and relatives there. Paolo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about what brought you to Notre Dame and what you've been doing here lately.
So I'm a rising sophomore, as you said. I'm a philosophy and global affairs major. So I could say that the things I've been studying apply very much to the volunteering efforts that I've been doing to coronavirus, and can actually come in handy in periods such as this ones. And I came to Notre Dame after I moved to the United States 2 years ago. And I remember Notre Dame from one of my very first visits to the United States, where I could say I fell in love with the Golden Dome, the Mary atop the Golden Dome, and the way it kind of reminded me of what we have in Milan, equivalent atop the Milan Cathedral. And as soon as I was informed of things such as the Notre Dame factor, and I spoke with various alumnus who spent a lot of time describing the amount of importance that Notre Dame students put on volunteering and being a force for good, I decided I had to come to this university.
Well, Paolo, you mentioned Milan, and of course you're in the Lombardy area of Italy, and that was one of the almost ground zero for what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic as it really ripped through the country of Italy. Tell us a little bit about what that experience was like in your home area and how you responded to it.
Yes, so it's still unclear as to how Milan became, or I would say the Lombardy region became the outbreak of coronavirus in the region and in the country, actually. And it was very interesting because what was outstanding about the whole situation is that the regional healthcare system of Lombardy, again, where I'm from, is considered to be one of the best, not just in Italy, but in Europe. It's considered to be one of the most advanced and one of the most well-equipped. And yet, the amount of people who were getting infected, the rate was so grave that not even the hospitals and the healthcare workers were ready for such an influx of people, which is in the end what led me to help them and keep in contact with the country and try to do what I could by aiding them in various ways.
Paolo, your experience was that you overheard a phone conversation that your mother had with a friend who happened to be a nurse, and that immersed you in this in a big way. Tell us what happened and came out of that.
Yes, so it was very organic. It happened, it was not really planned. So as I said earlier, we moved to the United States, but I was born in Italy. I lived there my entire life. So of course we still have relatives and acquaintances over there. And my mother got a phone call from close friends of ours who happens to be a nurse at the Zucchi Clinic, one of the hospitals in Milan. And in the phone call, she was basically asking my mother if we could help her with translating a document that needed to be sent to Geneva, where the head of the World Health Organization is located. And they hoped that my mother could do the job because, of course, by living in the United States, she would know the language better than the medical professionals who maybe lived in Italy, worked there, but were not as proficient in English. And the way it worked was just, I abandoned my schoolwork. I overheard the phone call and said, you know what, I have a lot of downtime, I have a lot of free time due to this quarantine, due to social distancing, and the fact that school is now based on virtual learning. And I decided to do it immediately. I translated the document from Italian to English. I recorded a voice message where I read the document aloud. And it was pretty smooth. I sent it, and they did what they had to do with it.
And do you know if those made a difference, Paolo, when they got to the World Health Organization?
Well, I got asked this question various times, and I always give the same answer. It's absurd to think that just one document could make a big difference. I know by following the news, because I still follow the Italian news closely, that in the weeks following me sending the document to the healthcare professionals who then forwarded it to the World Health Organization, some things changed in the healthcare system, the Italian healthcare system. Some equipment was finally supplied to healthcare professionals. Some needs were addressed. So I wouldn't say that my letter made the difference, and it was the, let's say, the thing that led to the turning point. But it surely contributed, and it surely, among all the other efforts, a small action could actually lead to a greater impact.
Well, Paolo, we really appreciate you being here, and congratulations on that involvement. And we're all helping in our own way, and even though it may seem like a small thing to you, I know it had a great benefit to the people in Italy and the people from your area in Italy especially. So, Paolo, thank you very, very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
All right. And we're going to come back here in just a moment, and we'll be talking with a person who is very closely associated with the Alliance for Catholic Education and how that program is going amidst all of this corona crisis. We will be right back after a short break.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Gary Sieber. Joining us in the studio right now, we have Father Joe Kopora, who is a Holy Cross priest and the director of University School Partnerships for the Alliance for Catholic Education, sometimes known as ACE, here at Notre Dame. Also part of the pastoral care team and campus ministry, and he is a priest in residence at Dillon Hall and received a special mandate from Pope Francis. So, Father Joe, thanks very much for being here today. Tell us first about the mandate from Pope Francis. What is that?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me.
Sure.
I believe the Holy Spirit inspired Pope Francis to call this Jubilee Year of Mercy so that everybody could experience at some level the mercy of God. Then the Pope appointed about 800 priests worldwide, and our mandate was to preach, give talks, give conferences about mercy, and to hear as many confessions as we could during that year. That was a lot of confessions, a lot of talks. I always say I'm the biggest beneficiary of it because every single time I talked about mercy and God's mercy, I believed it that much more. And why was I chosen? I think the Pope was looking for big sinners because big sinners know a lot about mercy. And I would put myself in that category.
Well, we certainly see how you could use a sense of humor. And you know, a sense of humor is important in any time, but especially facing what we are at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's talk about graces and blessings here. It's very difficult to see a silver lining in this cloud of a pandemic, but what graces and blessings do you see coming out of the pandemic?
Thanks a lot. One thing I want to talk about this. Maybe a week ago, two of our colleagues in ACE got married, Will and Aaron. And this could not have been the wedding they were planning or wanted. Their parents could not come, 10 people in the locked chapel. And about 100 of us gathered in the ACE parking lot afterwards. They didn't know that we were there. And they walked out of the locked chapel, went to the grotto, and when they came to the ACE parking lot, there were 100 of us beeping horns, clapping, and cheering. And when Aaron and Will walked by me, they were just beaming with joy. It left an impression on me. And I went home to Balmer. I drove home to Dillon Balmer. I cried the whole way. First, I cried because this could not have been the wedding that they wanted. But secondly, I cried because they were so joyful and so happy with so much less. And so one of the things that will come out of this pandemic, without a doubt, is we will all have to learn to live with less. And there's that great line in Pilgrim at Tinker Creek by Annie Dillard, and she says about creation, we would have been satisfied with so much less. So I see that as a real blessing and a real gift that we will learn to be happy with less. And that wedding and the joy of that couple impressed itself upon me greatly.
Sure. And I think to some degree, maybe we learn the difference between what's urgent and what's important.
Yeah, that's
right. And you find the important things, and that seems to be part of the story that you're telling there. Now in your role coordinating university school partnerships for ACE, this has to be a huge thing for the Alliance for Catholic Education. How do you see this pandemic affecting the way Catholic education will be carried out in the future?
That's a huge question, and I don't know that anyone knows the answer. I don't know what that will mean in grade schools, high schools. I don't know what that will mean. And even in our work with ACE, with the schools, I do know this. And we have all relied upon Zoom and all used Zoom, and it has been salvific in many ways, but it cannot replace a person-to-person education. And so, however we have to reinvent Catholic schools, it cannot be apart from people to people. After all, we believe in the incarnation, that God became a person in Jesus. And so the person-to-person stuff, what that will look like and how that will be, I don't know that. But it will have to be part of the mix going forward. That's all I can offer at this time.
Sure. And as a priest in residence at Dillon Hall, it's difficult when there's no one in residence.
Yeah.
So let me turn that a little bit and ask you about sort of the communal life of the Congregation of Holy Cross. How has this affected that because it has to have had a big effect.
Yeah, we're all together all the time.
Sure.
I mean, it's been like a retreat. We gather every day for Mass, and then we have dinner together, and dinner at 6 o'clock, and people are not leaving dinner at 6:18 to go run to the next thing. We're talking till 6:45. So it's been its own grace, but in the end, with all due respect, we're not monks. We're priests, active priests, and so I think people are longing, grateful for what God has given to us, but longing to get out and work when the time is right.
Yeah. Well, Father Joe, thanks so much. Thank you for your work. We appreciate it and everything that you've done for us here, and not only for the Alliance for Catholic Education, but at Dillon Hall at the university, and especially the mandate from Pope Francis. So thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. I'm grateful to be here.
You bet. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to get an update on giving from Ellen Roof. Ellen, take it away.
Thanks, Gary. So many great interviews and stories happening here today. Thank you for tuning into this broadcast and to The Fight. We are just over the halfway mark of our show here, so let's take a look at where our giving totals are. Absolutely incredible. Just under $4 million. That funds 90 students' financial aid packages for this coming year. We are so thankful for everyone who is tuning in and giving back. Remember, with a gift of $50 online to Student Emergency Relief Funds today, you can get the chance to purchase one of these custom limited edition 2020 The Fight sweatshirts, so don't miss that opportunity. I want to give a few shout outs to some donors who have given in the last hour. Shout out to Anne, an ND parent. Huge thank you to Mary Kay, an 84 alumna, and Harold, a 2014 alum. Again, thank you so much to everyone who is choosing to make a gift back today. We are so appreciative, and gifts of all sizes truly make an impact. Actually, you can fund one of a student's courses for a day with a gift of just $8.83. I distinctly remember my psych class with Henri Venter very fondly, and just how much that class changed me and helped me grow. So that can be the experience you are giving to a student today with your gift. Thank you all for tuning in. We have a lot more great content and stories for you in the coming hours. We'll have another update toward the end of this hour, and now back to Gary with our next guest. Gary?
Thanks, Ellen. Thanks for the update, and thanks for sharing the memory with us as well. I'm Gary Sieber. Welcome to The Fight, and with us now is Dan Allen. Dan is the Associate Director of Spirituality and Service at Notre Dame's Alumni Association. And Dan, welcome to The Fight. We appreciate you taking some time here for us.
Thanks, Gary.
Sure. During a time of pandemic and crisis like this, people tend to turn to prayer quite a bit more. I mean, there are many more prayers being offered. What is the Alumni Association doing to help support the Notre Dame community?
Well, a lot of our outreach at Faith ND continues. Our daily gospel reflection goes out to more than 100,000 subscribers every day. Our editor, Noel Terranova, does a great job cultivating those writers and helping them craft their reflections. We just finished a Songs of Notre Dame campaign for Lent, where we shared a lot of the sacred music from many Notre Dame ensembles. Of course, our Everyday Holiness podcast is in its third season. We've been really happy to share those stories. Numerous streamed masses and rosaries. And finally, our Grotto Prayer program, where our team responds individually to prayers that come in through the Faith ND website. And then one of the team members or volunteers goes down to the grotto each day and offers the prayers.
That's amazing. So let me get this straight now. You actually have someone who physically goes to the grotto and offers the intentions and the prayers of the people who write in electronically.
Correct.
How many do you get?
Well, it's not a new ministry. We've been doing it for a number of years. In fact, last year we offered more than 29,000 prayers at the grotto. And as you said, in a time like this, we're seeing an increase in the frequency. The viewers will be seeing or are seeing a clip of Nellie Aronowski, who is one of our team members who goes to the grotto. And she, along with Annie Enval, are the main people who respond to those prayers, along with a few others in this increase in prayers that we're seeing. And then we have a number of volunteers. Annie actually divides up the prayers and sends them to the volunteers. And since the social isolation has begun locally, more than 8,000 prayers have come in and have been offered by our team. So it's just a tremendous blessing and privilege to be a part of that and take those prayers to a sacred place like the grotto.
8,000. And so how do you divide those up? Do you go by subject, or do you just alphabetically? I mean, how do you divide that?
Just as they come in. We try and divide them up evenly among the volunteers and provide a timely response to folks, as well as a timely offering those prayers at the grotto. So,
and they actually look at each and every one, though, as they go through them and actually pray those intentions.
Absolutely. It's really important to us.
That is stunning. So, Dan, what else is the Alumni Association doing at this point? Your activities, like everyone's, have to be curtailed a little bit.
Yeah, it's been amazing, inspiring to see the team, of course, led by our executive director, Dolly Duffy, just continue to innovate and adjust as we engage our alumni, parents, and friends. More things than I can probably mention here, but our Irish Compass platform offers alumni a chance for professional development and sometimes information in the midst of a career change. Our ThinkND platform continues to share education and relevant research from the Academy. Our Be the Light stories have been shared through our We Are ND platform. A number of those folks have been a part of the broadcast today. And just many things to care for our seniors. Of course, they are in our hearts and prayers at this time. We were able to send out a message and a medallion with the care packages that went out to the seniors, as well as a number of our clubs took part in a congratulatory yard sign campaign where they were putting the yard signs or care packages for our seniors. So just a number of things that has been really inspiring to see the team do, and we'll continue to do so until needed.
Well, Dan, thanks so much for everything that you're doing. I still can't get over the 8,000 prayers at the grotto. That's amazing, but you guys are doing just a terrific job, and we appreciate it on behalf of the university.
Absolutely. It's a team effort.
Dan, thanks again for joining us in the fight. And when we come back, Mickey Kidder will be here. And, of course, Mickey is Executive Vice President for University Enterprises and Events. She's got an unbelievable story, too. We'll be right back. And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Gary Sieber. And joining us in the studio now, Mickey Kidder, who is the Executive Vice President for University Enterprises and Events. Mickey, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you, Gary. It's great to be here.
Yeah. Now, you may have one of the most difficult jobs ever, especially during a pandemic. There are so many events that go on at the university, and so many were planned for this weekend and into the fall. Tell us, sort of where those things stand at the moment.
Yes, it's been a bit sobering day by day to see this thing unfold and the implications, certainly for our faculty and our students and our staff here at Notre Dame. But in many of the events that we partner with them on, these are families, members of the Notre Dame family from various parts of the country and the world who were planning different events here on campus. And in a matter of a day and weeks and months, we've had to ask them to adjust on those plans. And
Sure.
it's been difficult, admittedly.
Among other things, there's a major concert that was supposed to go on later in the summer, and with the first of the presidential debates. Where do those two stand right now?
Well, we're monitoring both and in close conversations with both of the organizations. Obviously, George Strait and his team of individuals, as well as the Commission on Presidential Debates. We're in close conversation with them and monitoring it day by day and planning so that we will implement a set of safety protocol, obviously, in the event that both continue, to where everyone attending will be as safe and mitigating risks as much as possible.
Sure. And on the presidential debate, is that call made by someone at the debate commission, or is that a university-related decision? How does that come about?
Well, the CPD is obviously the lead organization, and so we will in many ways take their lead on those such matters, but it is a collaborative process and a consultative conversation that is happening, on a daily and weekly basis.
All right, well, let's talk about the Morris Inn for a second. A lot of people are curious. When's the Morris Inn going to be open? Is the Roars renovation complete? Give us an update.
Yes, we are so excited. It's actually been one of the more joyful experiences the past 2 months. We're looking for those bright stars. We've been housing many of our students at the Morris Inn, and so hence have been somewhat close to the public, if you will. Many of those students are moving out this Saturday, actually. And so we will have essentially a dorm move out on Saturday occurring at the Morris Inn. We will go through a cleaning process, and then right prior to move out from the residence hall, so on May 21st, we will reopen the Morrison to transient populations and host many of the parents and the family members.
Right.
And Roars is so close.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful in there. The team has done a phenomenal job, and we
Are they
can't
able to
wait.
work?
We're not working.
Yeah.
It's not open. But whenever we open the Morrison and prepare for the fall semester, we will then open Roars.
All right. You have a great story that we want to get to from St. Michael's Laundry.
Yes.
There's a seamstress there. And of course, there's not much to do at the laundry when there are no students on campus.
Correct.
So what has happened there?
So St. Michael's Laundry, I'm so proud of that team. They have been helping the Priests and Brothers of Holy Cross with many of their laundry needs, as well as the Morrison and others. But Nina, a seamstress at St. Michael's Laundry, has been making masks for so many of our employees, members of the community. She and a colleague, Vaisha, they have made hundreds of masks with their own two hands, and then made kits so that other members of the Notre Dame family can take that fabric home, take the kits home, and themselves make masks to help keep their colleagues and their friends safe.
Sure. Are they using a special fabric, or is it just pretty much whatever they can find?
Whatever they can find. We have seen masks in all shapes, sizes, colors, pattern. It's been wonderful to see that.
So it doesn't necessarily say Notre Dame on it, right?
No, those don't. We do have a plan in the works for some ND masks.
Well, and we want to get to that, all right?
Yes.
So we've been sharing the university's great need to raise money for the Student Emergency Relief Fund. I understand you've got a little something going on there.
Yeah, so part of the great team that I have the privilege of working with is our bookstore and our licensing team. And so I brought a little sample here, Gary, to show the group. We will have these in the bookstore. You can go online now, in fact, and order these masks. This is one example. We will have about 3 others available at the bookstore. And all proceeds from the purchase of these masks that are emblematic, representing Notre Dame, all proceeds from these will go to the Student Relief Fund as well.
Well, that sounds like a terrific project. A symbol of our times, and you know what? That would be very handy if there is a football season, and I'm hoping that there will be.
That's right.
We may see 80,000 people with those.
I sure hope so, Gary.
I do too, and it would raise a lot of money for a good cause.
That's right.
Mickey, thanks so much. We appreciate your time, and thanks for the job that you're doing. When we come back, an unbelievable phone call that one Notre Dame student had with an alumnus during quarantine. We will have that right after a short timeout.
Hi, we're ND Listens. We're a group of students at Notre Dame, and we just wanted to, we heard you're in quite the battle right now, and we wanted to extend you some Notre Dame spirit.
Oh, thank you so much.
Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send the volley cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win over all. While her loyal sons are marching onward to victory. Go Irish! Go Irish!
We're thinking of you here on campus.
Absolutely. Sending prayers your way, sir.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So happy to do it. We'll be sure to light a candle for you at the grotto as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. We're so happy to do this. We really, our prayers are with you, and you really, you're an inspiration to us.
Oh, thank you so much. There's one other thing we could do. Standards like Bloomberg can fund
Excuse me?
Can we do the alma mater?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Notre Dame, our mother, tender, strong, and true, proudly in the heavens gleams thy golden blue. Glory's mantle cloaks thee, golden is thy fame, and our hearts forever praise thee, Notre Dame, and our hearts forever love thee, Notre Dame.
Thank you.
that is glorious.
Absolutely. So happy to do it. And once again, we want to just say keep fighting and know that all the students in Notre Dame are thinking about you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, sir.
Wonderful surprise for him.
Excuse me?
This is a wonderful surprise for him.
Absolutely.
Very, very touched. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. We're so happy to do it.
I believe it.
Absolutely. Well, you have a great evening, ma'am. Go Irish.
Thank you. You already have. You've made it stupendous.
Absolutely. So happy to hear that.
Thank you to all of you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you won't hear me say this very much, but go Notre Dame.
Absolutely. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good evening.
You as well. Bye.
That'll bring tears to your eyes, won't it? Oh, welcome back. I'm Gary Sieber. Welcome to The Fight. And we are joined now by two campus leaders who, with their shared background in the social sciences, are teaming up on a research project that will analyze the societal implications of COVID-19. So Dean Sarah Mastillo is with us, along with Provost-elect Mari-Lynn Miranda. And welcome to The Fight.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you with us. As the incoming provost and as the dean of the largest college at the university, I know you've been working closely together already as the university navigates its way through this crisis. But how did this joint research project come about?
I really admire Provost-elect Miranda's work. She has an outstanding reputation in the field, and I'm super excited to work with her on this. Since she and I first met some weeks or months ago, we've been talking about our shared research interests related to the impact of adverse childhood experiences and exposures on child health and development. We're trained in different disciplines, me in sociology, her in economics, but we're both quantitative researchers interested in similar questions. It even turns out we've both cited each other in our research papers, which shows you how closely our research interests intersect. On top of that, we both began our faculty careers at Duke. We're focused on research on the most vulnerable among us, which is right at home with what Notre Dame aims to do as a premier Catholic research institution.
And Mari, can you add to that? I mean, is it, it was just mentioned that you sort of you cite each other's research back and forth. What do you plan to do with this information and how will it contribute to the cause here?
So when I was being recruited and thinking, trying to figure out whether I was going to have an opportunity to join Notre Dame, and if I did, what it would be like, I read about a lot of people and I watched a lot of Notre Dame videos. And when it was eventually announced, one of the things I sent an email to Sarah that said, so you and I are going to do some research together because it was so clear to me how tightly connected our programs are. The project that we have in mind, so we started so I'm currently at Rice. After Hurricane Harvey hit Houston, we put into place a registry which allowed us to track over thousands and thousands of people, the health and the housing impacts of the hurricane. When we built that registry, we intentionally built it on a technological backbone that we would hope would flex very easily to other situations. And we did, in fact, use it for other floods that occurred in Houston. When COVID-19 hit, we thought that the technology would flex well to the questions about the long-term physical impact, the long-term mental health impact, and the long-term economic impact of COVID-19. So we deployed that registry, and it is meant to be a national registry, but of course, if you want to get people to answer questions about their experience with COVID-19, you really have to have a relationship with them. We have a series of relationships down in Texas, so most of the respondents to the registry right now are from Texas. Dean Mastillo and I are working together to deploy or leverage, I should say, the set of relationships that she and the College of Arts and Letters and the university more broadly enjoy with a series of different community groups and agencies across Indiana. So we will be able to provide for local health departments and government officials the same kind of timely reports on where we're seeing COVID-19 creep in, what the economic impacts have been, what the health impacts have been, what the mental health impacts have been. And this project is deeply important to me. It fits so much with my own sort of long-held research interests. The mission fit with the University of Notre Dame is amazing to me. And the opportunity to work with Sarah, it's like, you know, the whipped cream with the cherry on top to make a research project really exciting.
It's wonderful to see that collaboration and the energy that's involved in it as well. And I really want to congratulate you on that joint project. Dean Mastillo, you have a lot of administrative things to do. That may be enough for one person in any particular job, but you're working on this, you're still publishing, you're still doing research, you're still publishing the findings. You know, how important is it for academics to remain research active while they're doing their other jobs?
So I guess the way I think about it is that Notre Dame has a unique voice. It's inflected by our Catholic character, and it's important that we contribute that voice to the most pressing questions facing our world. That's why I became a sociologist. It's why I work in the area that I work in. And that's why I was thrilled to return to Notre Dame 6 years ago, to become a part of a community of people who want their research to have a real and positive impact on the world. The vast majority of my time these days is spent on administrative duties, but continuing to do research, continuing to work with students, keeps me connected to the core mission of the university.
Well, Dean Mastillo and Dr. Miranda, thank you very much for all that you're doing in this fight. We really appreciate your time here. Thanks for joining us, and take care. Good luck with the research. It's exciting. Coming up, we're going to hear from Niele Ivey, the newly named women's basketball coach, and that's after a short break. Stay right there.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Gary Sieber. And when you say The Fight, you think about the Fighting Irish, right? Our next guest is the only Notre Dame coach in history to win a national championship as a player and as a coach at her alma mater. Joining us now is the Karen and Kevin Keys women's head basketball coach, newly named at Notre Dame, Niele Ivey. Niele, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You bet. It's nice to have you here. And you've been preparing for this moment for a long, long time. You now have almost 3 weeks into the new gig. And what have you been up to in that short time?
Well, I've been on the phone. It started right after the announcement. So just recruiting, building relationships with, recruits and their parents and families, and connecting with the team, the current team. So I've been on Zoom calls with them, and, just via text, via calls. And then just, just talking to support staff and those type of calls. So it's a lot of connecting, I would say, the first week, but recruiting was my number one task. That was the first thing I did.
And it has to be hard to do that in a pandemic situation. How are you? I mean, just on the phone, using video? How do you do that?
Yeah, just via text, just phone calls, a couple of FaceTime calls with recruits. Just that's the only thing that you can do at this point. It's a lot of technology and a lot of connecting through technology.
Yeah. Do you find that you can build a relationship that way, or is it just not quite the same?
You know what? This is the age for this this generation is social media. It is technology. They're on the phones all the time. They're mobile phones, and so for me, it's kind of easy because that's where they connect. That's where they're on as much as they're on that as all the time. So that part's really easy for this generation. But it was definitely different when I was being recruited.
Yeah, and now that you mention it, with my kids, I'm always trying to get them to make a phone call, and they'd rather text. So I guess maybe there's something to that. Hey, you just spent 9 months as an assistant coach with the NBA's Memphis Grizzlies. What was that like? How's the WNBA, the NBA different from, say, college?
It was incredible. It's such a great experience. I learned so much. Taylor Jenkins, the head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies, was such an incredible basketball mind. He allowed the entire coaching staff to be a part of every aspect of the program and in the organization, and it was just phenomenal. I learned so much in a short amount of time. Every day was just, it was almost like I was in getting my doctorate in coaching. This was what I felt like, because it was just so much information and so much knowledge in the NBA. Just in an elite organization, every aspect of the organization, from performance staff to performance group, from the players, marketing, everything was just in an elite level. So I learned so much. I learned, culture, foundation, so many things that I learned that was, even separate from just the basketball X's and O's.
Sure, and in the X's and O's and the basket's the same height and all that kind of stuff. So there are some similarities, but the pro game is so different in so many ways from college. Can you bring a lot of that and use that experience to enhance what you do in college?
I think so. It just depends on how much translates. I think just from, the NBA to college, but there's so much vital information that in the NBA that, like I said, the way they manage, their organization, the way they organize things, it's an elite level. So I just saw it from a different lens. I saw it from a different perspective. And I think the basketball part, the defensive schemes I learned, the offensive schemes I learned, I think will be really beneficial here at Notre Dame and the women's game. So I'm excited to try to, hopefully those things translate, the things that I learned.
Niele, you got very emotional talking about Coach Muffet-McGraw in your press conference announcing your hiring. Do you remember what it was like all those years ago when Muffet was recruiting to you? What was the pitch that she used 25 years ago to get you to come to Notre Dame?
Yeah, we developed a really strong and really close bond through the process, just getting to know her and coming on campus. And, her pitch was obviously the education piece, and that was really important to my family. Finding a home that had the best of both worlds, great academic institution, and also a really great athletic institution, a great coaching staff. And that was her pitch, really, just for me to come in athletically to make an immediate impact. She talked about me being her future point guard, handing the ball off to me and giving it back in 4 years. It ended up being 5 years with my time at Notre Dame. But, I just felt like it was a closeness. I felt safe with her, and I really bonded with Coach McGraw and the coaching staff, and that really sealed the deal for me.
So as we wrap up, Niele, no pressure here, but you're coming off a tough rebuilding year. You're already ranked 13th in the preseason polls. Does that sound about right?
I'm like Coach McGraw. I'm really not trying to look at the polls, so I didn't know that. But I think we have a great returning team. They went through a lot last year. We have 3 major players that will be returning from injuries, and I have a great incoming freshman class that I'm going to really rely on. I think they're talented enough to make an immediate impact, and we're just going to get better every day. And just hopefully, it's a really great year. But I'm just excited. I have a great group of girls to work with, and so I'm just super excited to get back with them.
Well, Niele, I speak on behalf of all the Notre Dame alums out there and fans. We can't wait. So thank you for joining us on The Fight. We're so excited for you and our women's basketball program. Can't wait to see what's going to happen out there. And now let's go to Brian Diss for an update on giving. Brian?
Thanks so much, Gary. Really excited about Coach Ivey coming back to coach the Fighting Irish. Let's go ahead and take a look at our totals. 5 hours into this broadcast, $5 million raised. Just crossed the $5 million mark. Truly no other school can accomplish this, no other family can accomplish what you, the Notre Dame family, are accomplishing for us. 113 students we've impacted in just 5 hours, and we still have a ways to go from our $7.8 million, but we have 3 hours to get there. Remember, gifts online by 10 p.m. tonight will qualify you to purchase this sweatshirt. Gifts of $50 or more made by online tonight, right below this live stream on go.ne.u/The Fight. Back to you, Gary.
I was noticing that number almost matched your sweatshirt there, 51122 or 5120 anyway. So thanks, Brian. We appreciate the update. And joining us now is Mary Galvin. She is the William K. Warren Foundation Dean of the College of Science, to share with us how College of Science students have been impacted by the COVID-19 crisis and response. Dean Galvin, thanks very much for being with us on The Fight.
It's my pleasure. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about how the College of Science is impacted. I mean, obviously, this is in many ways a scientific crisis. It is a pandemic. Science is very much at the forefront of trying to attack this. What's going on in the College of Science right now?
With respect to research, there's quite a few different projects going on. In biology, we have a couple faculty who are working on looking at the spread of the virus, epidemiology. We have chemistry faculty working with engineers to detect viruses in the sewage to decide or determine how a local community is doing. chemists and biologists looking at work that could impact vaccines, detection, treatments. The new provost, who I think you had on, is a member of the College of Sciences, a statistician who's done a development program, a registry in Houston. And unusually, maybe, but a little different, the Sheedy director for the Hildebrandt Center for Compassionate Care has for a long time been working with doctors and students who want to go into medicine to learn how not to get burned out. And that's been quite useful now and was written up in the Chronicle of Higher Education. So there's a lot of research going on.
Well, Dean Galvin, let's talk about academics for a moment. Obviously, it's a crazy semester, and suddenly everyone was gone, and we're all trying to do things as faculty to develop remote learning strategies. I can't think of many things more difficult than labs and things like that in the college. How did the students in the sciences adapt?
Really well. I mean, it was quick, it was hard. People weren't really expecting it. I've seen some teacher evaluations from the students today, and they were very positive. So it was a quick transition. The faculty were very creative. They learned to videotape labs and present them to the students, give them the data. Faculty really stepped up in making themselves readily available online, all hours of day and night across different time zones. They kept virtual help centers open in math and things. So I was kind of proud at how the faculty stepped up and interacted with the students, and the undergraduates seemed to do quite well.
Well, you mentioned undergraduates there, and let's talk about the difference between undergrads and graduate students. The needs of graduate students are quite different. Talk about how they have been able to handle this during the crisis.
In some ways, it's been harder on them. They're not in the classes, but especially experimental students who need to get into labs and do research. The research buildings are primarily in hibernation unless they're doing COVID research. So it's interrupting their study. And I think we're going to end up needing fellowships and things to help the graduate students who they can read, they can write papers, but they can't get the data. And that's frustrating and hard for them and the faculty.
Dean Galvin, as we wrap up, can you share any Notre Dame moments that have given you hope or maybe inspired you during a very difficult time?
I think the kindness really, truly inspired me. As we went into the transition, I saw people working together, helping each other, teaching each other how to teach online. They reached out as we've been remote to each other to support each other. And I think in the sense of a Notre Dame family, what inspired me was their kindness and how they treated each other.
Well, Dean Galvin, we certainly appreciate you being here with us on The Fight and for all the great work that you're doing under the most stressful situation that I can imagine. Handling both graduate and undergraduate students in the sciences has had to be a terrific challenge. But we really appreciate you sharing those stories and being with us here. So thanks very much for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
You bet. Well, we will head to a special pre-recorded set of performances by the Notre Dame Glee Club. Then we're back for another hour. I just saw Terry McFadden wandering the halls, and he will be your host for the next hour. Thank you very much for being with us as we take the fight to COVID-19.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on
Hello, and welcome to The Fight, a special broadcast from the University of Notre Dame, where we share stories of the Notre Dame family fighting the COVID-19 pandemic in this country and all over the world. I'm Terry McFadden, a graduate of Notre Dame's class of 1983, an anchor at the local NBC affiliate here in South Bend, WNDU TV. Now, much has changed in our country and our world over the past few months. The global pandemic has kept us inside. It shut down mass economies and left many alone and afraid. The financial impact of this pandemic on Notre Dame families means that our students will need more financial aid than ever before. And today, we are raising funds for the Student Emergency Relief Fund, which was established to ensure that every admitted student has the opportunity to enroll at Notre Dame and won't have to make a choice based on their ability to pay, and to make sure that all Notre Dame students get the financial aid they need. That's why the Student Emergency Relief Fund is so crucial. Today, we're asking you to join us in this fight by making a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, something you can do right now by clicking on the link on this page where you're watching this broadcast. Our goal is to raise $7.8 million by the end of this broadcast, a figure that represents fully funding the projected average financial aid package for 178 Notre Dame students this upcoming academic year. So please, make a gift if you're able. Every gift counts. And so far during the fight, we've heard from some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family. And there's so much more to come. We'll hear from Notre Dame alumni, parents, faculty, and students working on the front lines of the pandemic. And we'll also have a little fun with a Zoom chat of Fighting Irish royalty like you've never seen before. And in the 9 o'clock hour, don't miss a very special message from country music legend and friends of Notre Dame, Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. In this hour, we'll talk with Marcus Cole, the Joseph A. Mattson Dean of Notre Dame's Law School. We'll see 3D printed face shields being made in Notre Dame's Innovation Lab. We'll also get to meet Notre Dame's very own student magician. He's an incredible guy with incredible talent. So get ready for all that and so much more coming up. But first, we'll have a chance to talk with Shannon Cullinan, Executive Vice President of the University of Notre Dame, right after this short break. Stay with us.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. Joining us now is Shannon Cullinan, the Executive Vice President of the University of Notre Dame. Shannon, welcome to The Fight.
Thanks, Terry.
Wow, I know that we've never had to shut down campus like this. This is a pandemic, so there's clearly no playbook for us. What is guiding you and the senior leadership of the university as you go about making decisions about something very important to everyone, and that's reopening campus?
Yeah, for us, I'll just say it's awfully nice to have a priest president during these times, right? Father John, his pastoral side over the last couple of months has just been a gift to all of us. And he's been president for 15 years, so you got a veteran in the seat, which is helpful because he's pretty unflappable and the information changes every day, right? But we went into the pandemic with, we know who we are, right? And Father John has codified this, and it's about unsurpassed undergraduate education, preeminent research, and our Catholic character informs all that we do. So I think it was 6 weeks ago, he sat down again, Father John, and he said, well, I think these are the three tenets that will guide our decisions, right? Protect the central mission of teaching and research, the safety of our community, so students, faculty, staff, visitors, and the last was financial aid. we are going to take care of our students. We're going to commit to financial aid as much as the increase will be in the next year, Terry. We're going to take care of those families. And we know they're hurting right now. We've heard from them, but we're committed to it. Undergrads and grads, we're going to take care of them.
All right. And since this pandemic has kind of laid waste to a lot of universities across the country, there's been talk about the Notre Dame endowment. There's a perception that it's like a cure-all, just like you can print money. Can you explain why Notre Dame just can't spend down the endowment to bridge any financial gaps at this time?
Yeah, and that's not a new question, right? It's asked more often when there's a pandemic and there's budget challenges. But, Father Ted said long ago, you show me the top 10 endowments, I'll show you the top 10 institutions. He's not far off. I think you need more flexibility than just the volume of the endowment. But I want to change the nomenclature, right? It should be the endowments, plural. We have 7,000 unique endowment funds at this point. And the vast majority are restricted. So if somebody gives you a gift for financial aid or a professorship or malaria, you've got to honor the restriction, right? We have an agreement with that donor that we're going to do what they said. And it's going to last, if it's a financial aid gift, we'll take care of a kid today, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So we can't dip into that like it's a savings account when the budget is sideways. And back to the flexibility piece, it'd be better to have a chair in that was at the behest of the provost than a particular discipline in the future, right? So it's just one of these things. I think people think it's one endowment. We have 7,000 endowment funds.
And since it's not a rainy day fund, so to speak, what belt-tightening measures is taking effect here at Notre Dame that's going to help mitigate this economic impact of this pandemic?
Yeah, good question. It's funny, the media, sometimes I think they're trying to choose between, do I cover the health crisis or the financial crisis, right? And we have not been immune to the impact of that. I mean, we sent back $22 million in refunds to students for room and board, which was the right thing to do. As you know, the bookstore's been closed, the Morris Inn's been closed, retail's been closed, and so it's been challenging. But we moved pretty quickly, and we said, there won't be any staff hiring. And then we said, looking out to the next year, that we won't have any raises for staff. And the capital projects on campus, we've pulled way back. We're going to finish some that are in play right now, but for the most part, we're going to halt construction. And even on renewals, we said, the campus looks great. We can slow down on renewals. And the last thing's a credit to the faculty and staff. They have, we asked them to reduce non-essential spending, and they've done a great job. And I probably shouldn't say this on a live stream, but I think we got a shot. We got a shot at balancing the budget. And we haven't impacted our workforce, right? Some schools, terrific schools, have had to do layoffs and furloughs and the like. And we're fortunate. And that goes back to just some wise financial management for decades.
Right. Yeah. And Shannon, as you look to this coming fiscal and academic year, what do you envision as our greatest needs here at Notre Dame?
Great question. Well, number one, I'd say it's financial aid. Number two, I'd say it's financial aid. Number three, I'd say it's financial aid. We're closing out a campaign that's 7 years. We're 7 years into it, and only one goal was announced, which was financial aid, right? We have a $30 million increase year over year, $30 million just for undergraduate financial aid. That means if you had 48% of kids on aid, it's going to be 50 or 51%. So you have more kids. And the award's going to need to be greater. If it was an average award of $40,000, it'll be $44,000 moving forward. So last year, I got to give credit to the institution as well. We did a staff early retirement that you could take advantage of, and half the proceeds from that went to financial aid. So thank goodness the community responded, and it's going to go. But to our students, students, faculty, and Holy Cross, they're the soul and the heart of the place, and we're going to take care of our students. And the Student Emergency Relief Fund is. It's as the CFO, it's been an absolute godsend, I have to tell you.
Yeah, and I know that you and everybody, the school's shut down, people are just taking it easy. You guys have been working some long hours to try to right the ship here financially, correct?
Yeah, we're all in this together, right? And there's a commitment from the trustees, the President's Leadership Council, to the deans to do the right thing financially. But we've had, to the John F. LeGraves, right, to the Father Joyces, we've had a history of really good stewardship. So the credit runs long and deep, and we're the beneficiaries of that.
All right. Well, best of luck. These are not easy times, but we have great leadership, as you mentioned, and best to you and your family. And
Thank you.
Shannon, stay safe for us, would you please?
You got it.
All
Thanks,
right.
Terry.
All right. Well, coming up after the break, we'll be joined by Marcus Cole, the Joseph A. Mattson Dean of Notre Dame's Law School. Please stay with us.
For most people, the human heart beats about once every second.
Keeping time and keeping us alive.
I never thought about this until I discovered my heart was failing and I needed a new one to keep living. Now all I think about is time.
Will I get a new heart?
Will I get it in time?
And how much more time will it give me?
Clear for takeoff. Stay with me for now.
In the United States, donor hearts are considered usable only if the transit time is less than 4 hours. And every year, thousands of hearts are discarded before transplant because the transit time between the donor and the recipient is too great.
At the University of Notre Dame, engineering professor Pinar Zorlatuna is working to extend the time donated hearts can remain usable through cutting-edge cellular research.
The special thing about Professor Zorlatuna's work is that she builds the closest thing possible to a human heart in the laboratory. This allows us to test the function of our preservation solutions and optimize the time of transportation.
In collaboration with Dr. Keith March, Professor Zorlatuna has helped to identify a solution that will improve the condition of a donor heart and extend its preservation time from 4 to 8 hours.
Each donor heart represents a special gift, and our efforts at Notre Dame are designed to ensure that more of these gifts reach those who need them most.
I'm Eric Lewis. I'm 24 years old, and I've been waiting for my heart for 5.5 years.
I'm still waiting for a heart transplant.
I'm still waiting for my heart transplant.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for the human heart.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. We are joined now by the Joseph A. Mattson Dean of Notre Dame Law School, Marcus Cole. And Dean Cole, welcome to The Fight. I know that you're passionate about financial aid in part due to your own journey. Could you explain?
Yes, thanks, Terry, for having me. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm passionate about financial aid. As a Catholic kid growing up in Pittsburgh, I always dreamt of coming to Notre Dame, and I was devastated when I didn't get in as an undergraduate. But then I was overjoyed when I was admitted for the law school. But that joy was short-lived because I wasn't able to get a financial aid package that allowed me to afford a legal education at Notre Dame. And so I had to go somewhere else. And I don't want any current or prospective Notre Dame student to ever have to face the same choice that I had, choice of going to a place that he always wanted to be versus going to a place that they could afford. I want students who are passionate about our mission to be also able to come here. And that's why I'm passionate about financial aid.
And I know the law school is expecting increased financial aid need because of this current crisis. How can people support Notre Dame law students in particular during this time?
Yeah, we know that many of our students and their families are already facing significant hardships. There's several ways in which the Notre Dame family can help support our law students through this very difficult time. The first is with a gift to the law school's annual giving society, the Order of Smart, which I've pledged to commit to financial aid. The second way in which our Notre Dame family can help us is with a gift to the McCafferty Emergency Assistance Fund. And that fund is named in honor of the late Father Mike McCafferty, who was a double domer, a Holy Cross priest, professor. Father Mike used to give financial assistance to students with emergency needs. And in 2000, an anonymous donor established the McCafferty Emergency Assistance Fund to allow the dean to do the same thing. So gifts to the McCafferty Fund will allow me to help offer emergency financial assistance to our most vulnerable students. In fact, the class of 1975 rallied this last week to raise almost $25,000 for the McCafferty Emergency Assistance Fund. And they hope that other alumni and friends will be inspired by their efforts to do the same thing.
Those sound like great ways to support our law students, Dean Cole. Thank you very much. And we're glad that you finally made it back to Notre Dame and you're having such a positive influence on students and, of course, the great law school that we have here. Well, coming up next, we'll speak with a Notre Dame professor who is making personal protective equipment for area hospitals right here at Notre Dame. We'll talk about that right after this short break.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shopping.
This land was made for you and me.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. We are joined now by the director of the Idea Center's Innovation Lab at Notre Dame, who is utilizing the lab's 3D printer to create several thousand face masks for regional medical facilities in need. Matt Levy, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here. I hear you're printing 250 masks a day in the Innovation Lab. That's a pretty big operation. How are you able to carry all that out?
Well, when we realized we'd be able to use our 3D printing machines and experience to help with the overall COVID-19 response effort, specifically in this area of PPE, personal protective equipment, we were motivated to help. We also quickly recognized that the scope and magnitude of this need was immense, and that was going to require us to reach out to other campus units like art, history, and design, the Hesburgh Makerspace, architecture, College of Engineering Makerspace, the Department of Computer Science, and so many others from Notre Dame in the community. And we asked them to please contribute your 3D printing machines to this overall effort. And they all graciously said yes to our request. So we went around campus and town, literally in my family minivan, and gathered up every 3D printer we could find and wound up with over 40 units in the lab to make these face shields. And along the way, we've been blessed to have just fantastic Notre Dame staff volunteers contributing to the effort. And a wonderfully fantastic team of selfless people, and I'm honored to have worked with them. Now, of course, we started out making 250 units per day, but we have put high miles on many of these machines and taken them past the point of repair. So we're down to about 20 functioning units, and we can still make 100 face shields a day that we're delivering to individuals in need.
All right, and how many masks have you made in total, and where have they been distributed?
Well, by this week's end, we'll be closing in on 5,000 total face shields delivered. These have been used to stock our local strategic reserve at the St. Joseph County Regional Command, and also assist so many other local emergency rooms, clinics, doctors' offices, dental offices, medical labs, and nursing homes. And beyond our area, we've also targeted shipments to areas of high need. And it's been very interesting to see how even quantities of 25, 50, or even 100 of these face shields can have a dramatic improvement on the PPE use at a given larger hospital. So we've sent targeted shipments to Catholic hospitals in the New York City area and supported efforts as far away as Puerto Rico, Florida, and even Colorado. And I'll note, we haven't stopped there. We've developed a new shield that protects doctors performing an intubation procedure and delivered 26 units of those locally in collaboration with our friends at the Aerospace and Mechanical Engineering Machine Shop. We're prototyping a patient transport shield. We've commenced an effort to make custom plexiglass barriers for campus and beyond. And finally, we're in the process of making 10,000 face mask ear savers for the local medical community as well.
Wow, very ambitious, and I'm sure you'll get it done. Talk about the quality of these masks that you're making and compare them to, say, the disposable masks the garden variety disposable masks.
Sure thing, and I appreciate you asking. So we spend a great deal of extra time making sure everything we produce is robust and can be sterilized and reused. And in the case of our face shields, some of our early users from well over a month ago are still using the same original face shield that we gave them. So this means that our units can be cleaned and reused as many as 40 times and counting. And that effectively means we've delivered the equivalent of over 200,000 disposable shields.
That is just incredible. Matt, thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by, and I imagine you're going to probably need a U-Haul instead of a minivan to take those printers back, but great effort.
Thank you kindly.
All right. Up next, we'll talk to alum Ann Thompson, a Notre Dame trustee and NBC broadcaster. But first, let's go to Kim Borza for an update on giving. Kim?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Terry. I am here to provide an update on how we are tracking towards our goal of funding financial aid packages for 178 students. Let's see the numbers. Unbelievable. We are at 5.5 million. That is just exceptional and will do amazing things. That covers the financial aid for 125 students. Just exceptional. Thank you so much for your generosity. And luckily, there is still time to make a gift. Please remember that if you make a gift of $50 or more online tonight before 10 o'clock, you will be eligible to purchase one of these awesome hoodies. You do not want to miss your opportunity to do this and also to change a life and provide the gift of a Notre Dame education. A quick shout out here just to a couple folks who have made gifts in the last hour. Maureen, a Notre Dame parent. Barbara, a Notre Dame fan. John and Laura from Minnesota, they're Notre Dame parents. They are stepping up and being extremely generous today. We can't thank you enough. We'll have another update towards the end of the hour, but for now, back to you, Terry.
All right, Kim, thank you very much for that. Wow, that's great news that we're getting closer and closer to our goal. Joining us now from New York City is a proud member of the class of 1979, a Notre Dame trustee and longtime correspondent for NBC News, and my de facto big sister, Ann Thompson.
I knew you wouldn't, T-Bone.
To be fair, Ann and my sister were roommates when they were early on at WNDU in South Bend, and Ann spent a lot of time at our house, and so I got lucky. I didn't have just one big sister, I had two, and we're all so proud of you, Ann. And welcome to the fight, as they say.
Thank you, and you lived to tell the tale, Terry.
I did.
That's the most amazing part.
And in your role as a reporter for NBC News, you have witnessed just so many things in this world, changing events firsthand. How does this thing, this pandemic, compare to other news stories that you've covered?
I think, I moved to New York City 3 weeks before September 11th, and I was down at Ground Zero when the towers came down. And that's the most apt comparison, Terry, I think, because in the days following the attacks, New York was very quiet and New York was scared. I can remember I'd hear the rumble of a subway and think, oh my God, is it another tower coming down? Or when a plane would fly over Manhattan, people would stop in the street and look up and wonder, is this plane going to attack another building? But New York came back very quickly. Now New York is quiet and has been quiet for almost 2 months. You would go out on the street and that famous electricity that comes from all the people who are here and the people who come from all over the world, that's missing. I went walking today. I went to the grocery store, and while there are more people out because the weather is getting nicer, people are still leery of each other now. Everybody wears a mask. New Yorkers actually practice social distancing, whether you're walking along the East River or you're going to the grocery store. Because what's happened in the city has been hit very, very hard by this virus. Almost everyone in New York knows someone who's either been sick from COVID-19 or died from COVID-19, and it's hit us all very hard.
And I have somewhat of an insight into this, but how has COVID-19 forced you and your colleagues to change how you go about doing your job?
Well, this is now where I work, my living room. We are not allowed at NBC to go inside buildings. We can't go in a hospital. We do all our work here in New York in masks and gloves and outside. And so we still work, but it's not that up close and personal, that connection that I think makes reporting such a wonderful profession. You know, doing interviews over Zoom, they're interesting and you do the best you can, but it's not like truly sitting across and watching somebody and recording his or her body language and making your own assessment. It's more difficult and it's quite personally less fulfilling because of that.
And your contribution to your alma mater was recently recognized when you received the Reverend Edward Frederick Soren Award, one of the highest awards you can receive from the University of Notre Dame. How has Notre Dame been so important in your life?
You know, I said, Terry, at the reunion when they gave me that award, that I've always thought that Notre Dame is my superpower. It has truly changed my life. It wasn't that long ago when women didn't have access to this phenomenal education. In fact, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of coeducation in 2022, and we're all looking forward to that. But it really, you know, I think the people who have had the greatest influence on my life are obviously my parents, Bill and Betty Thompson, and right after that, I would say Father Hesburgh, because he gave me the opportunity for this education to educate my heart and my mind. And it opened up a whole world that I couldn't imagine way back when. And I'm forever grateful.
And finally, as a member of the Board of Trustees, you have a unique view of the challenges ahead for Notre Dame and the students here. What can those of us who love this university dearly do now to help Notre Dame?
What we need to do tonight is to support the Student Emergency Relief Fund. Just think about, we're a big family, and in a big family, all kinds of things have happened. And think about in the news, the unemployment rate in this country is now 14.7%. And that means some of our students' parents have lost their jobs. Some of their students have lost their summer jobs. People who were in difficult economic times have found those situations even greater. So please give to this fund. And it's not about how much you give. You know, a very wise man once told me, he said, Annie, it doesn't really matter how much you give, it's that you give. We can all help each other. And that's what this fund is about. And I can tell you that one of the things I'm most proud of, being an alumna of the school and being a member of the Board of Trustees, is that every discussion I have heard about how Notre Dame is responding to this pandemic is the first thought always is, how do we help our students? How do we help the class of 2020 that isn't going to get the graduation it deserved? How do we help the other classes coming behind them? How do we get Notre Dame, get everybody back together? Because it's that magic of being together that makes Notre Dame so special. And so if you want to help out this emergency relief fund, we have, we're 125 students we have helped with financial aid. We're trying to get over 170 tonight, and we're going to get there, and let's surpass it because the need is only going to grow. Terry?
Ann, thank you very much. And please stay safe out in New York or wherever your travels may take you.
I promise.
All right. Well, after the break, we'll be talking to legendary Notre Dame quarterback Terry Hanratty, whose battle against COVID-19 gives new meaning to the words, "What though the odds?" Stay tuned.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. Joining us now from his home in Connecticut is legendary Notre Dame quarterback, national champion, and Super Bowl champion Terry Hanratty. And Terry recently recovered from a harrowing battle against COVID-19. Terry, welcome to The Fight.
Well, thank you. Nice to be here.
Let's start with this. What symptoms were you dealing with that led you to reach out to your doctor? Did you think you had the virus, and then what happened?
Well, I wasn't quite sure. What happened was, it started about a week or so before that. And what happened, I went to get a B12 shot. And I get one about every 3 weeks, so it's not a big deal. And that evening, I started feeling a little down. And I figured maybe it was some kind of reaction to that shot. But, I never had one in the past. I've been getting these shots for about 5 years. So the next day I started feeling worse, and I told my doctor, and she knew my background, obviously, that, 72 years old, a former smoker. And she said she wanted me to go get my test for the corona. And that's not a pleasant thing to go through, believe me. And so then she also gave me a prescription to the medicine. She said, once you take your test, you go and start your medication. And if your test is negative, you'll stop. If it's positive, then you keep going. So obviously it came back positive. So I tried to do it at home, but it just didn't work. The fever was just horrible. And I called my doctor, and it happened on a Monday morning. And she said, come down to my office, but stay in my parking lot. And I still had my pajamas on. So I went down to her office, and, she took my temperature. It was 103. And my oxygen level had gone from 95 or 96 down to 85. And she called the ambulance right there and said, you're going to the hospital. And so it was a little tense at the moment. And I, went to the hospital. Then, they start treating me. And I went to Norwalk Hospital here in Norwalk, Connecticut. And they were just, you can't say enough about the help people, the doctors on down there, just marvelous individuals. They're caring. And, you put your faith in them, and they really come through.
You obviously were quite sick here. Can you describe what the experience was like with this disease and during your stay at the hospital, how that was?
Well, as like I said, the staff at the hospital was spectacular. But probably the biggest thing was the fever. You just could not. They had 4 blankets on me, and I was laying in bed just shivering. So, and it wasn't until the fever broke did you start feeling a little better. But that took about 3 days. But luckily, I was on the medicine, and I thank my doctor because she got me, on the medicine right away. So, we didn't let it last too long. So, so I think that the combination of that and plus going into the hospital and getting my oxygen regulated, I think that was a big factor.
So the turning point was when they got you on the medication, right?
That started me on it. I think the key to that was getting on it early. Then I went to the hospital. Then the fever, that was the biggest thing. I mean, just laying in that hospital bed, and you are quarantined. I mean, you can't, even if I was able to walk, I couldn't have walked out of my room because you were quarantined. You had to stay in your room. The only people allowed in your room were your doctor and your nurse that was on duty. So it was a lonely area, but it was an area where you had to, you wanted to be there because you did not want to infect anybody else.
Yeah, and I understand that you were away from your family for nearly a week, 6 days in the hospital. What was that like? And were they able to come and get you when you were released?
Well, you sort of say you were happy you're away from your family because you didn't want to infect anybody. And, you wanted to keep this, if it's going to stay within one person, it's better to do it this way. But, they couldn't come and get me because they brought me home in an ambulance. And I had lost like 16 pounds, which is a great diet, but I don't recommend it to anybody. And so they had to bring me in, from my first level floor, hallway here to the bedroom areas, 14 steps. And I didn't have the strength. I lost 16 pounds, and I've been laying down in the hospital with the fever for, almost a week. And so they had to carry me up the steps to the room where they had the oxygen set up. So I was in quarantine in my house for, a week.
And Terry, obviously everybody is happy for you and your family that you were able to beat this. What would you like to share with your Notre Dame family about this experience?
Well, it's a harrowing experience. It's something you don't want to go through, that's for sure. And the way to stay away from it is really to be diligent. This thing is not, we're getting nice weather now. People are going to want to get outside, want to go to the beaches, want to have their parties, want to go to the sporting events. You really have to be stay away and stick with this thing, because we have this could come back. They're talking about it, every day now on television. You really have to stay diligent about this and keep your distance, wear your mask, wear your gloves. And, you just have to, because this thing is not going away anytime soon until we get a vaccine, which I don't predict, and I don't think anybody predicts it's going to be much before January. So we really have to be careful.
All right, Terry, glad you are feeling better. And I just want to say, as a 5-year-old growing up in South Bend, the quarterback was Terry Hanratty. And it's just a thrill for me and one of the highlights of my career to be able to interview you, because you were my hero growing up. And I'm so glad you're doing well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Next, let's hear a video of the newest Notre Dame song, The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, y'all.
Every color, every face, underdogs of every race. Whoa, we are the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame.
It all started as a slur. They used a mean term to deter any dreamers with 3 words need not apply. But without a hint of fear in our eyes, we rise to persevere and survive. Battle cry. And through the generations, our rage is a stance against the podium. We're standing on a podium. You think we're going easy on you? Ha! I wish. But now you're messing with the Fighting Irish. Old song is Gordon's our fame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Who's got the gold dome? Who's got the great faith? It's got to be Notre Dame. You can draw lines and build the barricades. You can dismiss and diss our accolades. But we won't stop for any reason, no season. We gon' play like a champion today.
Shake down the thunder, leave them in awe and wonder. Show them we'll never fall. Though the odds be great or small, we'll brave it all. Shake down the thunder, leave them in awe and wonder. Show them we'll never fall. Though the odds be great or small. Every color, every face, underdogs of every race. Whoa, we are the Fighting Irish. A force for good, of hope and faith, strong of heart and one in name. Whoa, we are the Fighting Irish.
What makes us the same is the uphill battle. Riding forward like the 4 horsemen saddles. When life tries to rattle us, we keep our feet on the gravel. Cause there is nothing God can't handle. Here's an example. When I'm still in the basilica, spilling my heart's rhymes. And I'm trying to keep it real, but I'm dealing with hard times. Think of the harsh signs that said no Irish. And how our ancestors replied with, we've come way too far for us to turn back now. We got a whole lot to fight for, we can't back down. So we proceed warily, do it for posterity. Even though it's harrowing, we will roll merrily. Yeah, and the day will come when Notre Dame's name brings the world together as one. Forever we run with confidence, we're holding a spot. Whether you like it or not, call us whatever you want. And hey, while I'm at it, let me give my props to the men with the schematic. Cause I'm soaring like the Father, rowing like Moreau. Got the Holy Cross rocking the show.
Shake down the thunder, leave them in awe and wonder. Show them we'll never fall. Though the odds be great or small, we'll brave it all. Shake down the thunder, leave them in awe and wonder. Show them we'll never fall. Though the odds be great or small. Every color, every face, underdogs of every race. Whoa, we are the Fighting Irish. A force for good, of hope and faith, strong of heart and one in name. Whoa, we are the Fighting Irish. We are the Fighting Irish. We are the Fighting Irish.
And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. Joining us from Cleveland, Ohio is Dr. Bob Solana, the chairman of medicine at the University Hospital Cleveland Medical Center. Bob, welcome to The Fight.
Thanks very much, Terry.
As an infectious disease expert in Cleveland, you are quite literally on the front lines of this fight. I heard recently that you're currently involved in 2 different clinical trials. Can you tell us about those?
There's first one that most people have heard about is remdesivir. This is the first antiviral drug that shows significant activity. And this was reported by Dr. Anthony Fauci from the National Institutes of Health. When given intravenously to individuals with moderate to severe disease, it decreased length of stay in the hospital, shedding of the virus from the respiratory tract, and death. And because of that, it received approval from the FDA in blinding fashion. And we are still involved in one of the two studies for moderate infection. They just stopped the severe infection late last night because they want to push on. Gilead Pharmaceuticals, which manufactured this, donated 1.5 million doses to the federal government, and that's being distributed to the departments of health by each state. Ohio didn't receive it yet, but Indiana did, and we're going to get some of our own. But we're continuing in the study, and our own results will be blended with others, and I think this will add to the excitement about this drug. Given that it's intravenous, we need to think about having the possibility of oral medications given earlier to prevent the complications and death that may be seen. That's one of the studies that we've been involved with. The other is actually turning to the prevention side. And there's a product out there called Halo, or ARMS-1. It's made by a local pharmaceutical company, and it's given as an oral spray. It has been shown in the laboratory to have activity against a variety of viruses, including coronaviruses, but not this one yet. But we are studying that at Case Western Reserve University, which I'm affiliated with. And we're going to be using this in our healthcare workers. We need to conserve folks on the front line and do whatever we can to keep them safe. That study is just starting.
And how quickly are you hoping to have a working antivirus drug to be tested?
So we've shown some bright light here with remdesivir. There are many other clinical trials going on. As of the last count, there are over 100 across the country. And by 3 months from now, every single patient, we should have quick results about what works and not. But this is fast moving in terms of anything we've seen before. And that's one element of this viral infection that I think we need to recognize. The science has moved on in a dramatic fashion.
And what are some of the biggest obstacles in developing a successful treatment for this COVID-19?
Well, again, it's been in part the rapid development of these clinical trials, which, by the way, every authoritative body says we need to do it in this regard. And accordingly, if we just start using things empirically, we could be in trouble later with regard to emerging side effects and the like. So that's been one obstacle. The other is, as would happen in China when they were remdesivir, they were not able to enroll enough patients because their numbers of infections went down dramatically. And thirdly, before we knew about the results from the NIH-sponsored study, many people felt that they were, quote, the first to receive this, if you will, guinea pigs, and did not want to participate or had a hard time doing so. But I think now with the release of this information and the public knowledge of such, we're finding rapid enrollment. We're the very first site open in the country for remdesivir, and we have about 85 patients to date.
All right. Well, it sounds like you're doing yeoman's work in Cleveland, and Dr. Salata, we appreciate it, and good luck on this fight that we have here in this country and across the world. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Terry.
All right. We'll be joined by Father Pete McCormick, Director of Campus Ministry at Notre Dame. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
you can address them. And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. Joining us now is the Director of Campus Ministry at Notre Dame, Father Pete McCormick. In addition to his duties on campus, Father Pete serves as chaplain for the Notre Dame men's basketball team. Father Pete, welcome to The Fight.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, what is Campus Ministry's role at Notre Dame during normal times, and how has your team been able to adjust the last few months to serving, the needs of the students?
In normal times, this is what we would be about. Ultimately, inviting people to think about the life of the gospel and how it is that it animates their life, how it brings them joy and hope, and also to reflect upon this beautiful charism that's been given to us by the Congregation of Holy Cross here at Notre Dame, to educate both heart and mind, to encounter difficulties with hope. So really, this is what campus ministry is about. And so all of a sudden, and we can both remember where we were when news of this began to break and states began to close. For me, I was with the men's basketball team in the ACC tournament. So we came right back, and I met with my staff, and they immediately began to think about, all right, what are the ways that we need to get better? And so one of them was, we need to get virtual and we need to get there fast. So we started thinking about, okay, what is that going to mean? We immediately moved the Basilica to an online format with the help of a variety of folks from around the university. And then we also started to come up with some new ideas. We did our first ever virtual retreat where we had over 40 students from all around the country who were actually locked into this thing, and it was really cool. So there's been some creative stuff. We've done a podcast. We've also opened up and made sure that our campus ministers are available for students who might be struggling in some way. So Monday to Friday from 1 to 7 every single day, a student can reach out, and there's a campus minister who is ready there to talk with them. So these have been the ways that we've just adjusted in the wake of this COVID pandemic.
It's just great how you've been able to stay connected with these students. And I'm going to guess that a lot of the viewers out there are unaware of the fact that there are still a number of students on this campus right now who are unable to get home. They're living here on campus, right, and getting along fine. And you've been asked to serve them during this time as well.
That's correct. And this is what I love about our institution. So we make a commitment to our students. And we're going to make sure that we do everything that we can so that they are in a safe environment and they're able to learn and they're able to grow. So what is it that the university did? We have students who are from international locations, some students who can't go home for whatever reason. And so we made the Morris Inn, a 4-star hotel, their place to live over the course of the past 2 months. And they've formed a community there. And they've been just so great in terms of their participation here and their learning. And now as we draw the semester to a close, there still remains a few students who will still be on campus. And then once again, the university has gone above and beyond to figure out a place for them to stay. And so they will again be on campus, and they will in some ways be able to kind of be in community with one another. So it's just a beautiful opportunity that I've had to accompany them through what would be a scary time for any of us, especially if you are away from home and in a different country.
As a priest, this pandemic has forced you and everyone in the Holy Cross congregation to minister differently. We've kind of already touched on that, and I'm sure it's been a challenging adjustment in a time when one's faith is really being tested more than ever. Can you share with us what the Holy Cross congregation's been doing to engage our Notre Dame family in these unique ways? And again, I know we've touched on some of it.
Yeah. Well, I want to share just a few anecdotes, because really the way that the Holy Cross Order has cared for the Notre Dame family has been in partnership. We are blessed with such great colleagues in the Alumni Association and at Catholic TV who have said, listen, we want to help and we want to be a part of this. And so 2 examples from the Alumni Association that I think are great. One is Dolly Duffy and her team ultimately said, we would like to lead people to pray rosaries at the grotto. So they invited a series of Holy Cross priests. And to date, over this period of time in this initiative, over 100,000 people have prayed with that particular priest who prayed the rosary. So we had about 6 or 7. So think about that. Over 100,000 people. Another example was Father Paul Doyle and Father Joe Capora every Thursday night always offer what is called Milkshake Mass. And so again, Dolly said, hey, let's try to find a way for us to partner. And so us in campus ministry, we came together. And so they have streamed that Milkshake Mass where they celebrate Mass and then invite people to partake in a milkshake, which is the customary thing on campus. 4,500 people per night stream that Mass, and it comes out every Thursday, and it has come out throughout the entirety of the back end of the semester. And then finally, my favorite story, I think, is with Catholic TV. We had a situation where our partnership with Catholic TV on the Sunday of March 1st, there were about 750 households who watched the 10 a.m. Basilica streamed Mass. On Easter Sunday, there were 34,000 unique households that watched the Easter Sunday Mass. And so you think about the power of what we're able to do virtually and how we were able to bring so many people into community here at Notre Dame. It really is a special thing.
It really is. Father Pete McCormick, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And it's great that you ended the season on a win. All right. Well, coming up, we'll be joined by Consuela Howell-Wilson, the director of Notre Dame's Office of Student Enrichment. That's right after the break.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
And welcome back to The Fight. I'm Terry McFadden. Joining us now is Consuela Howell-Wilson. She is the director of Notre Dame's Office of Student Enrichment. Welcome to The Fight, Consuela.
Thank you so much, Terry. Happy to be here and happy to follow Father Pete, although he's a tough act to follow.
What purpose does the Office of Student Enrichment serve here at Notre Dame for folks who aren't aware?
Sure. So the Office of Student Enrichment provides programming and resources for first-generation, under-resourced, or low-income DACA and undocumented students. We were created so that these students could have the opportunity to take part in the Notre Dame experience and have the resources needed to thrive in college. Our mission really is to enrich the student experience of under-resourced students through developmental programming and financial access. We also work toward creating community for first-generation students who may not have other avenues to connect with students who are having similar experiences.
What is the typical socioeconomic profile of the students you serve, and how many students do you typically serve over the course of an academic year?
Yeah, great question. So we serve students who are first in their families to attend or graduate from college, as well as those who would be considered under-resourced given Notre Dame's general economic makeup. And we serve over 600 students over the academic year.
That is a big number of students. What are the range of services that the student enrichment offers these kids?
Yeah, so typically we provide programming and workshops related to the first generation college student experience, such as understanding your financial aid, navigating college, and budgeting. We also provide tangible support for our students with limited resources, such as laptops, winter clothing, football tickets, class rings, cap and gowns, funding for hall dances and dorm apparel, and bringing families to campus for special traditions such as Junior Parents Weekend and commencement.
And if someone wants to make a gift to assist the funding of the Office of Student Enrichment, how would they go about that?
Yeah, so they can certainly donate to the Student Emergency Relief Fund mentioned on this broadcast, or they can send their gifts directly to the university, earmarked for the Office of Student Enrichment.
All right. Well, hopefully some folks will respond, and we've had a great response so far to this show. Thank you, Consuela. Well, coming up next is Elliot Thomason, a Notre Dame rising sophomore who is probably the most talented magician you'll ever see. But first, let's check in with Ellen Roof for an update on giving. Ellen?
Thanks, Terry. Let's check out our latest progress to goal. As you know, we have set out today with the goal of raising $7.8 million and funding financial aid packages for 178 students. And look at that. We have surpassed the 6 million mark. That is absolutely incredible. That accounts for 137 students financial aid packages next year, which actually is about the capacity of Baden Hall. So really incredible work. Thank you to all who are making gifts. A few shout outs to Catherine, a 2019 alumna, Michael, a 1979 alum and ND parent, and Eric, an ND fan. Now back to Terry with our next guest. Terry?
Ellen, thank you. And now for a bit of fun to round out the hour. Joining us is Notre Dame student Elliot Thomason, who joins us from Columbus, Nebraska. Elliot has just finished up his freshman year, but he has another passion that he's been pursuing for over a third of his life, magic. Elliot, welcome to the fight.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here.
Great. I understand you're going to do some magic for us tonight.
Yes, I am. Now, unfortunately, I haven't been able to do magic as much as I'd like to with this quarantine, but I think I've come up with a way to do one of my favorite tricks, even though we're quite a distance apart. Now, one of my favorite tricks uses a deck of cards, and this is what I'd like to share with you. Because I can't have you simply reach in and take out a card, I'm going to need you to just say stop as I riffle the cards in just a moment, okay? I want to make sure that these are very well mixed. But Terry, go ahead, and anytime you like, go ahead and say the word stop.
Stop.
Right there? Wonderful. Yeah. I'm going to look away, but Terry, I'd like for you to remember that card.
I shall. I've got
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to place it back into the middle. And we're going to even take the cards, place them back into the case, and put those off to the side. We won't even be using those for the rest of this. Now, because I've been in school for the past few months now over Zoom, I've had something interesting happen to me. And that's that I've had a few people walk in on me on my Zoom meetings. Terry, by chance, have you used Zoom at all and experienced that?
Not as much as you'd think, fortunately, but yes, I have used Zoom a little bit.
So I thought that I wanted to try something out with that idea by instead of taking a card and having it predicted, I wanted to see if I could predict a card that someone chose, but I predicted it in the past. It looks like we might have a visitor right now, actually. And he might have one card and one card in his pocket. Terry, you chose one card. What was the card you chose?
Ace of Hearts.
The Ace of Hearts.
There we go. Out of sight.
Well, that was one of the ideas that I had for some magic while social distancing, while utilizing some Zoom. But now that we've finished school, I've realized that I really wanted to enjoy summer to the fullest, and a lot of my summer activities, we would go out to the lake or we'd go to the park. And as a child, I used to really crave one snack that we'd always have afterwards. It was really juicy. I'm curious, Terry, do you have like maybe a childhood like summer snack that you prefer?
Push-ups.
It's up to you. Push-ups. You prefer push-ups as a snack. Interesting. Maybe something that you can eat. Let's try that.
Yeah, well, something I can eat. In the summer, I enjoyed green apples.
Green apples.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, I didn't eat green apples when I went out to the beach or anything like that. My family always used to have watermelon, and I want to try something out. This is just a random card, but with a watermelon. I'm just going to hold out my hand back here, and I'm just going to use this card to cover it up just enough where we can, and make sure my hand doesn't dip out of the frame at all. And maybe we might be able to get a full watermelon.
Amazing.
And it looks like my internet connection is a little unstable, but yes.
That is amazing. I will say that you have wonderful parents because while I was eating ice cream, push-ups, you're at least eating watermelon as a snack. All right, Elliot, we appreciate you coming by, and good luck. And I'm sure you can change most of those grades to A's because you got the magic touch. All right, stay tuned for 2 more hours of the fight coming up at the half hour.
Hello and welcome to The Fight, a special broadcast from the University of Notre Dame, where we share stories of the Notre Dame family fighting the COVID-19 pandemic in the country and all over the world. I'm Justine Ward, a proud member of the class of 2012, and since graduating from Notre Dame, I've gone on to become an anchor, host, and reporter for Sportsnet New York, SNY New York City. And tonight I'm happy to be back at my alma mater and participating in this meaningful broadcast. Now, much has changed in our world over the past few months. The global pandemic has kept us inside. It shut down mass economies and left many alone and afraid. The financial impact of the pandemic on Notre Dame families means that our students will need more financial aid than ever before. Today, we are raising funds for the Student Emergency Relief Fund, which was established to ensure that every admitted student has the opportunity to enroll at Notre Dame and won't have to make a choice based on their ability to pay. This will ensure that all Notre Dame students get the financial aid they need. That's why the Student Emergency Relief Fund is so crucial. And today we're asking you to join us in this fight by making a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, something you can do right now by clicking the link on this page where you're watching the broadcast. Our goal is to raise $7.8 million by the end of this broadcast, a number that represents fully funding the projected average financial aid package for 178 Notre Dame students in the upcoming academic year. Pretty remarkable. So please make a gift if you are able, and every single gift counts. And now let me remind you that coming up in the 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern hour, we have stories you won't want to miss, including a Zoom chat with Notre Dame royalty unlike anything that's been done before. We'll also have a very special message from country music legends and friends of Notre Dame, Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. You won't want to miss that. But first, in this hour, we will hear stories that bring new meaning to the words, "What though the odds?" You'll learn more about the fight to create a vaccine for COVID-19. You'll meet doctors fighting on the front lines and hear the story of a COVID-19 survivor. We'll share a few amazing performances that embody the Notre Dame spirit. That's all that and more coming your way right after this short break. Stay with us.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
Welcome back. You're watching The Fight, and we are joined now by Don Bishop, the Associate Vice President for Undergraduate Enrollment here at the University of Notre Dame. Don, so great to be with you here today. And obviously, you've worked in higher education for a number of years, but I can imagine that these past 2 months have been very different for you. So in the process of having to adjust to admitting students during this, how much have you adjusted and made some changes?
Right. Well, we had just finished admitting the class when the pandemic and I think the realization of it came across to all of us. So it did not affect selection, but it sure affected how the admitted students got to engage with us. And they weren't able to come visit. We weren't able to go out and visit. We couldn't even have our alumni gatherings. We have many of those all around the world. So it really required us to be innovative with technology. We did webinars where we celebrated their admission. We had the chair of trustees, Jack Brennan, and also our trustee, Jimmy Dunn, tape videos, and those were performances that families got together and watched. We had our own students engaging them in a webinar, kind of a celebration. So we did everything that we could, and then we also did a lot of individual attention one-on-one, as much as you can, and we've all learned the beauty of Zoom.
Yes, yes.
So we use Zoom a lot. But bottom line is, it was a highly energetic, and we had to do more. But not having them come to campus. And we have a lot of donors that have funded students to come visit campus that we couldn't do this year. And I think we lost some kids because they could not come and see Notre Dame. They couldn't feel it. And so we're looking forward to getting back to that type of recruitment. But also with the financial aid, just more students concerned about costs. And Notre Dame, Father John came out with a blanket statement saying all students on need will continue to get what they need. And then it's amazing how many of us have need. It's not just for a small group of people. Over half of our students get some form of aid.
Sure. And we'll get into the financial aid aspect here, but what can you tell us about the profile of this class of 2024 that you had to go out and kind of meet them in a unique online way?
Yeah. Well, the good news is we're able to recruit them, get them to apply and admitted with all the interactions that we've had in the past. So it is, again, and we've said this every year, it's a stronger class. It is a more international class. It is a more nationally distributed class. I think Notre Dame may have, among the American students that come to an American college, more diversity, geographic diversity, than any other college in America. We come from everywhere to come to the adventure here, and that's pretty cool. About 24% are from the East, 16% are from the South, so 40% from the eastern side, 32% from the Midwest, about 18% from the West, and 10% from abroad. 63 countries, totally talented kids. So we're pumped up about who we got.
Now, Don, I know you get asked this question over and over again, but what are you looking for when it comes to admitting a student here at Notre Dame?
Yeah, we do webinars where thousands of people tune in, and that's the question. It's interesting. So Notre Dame, I think, is among the top 10, 15 colleges in America for just overall academic profile. And that's because of our faculty, but also it's because the students that come here want to be really smart, become more expert, but they want to use their intelligence and turn it into wisdom. And so I think one of the advantages that we have in our selection process is we don't select like the other top 10 universities or top 15. We don't use the numbers as much. I was trained as an econometrician. I use numbers to prove that you should use numbers less. And I have the numbers to prove to you you should use the numbers less. And we've done, I think, every year a better job of looking at the motivation of a student. Why were they successful? Not just how much success, but why were they successful? And what was their motivation? Do they learn from what they do? Not just they can prove they can do. And then what are they going to do with it? What's the wisdom around their intellect? And how is their leadership, their service to others, their sense of caring and niceness? All of that matters. And when we talk to big corporations and to top medical law schools, they're all hiring or admitting our students because of the Notre Dame brand. So in the selection, we protect that Notre Dame brand. We're looking for very bright students who are ambitious but humble. We're looking for students that look for meaning in things and purpose in their lives, not just for performance-based dominance.
It really is a special place here, and the students are such a big part of that. Now, you mentioned the need this year. The need is very great for these incoming students. Now, we've been promoting the Student Emergency Relief Fund here. How and when will those dollars be used, Don?
So they're being used now. We're assuming they're coming. So we have absolutely taken a leap of faith, and we're making decisions already. The aid packages for the returning students, for the new students. If you look at it, our students are expected to earn and contribute to their college through their summer work. We expect students to earn about $10.3 million every summer and contribute that. Now, what's going to happen to them this year? We don't think it's likely that they will get the opportunities to earn. So we are already putting into packages, working the assumption that work will be very limited. So these are kids that were willing to make $10.3 million by working and give it to pay for their education at Notre Dame. We're not sure how much of that they're going to have. So we're stepping forward right now. And then with any additional dollars that come in, we can do less loan, more scholarship, but all of their financial aid will be met. And families that haven't applied for aid in the past that need to now, we embrace them.
Really remarkable.
Just socially distancing, embrace them.
All right, John. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that information with us. We really appreciate it. And coming up here, we're going to hear from John Hoffman of Janssen Pharmaceuticals about efforts to create a vaccine for COVID-19. That's right after this brief message.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Justine Ward. We're so happy you decided to join us. Joining us now is John Hoffman, a 1980 alum of Notre Dame who works as the head of policy and advocacy at Janssen Pharmaceuticals, which is a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson. John, thanks so much for joining us. Welcome to The Fight.
Thanks for having me. And I have the privilege, because of my affiliation with Notre Dame, to be the spokesperson here. But I represent tens of thousands of really bright, really dedicated, really passionate J&J employees that are working around the world, around the clock, to get all of our products, not just vaccines, that can help with COVID to the people that need them. So privileged to have that opportunity.
We know the scientific community is hard at work. You mentioned Johnson & Johnson. They've been working to develop a vaccine for COVID-19. What has this process looked like?
It's really got two parts. The first part is the discovery and development of a vaccine that is safe and effective to work on COVID-19. But then the other piece is to have it manufactured at massive quantities to deal with this global pandemic. So on the development side, we were fortunate enough to be able to build on some technology and science that we had developed for Ebola and SARS and some of the previous viruses to identify a couple of very promising vaccine candidates. And now we're working very closely with the regulatory agencies, NIH, FDA, et cetera, to really expedite the testing and approval process. As Dr. Salata said earlier, we have to make sure that these are safe and effective, and they have to go through the appropriate rigor of testing. That usually takes over 5 years, but because of the partnership of these government agencies, they're working really hard to shorten that, and we think that we're going to be able to do that in less than a year instead of greater than 5 years. And then on the manufacturing side, we made the decision as J&J that we can't wait until we find that whether that vaccine or those candidates work or not, that we were going to go at risk and begin manufacturing so that we could get as many doses of the vaccine, assuming it works, available as soon as possible. So we actually in March started manufacturing at risk with the hopes of delivering 1 billion vaccines during 2021, should it pan out.
All right, so you mentioned the trial period, but if you could give us a timeline as to when you think a vaccine would be available to the public, when would that be, and what would that process look like?
Well, our goal really is to, because we started the manufacturing, assuming, God willing, that the vaccine works and is safe, that with the manufacturing, we expect to have the first doses available early in 2021. And have a total of 1 billion available worldwide by the end of 2021.
So is the distribution of something like that, can it be difficult and complicated?
Absolutely, and it's not just for vaccines, as I mentioned, it's for all of our products. As you've seen with ventilators and PPE and some of the other things, once people identify that it works, there's a tendency to everybody to try to hoard it and grab it. And we really want to make sure that it gets distributed in the most effective manner in a way that can have a positive impact and do the most good on the most people. So, what we did is we actually, because we have this, whether it's from Tylenol and hand sanitizer to medical surgical supplies, or whether some of our other pharmaceutical products, which we're testing now as treatments, we created a global pandemic response team at the corporate level. And unfortunately, was privileged to be a part of that. And one of the first things we did is we actually created what we called an ethical framework for decision-making for COVID-19 pandemic response. And it's really based on our credo values about patients first. And what we're doing there is that basically says, first and foremost, as we said before, we're going to work with the appropriate regulatory and clinical authorities to be very confident that the products work and they are safe for COVID patients. Secondly, we have to make sure that there's appropriate supply of those products for the existing patients that depend on them for the diseases that they're already indicated for or they're already being used for. And then finally, we're going to manage on a global basis as aggressively as possible to make sure there's as much available inventory for COVID patients and make sure that we work with the local authorities and allocate that through them to make sure that it gets to the areas of most need with the greatest potential to provide the most benefit to patients.
Thank you so much, John. We know how critically important a future vaccine will be, so we really appreciate the information that you shared with us. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Take care. Now, after this brief commercial break, we'll be joined by Dr. Stephen Fox, a 2015 alumnus working in Michigan. That's right after this short break. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Justine Ward. Now, our next guest is a first-year medical resident and recent graduate of the University of Notre Dame. He's a first-year emergency resident at Beaumont Hospital. Let's welcome in Dr. Stephen Fox. And Stephen, thank you so much for joining us to be a part of The Fight here.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on.
Now, your father also worked as an ER doctor in Detroit for many years. Did you always intend to follow in his footsteps, even at Notre Dame?
Well, growing up, my father was a doctor. My mom was a CRNA, so medicine was always in the house and was certainly something that I was exposed to quite a bit. But there were a few different career choices kind of on the table that I was thinking about going into college. One of them being music in particular. And when I was actually at Notre Dame for most of the time there, I played the bar circuit around campus and played at the Acoustic Cafe and was actually strongly considering a career in music initially, and decided rather to keep that as a hobby and be something that I can kind of decompress when I'm outside of work with. But science and math were always something that I really liked going through school, and I knew I wanted to do something that would help other people or at least give me that opportunity, and medicine seemed to be a good fit. And, I have no regrets at this time. I've been loving every minute of my job since I've been working at Beaumont.
That's great to hear. And obviously you expect your first year of residency to be difficult, but how are you handling that amid the challenges of being a resident during this global pandemic?
It's certainly been a challenge. It's certainly been something that I don't think any of us could have predicted. None of us really expected this to ever occur, except for maybe Bill Gates. But, in emergency medicine, we're trained to fly off the cuff a lot, think on our feet. And a lot of times we're working with suboptimal quantity of materials, suboptimal quantity of information. And we really have to learn how to take everything in stride and make quick decisions. And so I think that's certainly been to our benefit with this particular circumstance, and we've been doing the best we can with the training we have. Although, it's truly just something that's been quite unprecedented, and we've been strained at times, but we've been working through it well. And I think, just from the results that we've been seeing, I think we've been managing it pretty well, given the severity of how it was, especially at the end of March.
Sure. Michigan has been hard hit by COVID-19. Has this in any way changed how you view medicine and its importance?
It's certainly changed my view a bit on just the decision making that goes into response to things like this. Administration has been something that I've been considering pursuing further along in my medical career, and certainly the administrative decisions have quite a large impact on the entire healthcare system as a whole, especially in circumstances like this. And so, I've been fortunate in my position as a resident where, I'm working, but I'm also learning. And, I've been able to see firsthand a lot of the decision making that's been going on in real time and the impact that they have. I won't say much more on the topic now, but I've been very fortunate to have the opportunity to see which way things go with the decisions that have been made. And it's certainly been an exceptional learning experience for me. Certainly been something that's shown me that, there's not always an easy answer. There's not always a right choice. And sometimes you just have to make, the choice that you feel is the most appropriate choice in the moment and be comfortable living with the consequences. And we've certainly been doing a lot of that in the emergency department.
Well, as a Notre Dame community, we are hoping to raise money for students impacted by this to help with financial aid. And is that something that's meaningful to you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Education's crucial. And, this is a particularly straining time financially for a lot of people. Us physicians are not immune to this by any means. I have colleagues of mine that have been furloughed just simply because patient volume, and when I say patient volume, is a majority of medical problems that are not COVID related have been significantly declined over the last couple of months, and just the number of patients to the number of physicians has been unusually skewed, and so some of my colleagues are just out of a job for the next couple of months, and some in the indefinite future at this time. So, with all of that coming to light, the difficulties that people have right now, you shouldn't have to sacrifice the opportunity to get an education because of that. Any opportunity to support the men and women that have the chance to get an education at such an amazing institution as Notre Dame, one that supported me for 4 of the most important years of my life, 4 of the most impactful years of my life. They should be able to chase that opportunity and to experience the same that I did.
Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your courage, your bravery, for all that you're doing on the front lines and helping those in Michigan. We appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. It's just another day on the job. Thank you very much.
All right, next we'll be joined by New York Funeral Director Patrick Kearns. But first, let's go to Brian for a quick update on tonight's giving. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Justine, thank you so much. Dr. Fox is another great example of the powerful force for good our alumni are having in the world. And we need your help to help all the students who are here on campus now follow in his footsteps. Let's go to the scoreboard now and see where we are. Amazing, $6.5 million raised so far tonight, on our way to our $7.8 million. But Notre Dame family, this is when we need your help. If you haven't made a gift yet, please consider going online and making a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. Truly, a gift of any size makes a difference. If you have already given, thank you. And please consider reaching out to your family, your friends, your fellow Notre Dame alumni and classmates. Ask them to make a gift of any size to this cause. Our students need it. Our students are having an impact in the world, and we need you to help us help them ensure that they can finish their Notre Dame education. I'll have another update at the end of this hour, but for now, Justine, I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you, Brian. We are joined now by Patrick Kearns, class of 1992. Now, Patrick is a 4th-generation funeral director at Leo Kearns Funeral Home in Queens, New York City, and he joins us from there today. Patrick, welcome to The Fight. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me this evening.
Now, New York City is obviously the biggest coronavirus hotspot in the country with, unfortunately, the most deaths. Now, how has your business changed since February?
Just adapting and dealing with the sheer volume. The death rate in New York City has climbed so quick and so high that we've seen in the last 8 weeks, the death count there are about 33,000 dead in the city of New York in the last 8 weeks. And that's just extraordinary. And it's forced, complete overwhelming of funeral homes throughout the city, and forced us to, try to adapt as best we can, trying to scale up and expand facilities to be able to shelter more remains, take in more families.
Yeah, the numbers are devastating. Now, many people might not think of a funeral director as a first responder, but I know that you've always thought of yourself that way. What has your role been like during this pandemic?
Nonstop, long days. Myself and my staff, we start about 7:30 in the morning at least, and hopefully end our day about 10 o'clock every night. I have one young staff member who's spent the last 8 weeks about 70 hours a week, just transferring bodies from hospitals, transferring them into our care all day long. That's what he does. And, we're here as funeral directors, probably more the last responders. We're here to pick up the pieces from what is just a devastating battle that New York City has been waging.
Sure. And I think a hard part about this is that the grieving process, in a way, has been interrupted. Would you say that's something that you're seeing and helping these families through?
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's difficult for us as funeral directors. We're used to providing a very high level of service, paying close attention to our families, spending a lot of time with them. And now we're forced, just by the sheer numbers, we have to forego that. We can't give the attention that we want. And families are forced to go through the most difficult time of their lives without the ability to embrace, to come together as a family, come together as a community. They have to go through this time, 6 feet apart from behind a mask. It's very difficult, and you can see it in the families.
Absolutely. What's one thing you wish people would know if they could be in your shoes for a day, if they could see what's going on in New York City?
I wouldn't want anyone to have to walk in my shoes. But I think it's a minority of people that think this, is not real, is not really happening. And I think that's very much a minority of people. But those are the people that, if they could spend a day with us and see the devastation, to see what families are going through. It's in South Queens, I work with a high immigrant population, and this virus has hit our communities of color even harder than any other. And even the ages of people, men in their 50s, 60s, leaving behind children themselves, 25-year-olds, left to make funeral arrangements because both their mother and father are both in the hospital. One has died and the other is still intubated. And their 25-year-old child is left behind to make arrangements for them. It's been really very difficult for the families of New York.
It's heartbreaking. Our thoughts and prayers, of course, with those families in New York. Patrick, God bless you. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for joining us here on The Fight.
All right. Thank you.
And after the break, we'll be joined by the director of Notre Dame's Sacred Music Program, Margot Fassler, and doctoral student, Amorja Roberson. Stay tuned.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Justine Ward, and joining us now is Amorja Roberson, a doctorate student in choral conducting and sacred music at Notre Dame, and Margot Fassler, the Keough Hesburgh Professor of Music History and Liturgy and Director of the Program of Sacred Music. Thanks so much, Margot, Amorja. Welcome to The Fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So happy to hear you with us today. We know that you have a song to perform for us tonight, Amorja. And before we listen to that, why don't you tell us a little bit about how this song came to be and what we're going to be seeing in the debut of this music video?
Yes, so May 2019, I went to East Africa with the Notre Dame Folk Choir under the direction of Dr. J.J. Wright. And I was asked to write a song for the actual trip as a pilgrimage reminder. So I did that, and then this year, January, I said that I wanted to record the video with communities that I work with. And so I did it right before the pandemic began, and so here it is today, this message that's so timely.
Well, we are so excited to see it. Now, Margot, over to you now. Can you please give us a quick overview of Notre Dame's Sacred Music Program and how you were able to attract such a caliber student like Amorja?
Our students come to Notre Dame because of their talent, but also because of their commitment. We're a program for graduate students. We have about 30 in residence. They work with undergrads, they work with community members, they work with churches, our own Basilica of the Sacred Heart, and they work with the Notre Dame Children's Choir, over 300 kids going strong, and also an organ training program for children. So these are students who give back to the community, and it's especially hard for us because music is a communal art and we want to be giving. And so that's why we've turned to video to do a lot of our work. Dr. Doris has made a wonderful video of some of the Notre Dame children singing, and you can see that online. And Amorja's project is an example of that as well, because we work to inspire doctors of the soul, if you will.
Sure, lifting up so many spirits. Now, Amorja, you're in the first year of your doctoral program. You're obviously already very successful, but what would you like to do once you complete this program?
Honestly, I have so many ideas. One, of course, is to work in academia. I will still perform as an artist. I will still write music for orchestras. I will still be that example that Black men and women need to see. But at the end of the day, one thing that I would love to leave is a school for the performing arts for young African-American children, because it's necessary that they get the history that they're not afforded to get in public education today.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, Margot, why don't you give us an introduction quickly about what we're going to see?
Sure. This is a piece that Amorja composed, but he serves also to conduct, and he serves as the soloist. And it's a piece in the African-American gospel tradition. So you can see that he becomes sort of like the preacher, and the choir becomes, in a sense, his congregation. And it's based a lot on call and response, and on a steady building in the music of fervor and intensity. And this is typical of music in this style, and it's a wonderful example. You see also many different choirs here. The Notre Dame Folk Choir, members of our own sacred music program, some of our graduate students, undergraduate students, and also members of the community. So it's the kind of work that we do that brings all of these groups together to make music.
Don't worry. So even though you can't see what may lie ahead, just for you.
Just know Jesus is there with you, and
He'll never leave. So tell us to say, by your side. There we go. Just know.
Just know Jesus is there with you.
And He'll never leave you. Yeah. Say, though uncertain, and you're wondering life may go. And know will be, and he'll never leave you. Everybody help us out and say, by your side. You go, and no matter where you may be, just know He won't leave you. Never alone. Oh, never alone. Help me say He won't. Tell Him never alone. You don't have to worry, no. Oh, He won't. Thank you, Lord. Never alone, never alone. Say never, say never. Tell Him, say never. No, 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 never. Never. Oh, say never. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for God is guiding me. Thank you, Lord, for always taking the lead on the mountain or the valley. I know I'm never alone. Oh, never alone. Everybody say.
Welcome back. We're joined now by a former two-sport stand-up for the Fighting Irish, who is our lone Notre Dame graduate currently on an NBA roster. Please welcome Pat Connaughton of the Milwaukee Bucks. Pat, thanks for joining the fight.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, Pat, so let's talk NBA first. So you and your Milwaukee Buck teammates had the best record in the NBA when play was halted in March because of the pandemic. Had to be frustrating to put a hold to the potential NBA championship on hold. How have you been handling all of this?
I think we've been handling it pretty well as a team. The Bucks themselves have done a really good job of, trying to support us players and, the guys with the majority of us stuck around. They've been doing what they can in a safe and healthy manner to, get us workout gear, machinery that we need. So I have a few bikes in my apartment, some weights, things like that. And, when they can, based off, Wisconsin's, legislature, they try to deliver some food to us that the chefs make and things of that nature. So, we've been trying our best to stay in shape and to stay united as far as, staying in constant contact via the group message and things of that nature, with the hopes that, the NBA season, will return at some point.
Yes. What are you hearing about the restarting of the season?
It's 50-50, I would say. You hear a little bit of positive things. You hear some negative things. I think I'm glad I'm not the one making those decisions, but I think the NBA is doing a really good job. Adam's a phenomenal commissioner, and I think he's always been on the front lines of, the quarantine in general. The NBA shutdown was probably the first pro sports league to shut down, and I think he's doing everything he can to get us back to playing, but making sure it's in a healthy and safe environment first and foremost, and then if we're able to do so, hopefully we'll be able to do so at some point this summer.
Sure. All right. Well, let's go back in time a little bit. Back in February, you were selected to participate in the NBA All-Star Weekend Dunk Contest. Now, I think, as do most Notre Dame fans, that you were robbed by the judges. You had some serious star power with you. But what was that experience like for you?
I'm pretty sure the dunk contest was actually the last time I shaved as well. So hopefully my mom doesn't disown me for that. But, it was incredible. I think for me, to be involved in something that I dreamed of being involved in since I was a kid, and then to have some fun with it, incorporating Giannis, incorporating Christian Yelich, two guys that I've gotten to know pretty well and who are better people than they are athletes, when we all know how great of athletes they are. I think the state of Wisconsin, the city of Milwaukee, and maybe a few owners were a little bit worried when I told everyone I was going to jump over to MVPs of the city. But my number one priority was making sure I didn't hurt them. My number two priority was making sure I made the dunks. And then number three was just to have some fun with it and hopefully make some of the ND network proud.
Yeah, you looked great. Now, Pat, you've made a point of making sure that you're known for being more than just an athlete. Why is that important to you, and what are you working on right now outside of basketball?
I think it's important to me because of all the stuff that kind of Notre Dame instilled in me since I was a student there. The phrase when I was recruited, 4 for 40, a 4-year decision that will affect 40 plus years of your life, really rings true. And professional sports, they're not guaranteed. You don't know how long you'll be involved. You hope to be involved and have a long playing career, but you just never know. So I've always tried to make sure I've gotten involved in other things besides just putting all my eggs in sports. So I've gotten involved in a lot of real estate ventures, real estate development. I own my own real estate development company that my dad and my best friend Joe Stanton helped me run and operate on a daily basis when I do have my day job. I got a foundation, With Us Foundation. I try to give back through to the people and the places that kind of helped make me who I am. We try to instill the translatable values that sports bring about, hard work, leadership to other areas of life into the next generation. So it's been fun to get involved in it. It's been, I wouldn't have been able to do it without the things that Notre Dame taught me when I was a student there, and without the network that continues to help mentor me in other aspects of my life.
You're a busy guy, no doubt. Now, I understand you had the opportunity to give a lecture to a Notre Dame class in the past few weeks. What was that experience like?
It was really cool. To be honest with you, I'm one of those guys that I wouldn't have had the possibility of attending Notre Dame without athletics. So to be able to receive that type of education and then to end up almost co-hosting and co-teaching a class, I never really would have imagined. So to be able to talk and share with those students some of the things that I'm doing outside of sports, and to hear their ideas and to hear their questions. And, it's my dad would say he can't believe there are so many people that care about what my opinion is outside of athletics, that he'd be proud of it, and hopefully they learn something from it.
Well, Pat, thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing you back out on the basketball court and back at Notre Dame, hopefully sometime soon. Be well.
Thank you. And when you do see me, this hair and this face will be clean shaven.
All right. We're not hating on the quarantine beard. Thank you, Pat. Now, after the break, we're going to be joined by emergency physician Donald Zimmer, class of 2004. We'll be right back after this.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Justine Ward, and joining us now is Dr. Donald Zimmer, a 2004 graduate of Notre Dame, who now works as an ER physician and the Director of Medical Education at Memorial Hospital in South Bend. Welcome to The Fight, Dr. Zimmer. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me on tonight.
Now, you work in the ER, the front lines for this pandemic. Thank you so much for what you're doing right now for helping those in South Bend. What has this been like for you?
It's like Heraclitus said, you never step in the same river twice. Every day is a little bit different. There's a lot of uncertainty that's associated with everything that we do in emergency medicine, and this has added on another difficult layer. We're still seeing heart attacks and strokes, trauma patients, and patients with abdominal pain. And with every one of those patients now, you have to add in that second layer of decision making. Does this patient potentially have something else underlying this? And how do we keep them safe? How do we keep the patients around them safe? How do we keep our providers safe? Those are constant questions now every day in the emergency department. We've felt a tremendous amount of support from the community as well, as people have home isolated and quarantined. Volumes for other things that we would typically see have gone down some, which has helped us keep our head above water a little bit. And there's been a tremendous outpouring of support from the rest of the community as well, from cards and letters to sheets of brownies that show up, and pizza that gets dropped off in the emergency department, the ICU, and around the hospital, to keep everyone's spirits up and everybody on task.
Yes, you're certainly doing God's work right now with everything going on. And you're also the director of medical education. We're learning new information about this virus every day. What does it take to stay up to date with all this new research out there?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody in the world or in the country right now is up to date on all the research, to be honest. I see my job as the director of medical education not to be the guy that knows everything, but to be someone who's asking some of the right questions and who knows who we can count on and who we can lean on and who we can go to for some of those answers. So we've set up a series of lectures that we've done at the hospital through our grand rounds, which have been largely via webinar now. We were lucky to put all of that in place last year so that we could offer material remotely and asynchronously. But we've had a series of 8 lectures now with our local experts and physicians, and allowed everybody to focus on their own particular topic and task. So starting with infectious disease and Dr. Marjorie Dowd, and then looking a little bit at the epidemiology, talking with Dr. White about ventilator management in the ICU, talking with Dr. Koenig about how we plan to do acute surgeries. We've been really lucky to have tremendous support and a lot of experts that could focus in on particular areas related to disease and how we might learn from them and support one another.
Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all that you're doing, truly on the front lines of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, coming up, we'll be joined by Tom Sheffield, a coronavirus survivor who truly embodies the words, "What though the odds?" That's right after this short break.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
Welcome back to The Fight. We're coming to you from the University of Notre Dame. I'm Justine Ward, and joining us now is Thomas Sheffield, class of 1977, a coronavirus survivor, and he's coming to us from his home in Wisconsin. And Tom, we are so glad you're out of the hospital and on the road to recovery. Thank you so much for joining us today here on The Fight. We want to first ask you, what were some of your early symptoms with having COVID-19? When did you know something was wrong?
Well, my wife Mary and I were actually monitoring the whole coronavirus situation, primarily because we had a son who was studying in London in his second semester. And so we were pretty aware of things. I developed a cough for a couple of days and went away, and then had mild fever over a period of time. And, contacted my primary care physician. And he said that I didn't really qualify for testing at the time. And it was still at a time, in mid-March when testing was still, not readily available. So I never had one of those aha moments of, hey, is this the virus or not?
Now, with the new protocols in place, you had to actually go into the emergency room by yourself. What happened then?
Well, the Monday that I was admitted, my wife noticed that I was acting a bit strange or out of character. And so she realized that something was happening. So we got in the car. Not sure how I got dressed, and we rushed off to the emergency room, where she went in, said, "Hey, my husband's in the car." They came out, and off to the ER I went.
And what was your experience like in the hospital? Was it hard to communicate with the people taking care of you?
It was. I mean, my last communication with my wife was probably within an hour of being in the ER. I sent her a text. I said, "It looks like they're going to be putting me on a ventilator." So at that stage, I knew that things were pretty serious. They didn't have a positive coronavirus test to go on, but they knew I was pretty ill and put me on the ventilator. So from a communication standpoint, for the first 15 to 16 days, I was on the ventilator. There was no communication for me. I was in a fully sedated state. And so the hospital, the physicians, and the ICU nurses really did a wonderful job of communicating daily with my wife, Mary. And then Mary sent out a series of texts and emails to friends and others to basically, kind of monitor my progress. It was a really interesting time. Of course, it's a time that I have no recollection of. The funny thing is that when you're in the ICU, everybody's gowned up. They've got face shields on and masks and caps and so forth, and so you really only see their eyes. And so the day that I was actually being discharged from the hospital, I wanted to thank, in particular, one nurse, Maggie, who'd been my ICU nurse for probably the last week and a half. And I yelled out, "Hey, where's Maggie? Where's Maggie?" And she said to me, "Hey, I'm right behind you. I'm wheeling you out." I kind of half turned around, and she only had her mask on. I'm like, I would have never recognized her at all because her hair was out, and I mean, it was different. But the communication with the nurses and the physicians were just unbelievable. And then, of course, we had a tremendous amount of support from friends and Notre Dame and St. Mary's classmates. And so from a communication standpoint, after I was out of my sedation state, which took a couple of days after the ventilator, then there was a little bit more direct communication with my wife. But one of the challenges, of course, is your spouse and family can't visit, and so your caregivers really become family, so to speak.
Yeah, we saw that moving video of you leaving the hospital. We are so thrilled that you're feeling better, and we wish you all the best and continued recovery. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate it. And let me say this, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Now let's go to Kim Borza for a brief update on giving. Kim?
Thanks so much, Justine. What an inspiring story. Tom, thank you so much for your perseverance and your fight. Let's head to the leaderboard. Let's see how we're doing towards our goal of providing financial aid packages for 178 students. Unbelievable. 7.2, almost $7.3 million raised so far today. That is just amazing. That provides financial aid packages for 165 deserving students. This is amazing. Thank you all so much for your commitment to providing the Notre Dame education to our students. So let's move on to Justine with our next guest. Justine?
Kim, that's amazing. Keep it coming, everybody. Now let's speak with Terry Berland, Notre Dame class of 1990, who now works as the president and CEO of Violet Defense, a business that provides clinical level disinfection to everyday spaces using the power of the sun. Welcome to the show, Terry. We appreciate you joining us.
Send an email, a final email, Mike. Great.
All right. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Now, Terry, how does this technology work? How can the power of the sun be used to create healthier living environments? We've been hearing so much about UV and how it can disinfect. If you could tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, certainly. So if you think about it, the sun has actually been providing disinfection since the beginning of time. The challenge is that as a society, we then decided to build these things called buildings And as a result of that, it makes it difficult for the UV to actually get to the germs. So what we've been trying to do with our company is to provide cost-effective means for bringing UV indoors and being able to provide the same level of germ disinfection that the sun does.
And how is this technology being used to combat COVID-19?
Well, given that the germs basically exist about everywhere, our small footprint is designed to implement itself, whether it's in spaces, disinfecting individual items like PPE equipment for folks in hospitals or first responders, and it's even being used in places like air handlers.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you cannot use this to disinfect people. It's just on spaces and PPE. Now, have they spread to the private sector, or has this only been used in hospitals? Could you use it in your home?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the UV that's been discussed is very much in hospital use, but the vast majority of our products are actually in non-hospital settings. So we have them deployed in hotels, schools, office buildings, the back of ambulances. We have them at convention centers, and we actually have just started a partnership with Koch Industries to build what we call mobile decontamination units that are actually 20-foot trailers that you can take to be able to disinfect items almost anywhere, including the battlefield.
Terry, is there anything else you'd like the Notre Dame family to know about this technology and what you're doing in the fight against COVID-19?
I think the biggest thing is just to know that we're here to a large degree because of the experience that I had at Notre Dame and what it taught me about doing the right things for people. And I'm super excited about the fact that I now have a daughter there as well, who's a freshman. Congrats. And it's great to be part of the family, and anything we can do to help, please let us know.
Terry, thank you so much. We appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with The Fight right after a short break.
What is Islam? In 1975, as an 18-year-old, I traveled to India to answer that exact question. For years, I studied at the madrasa, learning Islam at the feet of truly orthodox educators. In a vacuum, it made sense, but the world around me was changing. I began to ask, what is the relevance of Islam to my life as a Muslim living in the modern world? Even today, most traditional forms of Islamic education do not address subjects such as science and evolution. But now, some in the madrasa leadership think it is time to change.
Through online education and seminars involving Notre Dame undergraduates, Professor Ibrahim Musa is training future Muslim educators to incorporate modern thought into classic curricula at madrasas, schools for Islamic education.
Graduates of madrasas shape the religious thinkings and practices of mainstream Muslims. They will play a transformative role as communicators who will advance peace and justice in their communities.
प्रोफेसर मूसा साहब का ये प्रोग्राम हमें एक प्लेटफॉर्म फराहम करता है ताकि इस्लाम का नई दुनिया पे एक मुस्बत असर ज़ाहिर हो सके.
From being a part of the Madrasa Discourses program, I've learned the incredible power of religion as a binding force for people who may seem very different on the surface, but at the core are all connected in their strong devotion to faith.
Notre Dame does not shy away from asking difficult religious questions, and therefore is the perfect place for me to undertake this important work.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for religious understanding.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shopping.
This land was made for you and me.
Hello and welcome to the final hour of The Fight, a special broadcast from the University of Notre Dame where we share stories of the Notre Dame family fighting the COVID-19 pandemic in this country and all over the world. I'm Jack Nolan, the voice of Notre Dame men's basketball. I also host programs for Fighting Irish Media. Much has changed in our country and our world these past few months. The global pandemic has kept us inside, shut down mass economies, and left many alone and afraid. The financial impact of the pandemic on Notre Dame families means that our students will need more financial aid than ever before. On this program, we are raising money for the Student Emergency Relief Fund, which was established to ensure that every admitted student has the opportunity to enroll at Notre Dame and won't have to make a choice based on their ability to pay, and to make sure that all Notre Dame students get the financial aid they need. That's why the Student Emergency Relief Fund is so crucial. Today, we're asking you to join us in this fight by making a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund, something you can do right now by clicking the link on this page where you're watching the broadcast. Our goal is to raise $7.8 million by the end of this broadcast, just 1 hour away. This represents fully funding the projected average financial aid package for 178 Notre Dame students in the upcoming academic year. We chose the number 178 because that's the number of years the university has been in existence. So please, make a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund if you can. A portion of the funds raised today will also go toward COVID-19 research being conducted here at Notre Dame. Now, this hour, we're going to share even more inspiring stories of the Notre Dame family taking the fight to the pandemic. We'll hear from a doctor who was put in charge of doubling the size of his ICU unit in New Jersey, from a mayor in Ohio who skydived PPE equipment to those in need. And we will check in with Notre Dame football quarterback Ian Book as he trains at his home in California. We will also have a special performance by Irish singing sensation Chloe Agnew, a 5 degrees from the Golden Dome Zoom chat with Notre Dame celebrities, and to top off the night, we'll have an exclusive message for the Notre Dame family from country music legends Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. Coming up next, we'll go live to Beijing, China, to talk with a Notre Dame alumna working to send personal protective equipment to the United States. That's right after this short break.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Jack Nolan. Joining us now, all the way from China, is Jing He, who graduated with her PhD in electrical engineering from Notre Dame in 2005. Jing, welcome to The Fight.
Hi, Jack. My pleasure to talk to you.
It's my pleasure to talk with you. Can you describe for us what it was like to be someone living in China while this unfolded all around you? How did you stay safe?
Well, my family and I were enjoying the traditional Chinese New Year holidays in the very, very southern part of China, Xishuangbanna. Then we heard about the pandemic in Wuhan. We really feel scared and angry, and we take actions immediately. We need to protect our family, my parents, and the 3 boys. You know, it's hard to keep 3 boys inside home. And I think we should do something to help those in need. So I organized donations to Wuhan, and immediately I get contact to our Notre Dame family.
Tell us a little bit more about that process of securing protective equipment. Were you in contact with many members of the Notre Dame community during that time?
Definitely. Once I send out my initiative, I get Tens and hundreds of response from all over the world of our Notre Dame families. And from all over the world, we are gaining power, support, and the PPEs. We have conquered so many. I can't list them one by one. And we really did this mission impossible to ship all the ventilation machines, all the masks, and necessary equipment to Wuhan directly to the doctors who are fighting the virus.
How many people in total did it take to accomplish this achievement?
I don't really know the exact number, but I guess hundreds and thousands of them. In any task, no one can accomplish just by ourselves. We make this only because we are a family, and we all work by all of our means and try our best.
Now, once things worsened here in the United States, you decided to send the protective equipment back. Tell us about that decision.
That's just a natural response. We are family. How can we just look at this? So we take actions immediately.
Jing, thank you, bless you, and good luck as you, along with all of us, continue to fight this terrible pandemic.
Thank you, Jack.
Coming up next, we will hear from a director of an ICU unit in New Jersey who was in charge of doubling its size due to the number of COVID-19 patients who were coming through the doors. That's coming up right after this break.
When I was just 3 years old, my sister and I were adopted from an orphanage in Ukraine.
There they are.
I love my family, and I could never have asked for a better one. But I've never been able to shake that feeling that I've been missing a part of myself.
In post-Soviet Ukraine, government corruption ran rampant. Religious and academic institutions faced enormous challenges, and democracy itself was not guaranteed.
I left a people on the verge of a revolution and had a completely different life than I would have otherwise.
Since 2003, Notre Dame's Nanovic Institute for European Studies has made a commitment to Catholic education in Eastern Europe, including the Ukrainian Catholic University.
During my sophomore year, Notre Dame gave me the opportunity to come to the Ukrainian Catholic University and share our educational values.
Over the last 15 years, Notre Dame's Catholic University partnership has helped to connect a half dozen East European Catholic universities.
Only 5 years ago, the revolution of dignity was met with deadly violence. I'm reminded every day why we need to stand up against corruption while working to prepare the next generation of leaders.
Right now, we live in a time of uncertainty, especially here in the shadow of the former Soviet Union.
We understand that the Iron Curtain could come down again. So we're working hard to build bridges among these universities that will help them speak truth to power.
Being here taught me how I can make a difference, allowing me to give back to the country of my birth.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for freedom of thought.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Jack Nolan. As medical director of the intensive care unit at Robert Wood Johnson, Dr. Michael Rodrigues was already familiar with caring for critically ill patients. But in the last few weeks, he's been faced with a new reality, an influx of COVID-19 patients so overwhelming, his ICU had to double in size. Dr. Rodrigues, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you, Jack. Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. Can you give us a sense of what it's like on the front lines and how serious this disease is?
Sure. The front lines are very intense. This is a very virulent pathogen. It is very devastating to certain patients who contract it, and the complications of it go from strokes to respiratory failure, kidney failure, cardiogenic shock, renal failure, and need for dialysis. So it's a very virulent pathogen in a subset of patients that end up in my ICU.
Now, doubling the capacity of an ICU sounds like a monumental task. How did you do that, and what did it entail?
It really is an all-hands-on-deck effort. It's a group collaborative effort, just like a team. We have a 16-bed ICU at Somerset. And typically, our capacity is 12 patients or so about 75% capacity. We might have 4 or 5 patients on the ventilator at a time. So since the middle of March, we've had no less than 30 patients in the ICU, quote-unquote ICU, since we've expanded our capacity 2 to 2.5-fold. We've had 25 to 35 patients on the ventilator at all times. So to do that, what we've done is we've had collaborative meetings with administration and multidisciplinary rounds. We have redeployed assets, so to speak. So all the elective procedures, cases, and ongoings at the hospital have immediately ceased. So there's no elective surgeries going on. We've redeployed those assets, anesthesiologists, intensivists, acute care surgeons to cover the ICU. So from having typically 1 intensivist on per day to cover the ICU, we've had 2 or 3 on every single day for the last 8 weeks.
Now, with the ICU so flooded with COVID patients, what impact has that had on the general public who may not be infected with COVID-19, but who suffer some serious medical situation?
That's a very good question. And the answer is there's a tremendous fear in the community of coming into the hospital. People don't want to go near the hospital because they feel they're going to get infected if they walk through the door. So we've seen a significant drop in the emergency room visits, a significant drop in surgical cases. There's no elective surgeries, just emergency surgeries. So people are unfortunately choosing to stay at home when they have a heart attack, a stroke, intra-abdominal catastrophe, and various other emergency type procedure or emergency type situations where they would otherwise go to the hospital. People have sat at home for 2 and 3 days, and they come in with heart attacks and multi-organ failure because they've been sitting at home and not getting the care that they need. So I would certainly want to, use this platform to urge the public, listen, if you're having a heart attack, a stroke, appendicitis type things, or intra-abdominal issues, come to the hospital. You will get good care. You will not get COVID at the hospital. The hospital is very safe. They check everybody's temperature at the door, including mine. They screen everybody. Everybody wears a mask. So it's quite safe because, look, if there's anybody that's going to get COVID out there, it's me, because I've cared for hundreds of patients with COVID. And, knock on wood, I've been able to, with personal protective equipment, not contract COVID yet.
That is terrific advice for everyone. I know my wife happens to work in the medical industry and hear stories every day of medical professionals battling COVID-19. I know it is stressful. I know it is exhausting. Can you share with us some moments that have inspired you through all this?
Sure. There's been a lot from the community outreach has been tremendous. The generosity of local restaurants who have really supplied us with food every day. We're eating quite well in the hospital and in the ICU. We get food donated every day from the local restaurants, from some of the church organizations, and have sent us PPE. So we've had enough PPE, thank God, at the hospital to keep everybody safe and not put anyone in harm's way. And some of the stories of our patients are, heartwarming. We've had a husband and wife, both of whom ended up in my ICU next to each other, both on ventilators, both critically ill. And we have really restricted the visitation at the hospital just with everything that's going on. But we have very good communication with families. And I was calling the son every day and giving him updates. And mom got better first. Mom was in the hospital first and in the ICU. And then dad got sick and was in the ICU on the exact bed next to his wife. And luckily, we were able to get them both extubated out of the ICU. And both are now at home with their son and doing well. We had a another correctional officer who was just discharged yesterday to big fanfare and a big police and firefighter parade after 42 days in the hospital, got him better. He is a correctional officer who contracted COVID in the line of work, so he was able to be discharged yesterday to rehab. So some really good outcomes that we're having here at Somerset.
Dr. Rodericks, I know your time away from the ICU is precious to you right now. Thank you for giving us some time tonight, and thank you for your courage and commitment to service during this very trying time in our country.
Jack, hey, it's my pleasure, and as always, go Irish.
Go Irish, yes. Coming up next, we'll speak with an alumnus who is the CEO of Franciscan Health in Indiana, right after this short break.
Will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and convictions can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Jack Nolan. Joining us now is Dr. Jim Callahan, President and CEO of Franciscan Health Indianapolis, Mooresville, and Carmel. During this crisis, he has experienced firsthand the impact of the Notre Dame family. Dr. Callahan, welcome to The Fight.
Thank you, Jack. It's an honor to be with you and the Notre Dame family.
The honor is mine, Doctor. Now, as the COVID-19 crisis began in the United States, what was your initial reaction?
You know, Jack, we reacted with great concern, and we really went into a disaster planning mode. We set up command centers at our hospitals, and we coordinated our activity of our physicians and our nurses and other staff, worked the treatment protocols, the infectious disease activities, communications, all those things. And a quick thank you to Notre Dame for its ROTC program, actually. I spent a few years in the Air Force as a flight surgeon years back, and I think that experience helped my team prepare for the pandemic.
Now, as president and CEO, how have you seen the impact of COVID-19 evolve in your hospital system?
Yeah, Jack, you know, we went from at first deploying screening centers and treatment centers and testing centers to really redeploying our staff, as Dr. Roderick said, moving anesthesiologists from not only care in the OR, but taking care of COVID patients. Physical therapists moved from their usual duties to helping with patients with COVID who may have to have movement to a prone position with rotation of their bed. And finally, we had surgery technicians who were running sterilization with ultraviolet light of some personal protective equipment. So really, we had flexibility of our staff that was really great. And other things like virtual care. A lot of our physician visits now are occurring not unlike this.
Now, Notre Dame donated personal protective equipment to one of your hospitals. What impact did that make?
Jack, the impact is huge. We're so appreciative to Notre Dame for the provision of this PPE. Hats off to the Notre Dame Idea Center under the leadership of Dr. Matt Levy. They've provided 1,000 face shields for us, 1,000. So it was not only really helpful to protect our staff, it really gave our staff confidence that they were being protected.
As a longtime sports announcer, nobody knows better than I that we overuse the word hero, but when it comes to healthcare workers, it's probably not used enough. How do the healthcare workers in your hospitals inspire you and give you hope?
It's a great question, Jack, and I'm so proud of the team members that we have, and I'll give you just a quick story that relates back to Notre Dame's provision of the PPE. I was visiting one of our intensive care units, and a 60-year-old ICU nurse approached me and said, you know, I'm 60 years old. I'm moving into an age group where there's a little more risk for this virus, but I have to be on my team. I just can't leave my duty. I've got to be here for my coworkers. So I put on my PPE because that personal protective equipment is protective for me. It helps me. It gives me confidence. And I show up and I do my job despite the risk to myself. And I could just say, how courageous are you? That's how we know you, and that's how your family knows you. He reminded me of the old Mark Twain quote that courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the mastery of fear.
Dr. Callahan, terrific story. Thank you so much for joining us tonight on The Fight.
Thanks, Jack.
Now let's go to Ellen Roof for an update on giving. Ellen?
Thanks, Jack. Thank you so much to everyone who has been tuning in and giving back and making a gift to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. Let's see where our total is right now in the last hour of this Fight broadcast. Friends, we have surpassed our $7.8 million goal. This is absolutely incredible. We set out today with an audacious goal of funding scholarships for 178 students this coming year. And look at that, 183 students now have their financial aid packages for this coming year thanks to you. These moments make me so proud to be a part of this Notre Dame family, and it is incredible to see the generosity and the care that we have for our current students. Remember, there is still time to make a gift. The ND family always goes above and beyond, so I want to challenge. How many students can we get to today? We have 45 minutes to continue making an impact. And don't forget, you can still make a gift of $50 to qualify and purchase this limited edition 2020 The Fight hoodie. We are blown away by your generosity. A few quick shout outs to Brian, a 2005 alum, Mary, a Notre Dame parent, Kate, a 1994 alumna, and everyone else who has helped us join together and take the fight against COVID-19 and help out the students who have most acutely been impacted by this coronavirus pandemic. We are so grateful for all you do as an ND family, and let's see just how many students we can help out for this coming year. We'll have our final update of the night later this hour, but now back to Jack with our next guest. Jack?
Thanks, Ellen, and it's no problem that the suspense of whether or not we would reach our goal is gone. Are we really surprised that the Notre Dame family has come through and already surpassed the goal? But the suspense now is, how high can we go in the course of the next 38 minutes? We'll find out. Right now, we're going to chat with David Lacey, a Notre Dame parent. His son is football player Jacob Lacey. David is also a COVID-19 survivor. David, we are so glad you are here and with us this evening. Thank you for joining us.
It truly is a blessing to be on your show, Jack, and to be here today. I'm excited. Thank you very much.
Now, your son Jacob is home with you now because of COVID-19. What has it been like to have so much time with Jacob?
Well, again, in the middle of this darkness, the light is I've been getting to spend time with my family. I'm going to tease. The only thing I don't appreciate is I forgot how much he eats. My grocery bill is through the roof. I'll be glad when he get back to school so they can feed him. But it's been great. We've been playing Uno. He's been kicking my butt in Uno in the family. He's been letting us know about that. He's glad to finish up classes on Wednesday, and he's just having a good time being at home. He's across the room right now playing video games with some of his buddies and his brother.
Well, we're all very pleased to hear that you are keeping up his nutrition. He had a terrific freshman year at nose tackle, recording 14 tackles in 11 games. How have his home workouts been going?
He is, Jacob's always had that inside of him. Nothing I taught him is God-given. He goes to an area here called D1. They give him the key. He goes in there by himself. There may be another guy, George Fant, who plays now with New York Jets, who's from here, Western Kentucky. And they work out sometimes, but he works out every day. He follows it. He eats clean. He takes his smoothies 30 minutes after his workout. He stretches with the bands. He comes in sweating and stinking every day. So he is doing it.
That's what we want to hear. Now, you recently recovered from your own difficult battle with COVID-19. Can you tell us about your experience?
Yeah, and to give you a little background, I have my degree in nursing, but I've worked in the medical field for 30 years. I'm a pharmaceutical cardiovascular, working cath labs. But March 16th, I woke up and I knew I was sick. I had a headache. I never have a fever, and I had a low-grade fever, and it was only between 99.8 to 100.4, not 104, but 100.4. And I had the weird symptom of where I rubbed my eyes, my eyeballs hurt, and I read that, and I had the dry, hacky cough. About 3 times a day, I would break up with a chill. When my temperature would go up, I would take my Tylenol. There was no problem for the first week. I would just take that and I'd rest. Second week, I lost my appetite. and I wouldn't eat. And anybody knows me, I got my appetite the same way Jacob does. I'm an eater. So that kind of unnerved me, but I had to be cool in front of my wife and the kids. And then I would just rest. The thing about this disease, it tricks you and it makes you lay down. And when you lay down, you feel fine. But when I would get up, that's when I would have some respiratory issues and I would cough. I isolated myself in the basement for those 2 weeks. And to fast forward, after I lost my appetite, I woke up March 30th. So this is almost 2 weeks to the day. I woke up March 30th and I knew I was in trouble. I woke up and as soon as I sat up, I lost my breath. And I knew my O2, what we call O2 saturation, where the oxygen's in your blood, was low. So when I stood up, I got real dizzy and I tried to get up the steps. I took about 3 steps up the stairs and I felt like I ran a marathon. I couldn't breathe. I was weak. And I tried to fake it again to get upstairs. And I finally told my wife to go to the ER. Now, that was the 3rd time that I've been to the ER. The first 2 times I was, quote, not sick enough, and I understood that. They finally took me into the hospital, and it was bad. I don't know how much further you want me to go, but the doctors looked at me, took the chest x-ray, did a CTA, which a chest x-ray would die. My blood work my inflammatory markers were 10 times the norm. And I couldn't breathe. I would stand up. My O2 saturation when I laid down was 98%, which is good. As soon as I sat up, it would drop into the low 80s and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't stand up. And I had true bad respiratory problems. And the last thing I'll say is when they looked at my x-ray, they said my lungs, it was inflamed, very white on the camera, lit up like a Christmas tree, they said. So I was bad off and heading the wrong way.
And as a medical professional, it must have been terrifying because unlike most of us, you knew exactly what all these tests were indicating. What's the biggest lesson that you've learned through this whole pandemic?
Well, number one, and I already knew this, is appreciate life. For me, my faith got me through. I don't know how anybody does it without God. You know, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ got me through. When that doctor looked at me, you know, some of the worst people are the medical field. We're in denial a lot of times. And when she looked at me and said, David, I said, is it okay? Do I need to get things right at home? And she said, it wouldn't be a problem. You might want to talk to your family. I had to call my brother and tell him, take care of my family. I called Coach Elston, the defensive line coach. And I said, look, coach, and I'm broken down crying right now because the doctor's saying that, you know, I could possibly die. I called Coach Elston, it was one of my calls, and said, I need you to take care of my son, Jacob. Make sure he graduates from Notre Dame if things don't go the way I wanted to go. And I called my pastor. So the lesson is, you know, what's truly important. This disease this virus is real. It's not a Republican problem. It's not a Democratic problem. It's not a black, white, rich, poor. This virus it does not discriminate, and it doesn't care what party you're affiliated with. And again, my biggest thing is I love my family. And just remember, life is about your family, your friends, and breath. I can get a new house. I can get a new car. I can't get another life. So life is good now.
David, terrific words. I know the university is going to retweet them. I'm going to retweet them. Everybody should hear them. We are, of course, hoping that Jacob is part of some huge Notre Dame victories in the coming season, but I think all of us have already been able to, via distance, and certainly in your household, one of the biggest Notre Dame football family victories has already occurred. You beat COVID-19, and we are
Amen.
So happy for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
David,
very
thank
much.
you. Thank you. Coming up here on The Fight, we'll hear from a former FBI agent who was offering encouragement to his neighbors in a very unique way. That's coming up right after this brief timeout.
Notre Dame game day is the gold standard for college football fans across the country. From tailgating to the team walk, there is no other setting like it. And when the Fighting Irish run out of that tunnel, iconic Notre Dame Stadium becomes the stage for Saturday's biggest games. So when we come together again this season, you can be there when the next chapter of Notre Dame's storied history is written. Secure your tickets today.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Jack Nolan. Joining us now, all the way from the great state of Washington, is Bruce Kosaki, a retired FBI agent and Notre Dame alumnus, class of 1960. Bruce, welcome to The Fight.
Hi, Jack. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me as a part of the program.
So happy to have you here. You look so energetic and happy, and I know you take that energy and happiness every night at 8 p.m. because you put on a special show for your neighbors from your home in Washington. Can you tell us what that's all about?
Well, I certainly will. You know, when this problem first started about 2 months ago, I saw a news item about people coming out, a request for people to show support for our medical workers and our first responders, and come out at your deck or your patio or your window each evening at 8 o'clock and to express some kind of a demonstration. And I put my trumpet out on my deck, and I chose a song one of the first nights there. This would, I took a World War II song that the English used to sing in the days of darkness in World War II, and inspirational song called The White Cliffs of Dover. I played that, and by goodness, the whole community came out. They heard the song, and they blew their horns, and they blinked their lights, and we've been doing it every night at 8 o'clock since.
Well, Bruce, we have a little clip of one of your performances that we'd like to play now for all the folks watching at home.
That's Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Yes, it is. There's a couple more folks of Bruce's performances on YouTube if you want to dial those up after our show tonight, entire performances. Now, Bruce, where did the inspiration come from for your trumpet performance each evening?
Well, my mother gave me a trumpet for my 7th birthday. That would have been 75 years ago. And I've played ever since. I was a very proud member of the Notre Dame marching band as a drum major at one point. And I've been playing trumpet ever since, even when I was in the FBI, although Mr. Hoover did not know about it. I did it even then. But the inspiration here in this community that I live in is totally supportive of what I'm doing, and it supports me, more inspiring to me, actually, to see the number of people that come out and participate. They come from neighboring communities. Each evening at 8 o'clock, they gather, they shine their lights, they beat their horns, and they join in each evening. And it's very inspirational to me and very, very inspiring to everybody here.
Well, you're certainly inspiring to me. I was born in 1959. I can only hope that in 25 years, I still have your energy. And I understand that you still play in your jazz band, Foggy Bottom.
I do. Yeah, we have the Dixieland Band. And I wanted to mention one thing, you know, for all the comments and the responses that have happened, I keep this one response from a lady who sent a note from, she said, "My grandson loves it. He reminds us every night that it's almost time. He has just learned to tell time, and he's so excited to ask us, can we go out to the balcony and listen? It's time for the concert." So
one of the
for
best things.
All of the pullers of the wagon out there and all those invisible angels who clean those hospital rooms at night.
Yeah.
We do this, and we support you each evening at 8 o'clock from my community out here.
Well, I have to echo that because, again, those two performances I was able to watch online, the reaction of your neighbors, and you live on a little inlet there. So people are separated, but they got together and cheered almost like it was halftime of a football game.
Right on, Jack. I just want to say to all my classmates of 1960, 60-60-20. We aren't able to be there with you this year, but class of 60, 60th reunion in 2020.
This obviously has been an isolating time for lots of people, all of us really stuck in their homes. Have you sensed that you have reduced that isolation? Has your neighborhood, have your neighbors, have they come closer together?
Yeah, definitely so. And it's visual by the lights, the reaction throughout the neighborhood. I live in the middle of this little bay and surrounded by a hillside. All the deck lights and all the flashlights in the evening, and then the horns and the applause and after the song for all our first responders and medical healthcare people is amazing, and it gets bigger every night.
Bruce, thank you so much for reminding us of the power of music, the power of encouragement, and the power of someone who takes his talents and uses them to inspire everyone. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Go Irish.
All right. And now for a very special treat, something we're calling 5 Degrees of Separation from the Dome, a Notre Dame celebrity Zoom chat. Take a look.
Okay, we're going to play a game. So I invited all of you guys onto Zoom, and we're going to see how many of our Notre Dame famous, or just like actually famous, or Notre Dame famous who are famous people on the Zoom to join us. So this is, Katie Nolan did this first for ESPN, so thank you, Katie, for the inspiration, but we're going to do it Notre Dame style. So I sent you guys each a link to this Zoom meeting, and so send it to everyone you know that you think counts as a Notre Dame famous person, and we will see who we get in this Zoom chat. Oh, we got Ian Buck and
You got a joiner.
Uh-oh.
Bucky.
Oh, yeah.
Ian. Man himself.
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey.
In the back cave of this camp.
Oh, my gosh.
It started.
Oh, and B-Wish. What's up, B?
What's good, brother?
What up?
B button.
We're not. Man, famous. Julian just woke up from a nap. What's up?
We got Tommy Reese down here. What's up, Tommy?
What's up, guys? What's up, Jessica?
Tommy.
What's up?
Oh, my God.
Who's smiling?
Congratulations. Oh, my God.
I think Coach McGraw needs to show her face. What do y'all think?
I don't know why I'm not showing my face.
This is funny that Ruth has the Muffet poster in the background because no lie, when I was a kid, like Notre Dame fan growing up in Central Connecticut, I had a Ruth Riley poster in my basement. I need to see if I can go back in the vault for that.
I have a Ruth Riley poster in my house.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ooh, we got a leprechaun here.
Hi.
Leprechaun.
No way.
Salute, sir. Salute.
What?
What's happening? I am.
Hey, Corey, how are ya?
Doing great. I haven't seen you so long.
General Dempsey is in here. You were my commencement speaker, me and Romeo, I believe, and James.
Yeah, we're classmates. I'm an honorary member of the class of 2016 and proud of it.
Oh, we are classmates. Very cool.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I work for Channel 4.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Oh,
I did not know that.
Well, hey, number one, be yourself. When I went to William Mary's head coach, we had more Marys than William. Don't worry about the score. Just worry about doing the things that are the right and proper.
Hey, you got Dude
There I am.
There he is.
I was trying to raise my hand.
All right, Terry Hanratty is here.
I am here.
Hey.
There he is.
Hey.
I conquered the coronavirus.
You look good.
I was in the hospital for about 6 days.
There.
There he is.
Hey, Rocky, you're just a ray of sunshine.
I know it is. It's the light coming right off here. Jeez.
Oh yeah, I got to show Joe around in this when he made his tour over at Notre Dame.
Jess, my dad's here too, so he wants to say hello.
Oh,
to
what's
everybody.
up?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
David.
Hey, it's good to see all y'all.
Sitting in front of some fake fireplace with some leaves around it. I think that's
Grotto. Grotto.
One time when I first went there, I was going to try to play football.
Digger.
Get out
of
here.
Well, it's so good to hear all these football stories. Austin Carr, don't you have any input to basketball?
Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hey, Tom.
Tom.
Hey, Corey, what's up?
How you doing?
See you.
Hannah, hit the video button. That's what they yelled at me.
We can't see you, Hannah.
There she is.
Hey, Hannah.
And it looks like we have Jimmy Dunn on here.
Wait, what's up, Dunster?
Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy is bringing golf next weekend back to Seminole. So there's going to be
Right.
golf on television, which I think is
Yes.
so cool. So Jimmy and Pete Tobacco getting it done. So Jimmy, thank you.
All
Hey,
right.
Rudy.
Yo.
Rudy, there he is. Hey, welcome.
Hello, Rudy.
Did you all hear me?
All right. We got some hockey, Notre Dame hockey finally joining the
Hey,
town.
Minnesota boys.
Minnesota
boys.
team and he got in the game at the end.
I just see people like popping on my screen right now.
Wait, go to gallery view. You can watch a gallery. It's much easier.
Cornelius.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Megan.
What's up, Megan?
What's going on, Megan?
Megan texted me before. She said, I feel like I crashed a Notre Dame locker room Hall of Fame.
Tim, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
Y'all like my Corona look?
I love it.
Love it. You missed Rocket in here before. He had the same beard going.
Oh, is that right?
This has been very fun. I am just in awe of how many people we were able to get on this Zoom. I mean, we had Heisman Trophy winners, we had basketball players, we had Lou Holtz and Digger Phelps, we had golfers, we had Megan and John Crowley, and we had hockey players. Well, one hockey player, I guess, Anders. And this was really, really awesome. So thank you guys for doing this. I think we should probably go out on a high note right now. This is like pretty solid group right here.
Hey, everyone, stay safe. Obviously, I hope everyone's safe with their families, and obviously, continuously be safe. Praying for all your families. God bless. Go Irish. Go Irish.
God bless everybody. Go Irish.
See you guys.
Charlie.
Good to see everybody.
See you, Rudy. It's good to see you, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Peace.
See you guys.
Peace.
What an amazing collection of people, and they all answered the call. I don't know about you, but I was a little taken aback. Rocket and Tim Brown, they have gray beards. They were just here yesterday, wasn't it? Welcome back. We're now joined by Nicole Condry, a 2004 Notre Dame electrical engineering alum who is taking the COVID-19 response to new heights. Nicole, thank you for joining us in the fight.
Hey, Jack, thanks for having me. It's an honor. Hey, Notre Dame.
So you're a professional skydiving demonstrator. How did you get into that, and what exactly does that job entail?
Yeah, well, it started in 2013 as a hobby when I returned from Khartoum, Sudan after a 2-year tour there as a U.S. diplomat. You could say I was really embracing the freedoms of coming back to the United States of America. And I met my husband while I was learning to skydive. He was a United States Navy explosives ordnance disposal technician. And he quickly challenged me to, as you say, take my hobby to new heights and took me under his wing. So together as a team, we started performing skydiving demonstrations with the American flag and red, white, and blue smoke around Virginia Beach at veterans events, as well as actually quite a few concerts of Garth and Trish's close friends in the country artist world. My husband retired from the Navy in 2017, and we joined Team Fast Tracks from there, which is the world's premier professional skydiving team. We do over 300 skydiving demonstrations a year. I like to say that we have the honor of being the gatekeepers of Old Glory in the sky. And we also are the only humans known to safely and regularly strap commercial-grade fireworks to our legs and jump out of airplanes. So we jump into a lot of Division I college football games, NASCAR, air shows, And one of the few stadiums, though, that I haven't jumped into was Notre Dame Stadium, Jack. But in addition to jumping into stadiums, I'm actually also a competitive skydiver. So last fall, 5 teammates of mine and I made the United States parachute team. So we're supposed to go to Siberia, Russia in August and represent Team USA. Of course, that's going to be pushed back 1 year. But yes, skydiving has Olympics too.
Obviously, you and your husband enjoy living on the edge. Now, back in 2017, you moved to Middletown, Ohio. Now, I am very interested to hear the on-the-edge kinds of things that you have done since you've been living in Middletown.
Sure. Well, let's see. We moved from Virginia Beach to the shores of the Great Miami River in Middletown just to join Team Fast Tracks, which is also known as America's Skydiving Team. We fly the biggest American flags under parachute known to man. Now, one of the things, though, we moved to Middletown, and my husband was struggling with traumatic brain injuries from his time in the military. He was fighting really hard with them. The physical activity of jumping out of airplanes is good for the brain because it can help heal the brain in many ways. So we decided to go pursue that as a profession, and coupled with our passion for skydiving and Team Fast Track's passion for giving back to our community, it really was a no-brainer to move to Middletown and join the team. But unfortunately, the traumatic brain injuries that my husband had didn't improve, and he ended up taking his life 1.5 years ago. And I lost my best friend. I lost my skydiving partner. But Ron always gave back to the community and cared about veterans, and even when he was hurting. So, we promoted brain research a lot, and I knew we had to donate his brain to science. So I donated his brain to science and have been a big proponent of the Concussion Legacy Foundation and the Boston Brain Bank. And I encourage everybody to donate their brains to projectenlist.org. Everybody can donate them, whether you've been knocked in the head or not, because they need them all. And I promise they don't collect early.
Nicole, thank you so much. Condolences on your loss. We do prepare for all of these interviews, but I was not aware of that. So obviously, we thank you for your service and your husband's service. And you continue to serve in a different role, in an arena that nowadays can be very, very difficult as well. You are the mayor of Middletown.
Yeah, how that happened, man, is beyond me. But, it's funny because I feel like tonight we're reminded that the spirit of the Fighting Irish is to never shy away from a purposeful challenge, right? We've heard it from so many people. And when my husband died, I was left searching for a purpose again. And God put politics in front of me, of all things. And I never saw it coming, but I said, well, wow, I guess I could stay local, stay with this team that's giving back to the community in a way I never thought. And day 1 started with a major fire. And month 3, a worldwide pandemic. So definitely not anything I expected there. It turns out the mayor is also the president of the Board of Health in Middletown. So mind you, I'm an electrical engineer, remember. So luckily that Notre Dame School of Engineering, though, it teaches us to be flexible, get outside of our comfort zone, and tackle new things.
Well, as if you are not busy enough and have enough responsibilities, you have also combined your skydiving skills with the delivery of some PPE. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So our team, we give back to our veterans and our community a lot. And we have one of our combat injured warriors is actually a professional 3D printing artist. He does that as a therapeutic hobby. And we partnered with him and our team's parachute rigger to produce 300 face shields for Premier Health's Atrium Hospital and others on the front lines in Middletown. And knowing that the mental health piece is just as critical during COVID-19, we felt a calling to deliver these shields in our own unique way by jumping out of an airplane, of course. And we flew purple smoke over our city of about 50,000 people, as well as, of course, our nation's colors. And this really, we felt that it would help remind everybody that our nation will overcome and conquer, as it always does, and that we will fight together as a country, just like today we're fighting together as the Notre Dame family.
Nicole, you have one of the characteristics that all heroes have. You haven't talked a lot about yourself. You've talked about everybody else, and you didn't mention one little fact. You took your first 3 months' salary as mayor, and you put it into paying for that PPE.
Sure. Well, when I took the job as mayor, I said I wouldn't put any of that money into my bank account. So I really want to give it all back to the community. And that was an obvious way to use the first 3 months' salary. I purchased a lot of face shields that I found on the internet, actually. And so in addition to the ones that we fabricated as a team, I put those into the mix for our healthcare providers and the frontline responders.
Nicole, clearly you've spent your life to this date serving others. I know we're going to hear a lot more about you as you continue to serve others, both in Middletown and I would imagine all around the globe, as you already have. Thank you for joining us on The Fight.
Thank you. Go Irish.
Coming up next, we will check in with Notre Dame quarterback Ian Book. That's right after this short timeout. Welcome back to The Fight. I'm Jack Nolan, and joining us now, all the way from California, is the starting quarterback for the Fighting Irish, Ian Book. Ian, welcome to The Fight.
How's it going, Jack? Thanks for having me.
It's going great. My question is, how is it going for you? You go back to March, you have your first spring practice, then break comes in, and before you get back to break, campus is shut down before you have practice number 2. How are you dealing with no spring football and trying to figure out a way to prepare for next season?
Yeah, it's definitely weird during these uncertain times, but just trying to make the most of it. And, you know, we had a great first spring practice. We were on spring break, and we ended up getting the call that, you know, we had to go home. And it's just weird. And it's how we're living right now, and it's just about making the most of it and, you know, just getting your body ready and your mind ready for when we do come back.
And I know you are staying in touches with your coaches and your teammates. The rest of us are living on Zoom. Are you guys Zooming?
We are Zooming as much as we can just to stay in touch and just hold everybody accountable during these times. We're meeting as quarterback groups 3 times a week. We're meeting as full offensive unit once a week. And we're just installing like we would if we were back in South Bend.
Now, I know Coach Kelly has a presence in meetings. I host all of his shows. Very good communicator. How good is he on and with Zoom?
After the first day, he's gotten a lot better. The first day, he had some technical difficulties, but he's been doing great. He actually calls us every Wednesday, so looking forward to his call tomorrow and just checking in, trying to get as much information from him as we can. And he wants us back as well, so we're all in this thing together.
You've had Tommy Rees as your quarterback coach for a couple of seasons now. He's now the offensive coordinator. You're in the unusual situation of having both your position coach and coordinator kind of be almost a contemporary of yours. What's it like to be playing for Coach Rees?
It's great. Coach Rees is awesome. He's been there for me throughout my whole journey when he started as the quarterback's coach. And I can't speak highly enough for him. He's taught me everything. He's put me in the right positions. I know how much I believe in him and how confident I am that he can be a great play caller, which he will be. And when the whole team also feels that way, that's when you know something special is going to happen. And we all believe in him. We're all confident, and we can't wait for the season.
You also have the distinction now. You are a Notre Dame graduate. You have your degree. You probably thought your classes were at least about to take a break, but I understand that Coach Rees gives you 2 quizzes a week.
He does, you know, keep us on our toes a little bit, make sure we're staying sharp. He would be testing us if we were back in South Bend. So just doing the same thing virtually and just making sure we're sharp. You know, we're still installing like we would be. And, you know, every day is still a day to learn. And that's what we're doing.
Whenever I interview you, I can't get you to talk about your own stats. So I'll do it. I want to remind the folks that you're coming off a heck of a season, 3,000 passing yards, 34 touchdowns against just 6 interceptions. But I think the stat that best puts last year into perspective is that you became the first Notre Dame quarterback with 2,500 passing yards, 500 rushing yards, and 30 touchdown passes in a single season. Nationally, only Jalen Hurts did that last season. So what is the next step for you this season?
I have a lot of personal goals, but honestly, the one that's stuck in my head is to win a national championship. That's what it comes to. I believe we can do it this year. We got a great team and a lot of guys that believe that we can do it. And it's never about me. All the success I've had is about the other guys on this team. And, they've helped me get to where I am. But we talk about graduating and winning a national championship. I've been able to graduate in December, and now I got to do what I got to do. We got to win a national championship.
And I know your entire starting offensive line returns. You're really close with those guys, but you're going to have to play with without a couple of guys who caught a lot of footballs for you last year. And your tight end and number 1 wide receiver. What are you looking for? Who's going to step into the shoes of guys like Cole Kmet?
Yeah, well, first off, I'm very happy for all those guys. As much as I wanted them all to come back because they've been so great for me and just for this whole entire offense, they've landed in great spots in the NFL where I believe they're going to have a lot of success. But it's the next man in mentality. That's college football. That's Notre Dame. We do a great job of recruiting the best players around the country. And, after what I've seen just in one spring practice that we did get, we got guys that are able to step up and that are going to have great years. And, some guys on the perimeters that can do a lot of things and make my job a lot easier. And some running backs, tight ends as well. It's going to be great.
You're the first quarterback on a Brian Kelly team to be named a captain. This will be your second season as a relatively rare 2-time captain. What are the challenges involved in being a captain of the Notre Dame football team?
Yeah, it's a great honor. It's a huge goal of mine to be a captain last year and, to have the opportunity to be a captain again, be 2-time captain under Coach Kelly would be, a dream come true. And it's just something I take pride in. I want to be a leader on this team. I want the guys to believe in me and, they can lean on me whenever. And, that's hard to do when you got to win games and play, a hard schedule like we do. And it's about leading those guys and making sure everyone's confident and that we all have the same goal to go win a national championship. So, again, another big goal of mine is to be another captain. And, I just look forward to it.
I had mentioned Cole Kmet, but there's another guy I have to mention who you won't be playing with, but I know you learned a lot from in terms of toughness, and that's Chase Claypool. What did you learn from him, and how did he help you last year?
Yeah, Chase is a great friend of mine. He was actually, my roommate when we would go, home and away games and stay in the hotels. I've learned so much from him. He's just got an attitude that's different. He goes out there, he knows he's the best, he's confident. I've learned a lot of confidence things from him, and I'm just super excited for him. The Steelers are a great team. He's going to do great. Everyone's going to see that. But I'm going to miss him. He made my job a lot easier. Even when the pass, wasn't the best, he caught it, and he made my job a lot easier. But we got guys that are going to step up and do the same thing, and that's what it's about at Notre Dame is, recruiting those guys and having those guys come in that are ready to play and step up when their name is called.
I know you and your family are healthy, and that's terrific, but I also know that COVID-19 is hitting home for you. Your mom is a nurse. Your dad's retired. He's home, but your brother works in law enforcement. How are you dealing with members of your family really having to go out and expose themselves to this pandemic each day?
Right. First, I'm just so, thankful for them. They're out there putting their lives on the line and, putting other people first during this uncertain time. But yeah, my brother's in law enforcement. My mom's a nurse. They're out there every day fighting it. And, I'm here just thinking about them, hoping that they're safe and, that they come home. And they do a great job when they do come home, not talking about it and just, living the life, regular life that we were living. But, I bet when they're at work, I know how crazy it is for them. And I just can't thank them enough and all the other first responders.
I know everybody here on campus is working as if the season will begin as scheduled in Ireland against Navy, but we don't know what is going to happen. Have you thought a little bit about the various scenarios, and how are you dealing with the uncertainty of just what your final season is going to be in terms of will there be fans, won't there be fans, what the schedule will look like? Are you struggling with that, or is it just something that's out of your control?
Yeah, it's definitely weird. While I'm home, I do have a lot of time to think about it, and I try not to, but that's just the reality that, we're living in right now. And, I just want to play. Whether there's no fans or 100,000 fans, I want to be there, and I just want to play. And I know when I talk to all the guys on the team, they just want to play. We just want to have a season, but we understand you got to, safety first. We got to keep everybody safe, and we know that we'll be put into the right position, whatever that is. But I've thought about it a lot. I've thought about what it'd be like to run out of Notre Dame Stadium with no fans. But I'm here to do it. It's my last season, and I want to make the most of it.
And you made the decision to come to Notre Dame 5 years ago. The final chapter is not written, but as you head into this final season, you had to have an idea in your head when you made the decision to come here about what the experience would be like. Has it turned out to be what you thought it would be?
Oh, it's been amazing. That was by far the biggest decision of my life at that point, and it's exceeded everything that I thought it might be. I remember coming on campus and just feeling at home, and it has been home. It's been amazing. Football's been great. The relationships I've made have been unbelievable. The connections, the education I've got, it's all been, it feels like a dream. It is a dream come true. It's been something I wanted to do since I was in 3rd grade and play college football at a great university, and nothing better than Notre Dame. And I am so glad that I made that decision.
We are too, Ian. Good luck with your continued workouts. Thank you for doing this. I know you're isolating, you're quarantining out there, but I'm seeing your face a lot. So even in quarantine, you cannot get away from the spotlight, and you handle it so very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Go
Ian
Irish.
Book, everybody. Now it's time for a very special message from some very good friends of the University of Notre Dame. Country music legends Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood.
Hey everybody, I'm Garth Brooks.
And I'm Trisha Yearwood.
And we just want to say it is an honor to get to be a part of the fight tonight for Notre Dame University. I just got to tell you, we've been watching for the last 7 hours, 8 hours, and just the family that this place has all around the world is more than impressive, very classy, and most of all, very loving to each other.
We learned firsthand what it was like to feel like family at Notre Dame when you guys welcomed us with open arms in 2018.
Yeah, we were very lucky. If you remember, Notre Dame was a stadium that kicked off the stadium tour for us, but we were also, when they decided to open up Notre Dame Stadium to concerts, I can't believe they thought of us. And so we were the first call. We were lucky enough to go up there, and I know this is supposed to be short, but it's not going to be. It's Notre Dame, too many good stories. So we go up there. You'll remember this. I wore a suit and tie one time, maybe
Yes.
in my year, and fly up there, and there's this big table, and all of the Notre Dame sides over there, and they're just crisp and clean. I got Randy, Bob, Rusty with me. We're all in suit and ties. We sit on the other table. It looks like something out of a movie, and nervous as heck. And as soon as you sit down, the first thing said from the other side of the table is, before we even start this meeting, my wife wants to know if Trisha Yearwood's going to be there. Right then, I knew I was among family.
And I was, thank you very much. We had a tailgate as a part of the stadium show, and just the loyalty, the love, the traditions at Notre Dame. What an amazing experience.
Yeah, man, we got to learn a lot about Notre Dame. I mean, and Ari was a fan. He was just a fan of just the classiest university on the planet. No offense to my alma mater. I love my alma mater, but I think only Notre Dame could pull this off and pull off the fight the way you guys have. But a quick story. I think this is probably from the beginning. And again, sorry to digress. But I learned while I was up there, they had a letter from Father Soren. Do you think that's
right,
Father
that's right,
Soren?
Father Soren.
The founder of Notre Dame. That's probably not the right word, but the father writes a letter that says, this university will, in the future, it will lead the world in doing good. Well, congratulations, Notre Dame. Congratulations, Father Soren. You have made the future come true. Congratulations on this, man. This is something that when you look back of all your accomplishments and you've got a mile long of them, this will be at the top of the list.
We're proud of you. It's not a surprise to us that you're leading when it comes to love and help. And we're just proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, man, and what's the great part is, what are we helping? We're helping our children. This is about our children's future. And trust me, the 3 keys to success in this world is going to be education, education, education. We've said it forever. It's what teaches us to use this and this before we use these. Education. It is what is going to lead us to the truth. And that's what we're all trying to find, right? So between love, education, faith, hope, all those good things, Notre Dame, congratulations on what you have achieved today all around the world. And here's to tomorrow, which you're going to be an even bigger part of.
Thank you, and love one another.
Well, Mom and Dad, you can now say that Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood opened for your son tonight. So thanks so much, Garth and Trisha, for all that you've done for Notre Dame and for being part of this special broadcast tonight. Well, we've come towards the end of our broadcast, a chance for us to see what you, the Notre Dame family, have done. So I'm going to do a virtual drum roll here. Can we bring up the numbers? $8.7 million, 198 students who have been impacted tonight. Truly incredible. When we began just 8 hours ago, we had no idea what the Notre Dame family could accomplish, but you have outdone our expectations. We went in with a goal of $7.8 million and 178 students, and we have surpassed that. You, the Notre Dame family, have surpassed our wildest dreams once again. That's 198 students who are going to be able to come and study and live and thrive under the watchful eye of Our Lady, to learn from the best professors, to engage in the best programs, to live in the residence halls, build community, and really feel the power of that Notre Dame family that so many of you I know felt when you walked on campus, whenever that time was. I know as a 2007 grad myself, I feel a part of this family every single day. I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to be a part of the Notre Dame family, and I'm so grateful to all of you who granted 198 students that chance to be a part of it. In such dark times and uncertain times for our country, you have made a light possible for these students, and they'll follow in the footsteps of so many that you've seen tonight, being forces for good in the world. So thank you to all of you who have contributed. Thank you to everyone for being a part of this night, and I'll throw it to Jack for a final word.
Brian, thank you. We have one final guest. Joining us now in the studio is Lou Nanne, the Vice President of University Relations at Notre Dame. In this role, Lou oversees the university's efforts and development and the Notre Dame Alumni Association. Lou, it's already been quite a day. Once again, the Notre Dame family has broken through expectations and really exceeded our expectations. We didn't know what was going to happen on this show.
You know, one of the great things, Jack, is that Our Lady is watching over us, and God has blessed us abundantly through so many people who have made sacrifices. To think that we've been able to rally together the stories of so many alumni, parents, and friends who are doing cutting-edge work, whether it's in research or frontline service, to make a difference in this world. The whole vision of Notre Dame is to be leaven for a world that is deeply in need. And there's never been a time, perhaps in our lifetimes, where there's been more need that's out there. So we've got to step up and rise to the occasion. We've seen so many inspiring stories today, and we've been blessed with people who have made sacrifices to help our students and their families to pursue and complete that Notre Dame degree that they have dreamed of, and will help them be the future difference makers in our society.
And I think that's something that people forget. I'm delighted to be here today because this is the first time I've been on campus since we came back from the ACC tournament with basketball. Notre Dame has done everything in their power to keep people safe. The pandemic's been going on for a little bit over 2 months now, and most people are quarantined at home, but the students are there too, but they're still learning. The professors are still teaching.
That's right. There's no question about it. It's been a time that none of us imagined possible, right? That we would, and the problems are complex, and in the situations that people are going through are painful, and we're all asking the questions: how can we make a difference? What can I do? And do I do it at great personal risk to my family? And we go back to our Christian faith upon which this university was founded, and we are called to make sacrifices. We are called to risk for those in need. We've heard that testimony from so many today. I know that I'm inspired and humbled by it, and I promise after the show today, I will dig down deeper, and my family will too, to try to live up to what Notre Dame and what our faith is asking from all of us.
And you mentioned family. There's the nuclear family, the people that live in our house. But then there's the Notre Dame family. I've been here almost 4 decades. When I first came here, they said, welcome to the Notre Dame family.
Right.
But I have learned that it's real. It's close. It may be the closest group of alumni that I have ever seen or been around. And when you hit troubling times, you turn to your family.
Right.
What has the Alumni Association been able to do to help the family be separate but together?
Right. Well, the Alumni Association has partnered with Campus Ministry. They partnered with the Holy Cross community. They have made daily Mass. People who love to worship have not been able to worship across the country and across the world, and been able to live stream those Masses. Over 1,000 people a day are attending the 11:30 Mass from the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. I know it's brought great joy to the Holy Cross community in here to see such legions of followers to step up. But also, there's been Sunday Masses, and there's been prayers at the grotto, rosaries at the grotto. When Father John in Holy Week prayed the rosary, over 50,000 members of the alumni, parents, and friends joined with him. I'm also really proud of the leadership at Notre Dame. I'm proud because when we launched this day, the first thing Father John said, if we want to ask others to help, the leadership, the president's leadership community, the committee, also the deans of the university, the Notre Dame coaches, members of the investment office, about 40 or 50 of the top leaders of the university stepped up and made voluntary salary contributions that total more than $3 million of the number that we see today. So we cannot ask of others if we're not ready to make the sacrifices ourselves. So I'm really proud to be a part of a university community, of a faith community that inspires you and humbles you on a daily basis to not only do your job better, but to be a better human being.
One of the most enjoyable things I've ever been able to do at Notre Dame is ND Day.
Yeah.
And I have a background in doing news as well, in interviewing people. And what a wonderful program that is every year. 36 hours of activity and people all around the world, but also coming to campus, coming to the studio. And obviously, COVID-19, it couldn't happen the way it normally did. And we actually thought, you know what? We're going to push it to the fall. We're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
And then you decided to come up with this program in about 2 weeks, the fight. Why did you make the decision that we need to do something right now?
Yeah, because, 1% of the world's population, 1%, has a college degree. And if we're not asking ourselves every day at the University of Notre Dame, how are we making ourselves relevant to the other 99%, then we've missed the boat. Our job is to help to develop the next generation of leaders, intellectually, emotionally, physically, spiritually, socially, for one primary reason, so they can go forth and transform the jangling discord of this world into a more harmonic symphony. And we've seen countless examples today of alumni, parents, and friends who are doing God's work, who are making a difference. They're doing it humbly in most cases. And I'm inspired as I look at them, the new mayor who's survived the loss of her husband, who has donated her salary for the first 3 months. It makes you want to dig deeper and do more. And that's what we do. We try to bring the best out of each other and all those we come in contact with.
The funds raised today and tonight will go to two things. One is the fight against COVID-19. And I mean, every year, Notre Dame doesn't have a medical school, but you've got a cooperation with the Indiana University Medical School and the Harper Research Cancer Institute. And you have so many, literally thousands of doctors across the country who are Notre Dame grads. It's also going to help pay the financial need of students.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask this question that some might say, you can't ask that on this show, but you get asked it all the time. Well, Notre Dame has that huge endowment. Why are they raising money? And what I think people don't understand is you need the endowment to make the university function. A builder once told me, you know what the most expensive part about building a new building is? It's not building the building. It's the 20, 30, 40 years of upkeep after you build the building, because it costs more than building the building. What I'm trying to get at is the endowment, much of it is spoken for. So it's not that easy just to dip into it to cover shortfalls. And Notre Dame has not, other than the upper echelon of Notre Dame has taken pay cuts. Other schools are furloughing employees, laying employees off, cutting back staff, both athletically and academically. And Notre Dame hasn't done that yet.
No, I'm really proud of the university because I really believe that not only do we put the students first, but the university tries to really care for the people in her workforce. And so everybody who has not been able to work remotely, those who work in food service, those who clean the buildings, those who take care of the grounds, to date, Notre Dame has been able to keep each and every one of them whole, including part-time workers who, are receiving benefits. Notre Dame has been able to keep their salaries whole, and there's families behind each and every one of those employees, and we're doing our best to do that. One of the things I've learned in this crisis that I never imagined, and my learnings are very simple and basic, is that it's very expensive to run a university without any students. Now, we hope to welcome those students back right now, but we're trying to be true to the mission of Notre Dame, which is to be a caring force for a world that knows so much fraction and knows so much antagonism and just horrific treatment one of the other. And we need to be a place that people can believe in. And that's what we're trying to do through this process. It's expensive. We talk about the endowment. We should say the endowments. There's actually 6,800 now distinct endowments. Most of them are restricted. About a third of the endowment is for financial aid. But we can't take somebody who made a gift years ago for an endowed professorship or for some other area of the university and move that to financial aid. We made a promise to those donors that we are going to honor their gift in the way it was made, no matter how many years ago it was. So it's not like it's a big slush fund and you can move it around. And so we're trying to raise the money and trying to keep Notre Dame to be what it needs to be. Really, it's less and less about the university today and more about how Notre Dame can be a conduit through which we can impact real-world problems.
And you have also made the commitment that financial wherewithal will not be a determining factor for a student coming to Notre Dame. If you are accepted regardless of your financial situation, and Notre Dame makes up the rest. And through COVID-19, with literally millions of people losing their jobs, that many in your student body are going to have different financial needs in the coming semesters than they had even in the most recent one.
No, you're absolutely right. And how proud, what a gift it is to work for a leader in Father John, and that long golden thread that goes from Father Soren on down to Father John as the 17th Holy Cross priest president, who says, we will leave no student behind. No matter what economic duress that family has experienced, Notre Dame is not going to let that student not graduate for financial reasons. We will find a way to get them through and graduate. And by doing that, we're spreading the seed for a society that hopefully they will impact. And we believe they will, because they have, and many of the stories we've seen before us, not just to make money and do well for themselves and their families, but to make a difference in the world. That's what this place is about.
And you just mentioned it. This whole show, 8+ hours now, has been about the impact of Notre Dame and its graduates on the fight against COVID-19. And when I first heard about it, I said, you're going to find 8 complete hours of those stories. And, well, we've needed more.
Yes.
We're 18 minutes over now, and there are stories we didn't run. It really wasn't that hard to find the stories, and that's one of the things that makes Notre Dame unique.
No, and I'd like to offer, Jack, a challenge to the whole Notre Dame family. And it's not just about giving back to Notre Dame, but let's find a way to give more of ourselves. In a time where there's a cacophony of voices and opinions that are out there, and one trying to step over the top of others, let us be that force for good that Father Soren envisioned. Let us be a source that Father John talked about, to be a healing, enlightening, and unifying force that the world desperately needs. And if each one of us can do just a little bit better than we're doing right now, then the mission of Notre Dame will really come to its fullness.
And I know when this program first started as ND Day, and I know you're hoping to do it fully in October.
Yes.
We weren't sure what impact it would have, but it has turned out remarkably to have an enormous impact, not only on current members of the Notre Dame family, but as outreach to others who either didn't know much about Notre Dame and have been drawn in, or maybe members of the Notre Dame family who had not yet been able to give and were inspired to do so through ND Day, which is the one pitch where if you could send us a nickel, we're happy to take.
Exactly right. And if you look last year, Jack, we had gifts of $200 or less actually contributed 40 full rides for Notre Dame students. So when somebody tells you that a gift of $100 or $150 or $50 to Notre Dame doesn't mean anything, look into the eyes of one of those 40 students who is fully scholarshiped and tell them it doesn't mean anything, because it's changing lives. It's really transforming for so many students that are getting full rides here. They're coming from tremendous financial adversity and other hardship, and that Notre Dame education is helping them to break cycles of poverty, of dependency, of brokenness in their lives, and it's lifting whole families out of poverty. And that's a big part of the mission, and we need to do that. We need to do it better, and we will continue to be focused on that.
And you are one of the stewards of the mission, one of the people who work so hard to maintain its energy. So certainly you are not surprised by anything that you saw here today, but is there anything that inspired you more than you expected to be inspired? Any story that you saw today that made you go, wow?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I was watching the clip from my office earlier today, and Joe Holt, who's the professor of ethics in the business college, and he talked about his religious training, and he's the one, if you recall the story, who's gone back to work as an ICU nurse 2 days a week, and he was talking about consecrating those who are dying and blessing those who have died in the hospital. And he said something that really resonated with me. He said that it's a privilege for me to be able to sacrifice even at great personal risk, perhaps my own death, even, to be able to give to others in times of need. What more could I hope for with my life? And those words hit me really deeply. And it made me think, again, what the Notre Dame family does for so many of us. It reminds us of what we know to be true, that to care for others, to lead a life that is meaningful, to not just make a living, but to make meaning of your life is what it's all about. And so I thought, how privileged that Joe Holt is teaching our students in the Mendoza College of Business, but more importantly, how privileged I am to be inspired and want to dig deeper to listening to his example, and so many others today.
Lou, thank you. Thank you for those words. Thank you for all you do to help keep the Notre Dame family in contact with each other.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you to this amazing team here who put on this program, as you said, in a very short period of time. We're so blessed with people who are missionaries, who really believe in this cause, and thank you to each and every one of you who's made a gift to Notre Dame, no matter the size, the fact that you're giving and you continue to give back to our students and to this mission, we are forever grateful.
And Lou, as you know, we are still hoping to start the football season in Dublin, Ireland. That is still to be confirmed. But right now, Notre Dame is supposed to play Navy on the first Saturday of college football. But tonight, right now, we are going to return to Dublin, Ireland with one last special performance from Irish singing sensation Chloe Agnew.
Well, I remember the leaves are falling and far off music like pipes are calling, and I remember the golden morning I saw the long rise Notre Dame. The pilgrims follow by the sacred waters, and arm in arm go the sons and daughters. The drums are rolling and forward out. They're calling spirits up from the ground. And there's a magic in the sound of her name. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. Woo! And there's a magic in the sound of her name. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. Here come the Irish of Notre Dame. Go Irish! Woo!
Chloe, thank you. As we wrap up these 8+ hours of storytelling, we reflect back on all the good that the Notre Dame family is doing to take the fight to the COVID-19 pandemic. While these times are unprecedented in our lifetimes, we hope that the stories we have shared today have become beacons of hope amid the real loss experienced by so many in our families, our country, and world. We've faced great change and uncertainty almost overnight, but we've also experienced the best of humanity. We have just shared story after story of how the University of Notre Dame inspires its students, faculty, staff, alumni, parents, and friends to be that force for good that Father Sorin long ago dreamed for his university. We are also humbled by your willingness to fight for our students who are facing the crippling economic impact of this pandemic. In just a few hours, you have provided enough financial aid to fund the average need for 198 students this upcoming academic year by donating $8,727,347 to the Student Emergency Relief Fund. This has been truly amazing. You've also provided many dollars in funding to the COVID-19 research going on at Notre Dame. We truly can't thank you enough for joining us in this fight. In the weeks and months ahead, the Notre Dame family will continue to provide hope in times of sorrow, to comfort in moments of helplessness, and to offer a hand to those who need it in this country and all over the world. It's what we do. We don't just sit back and wait for a cure, for a solution, for an answer. We fight. It's why we're called the Fighting Irish. Thank you for joining us in this fight, and keep fighting Irish.
Today, we are raising funds for the Student Emergency Relief Fund, which was established to ensure that every student admitted has the opportunity to enroll at Notre Dame and won't have to make a choice based on their ability to pay.
At Notre Dame, you can dream about things because your dreams will come true. People will support you, they will help you, they will make the things that make Notre Dame a better university happen.